Su Clan 16 turned her head, too embarrassed to look Song Shuhang in the face. Looks like she didn't prepare food or water. If you want something, better get it yourself. Song Shuhang started to search his body, a bottle of 6 qi and blood pills, 1 stinking pill, multiple talismans, some cash, and a phone. But these things couldn't be eaten, and qi and blood pill couldn't satiate starvation. Huh. This is, Song Shuhang fished out a medicinal pill. It was a fasting pill that had been used. A few days ago, Senior Medicine Master gave it to him in passing for lunch, but he only used it once, and then stored it. Thankfully, he didn't just casually nibble on it in the past few days, so it was still useful. With a satisfied look, Song Shuhang shoved the fasting pill in his mouth. Instantly, his mouth was filled with fragrance, and the feeling of hunger vanished like mist and smoke. After his stomach felt full, Shuhang took out the fasting pill, and carefully wiped off the saliva on it. This thing might save his life in the future, or so Song Shuhang thought. Gugugu, a strange sound suddenly resounded. Was it coming from the stomach? Huh. My stomach is full, why did it give off a gugu sound? Could it be that the fasting pill expired? Song Shuhang touched his stomach doubtfully, but it was full, no problem at all. Gugugu, another string of gugu sounds. Song Shuhang looked suspiciously at Lady Su Clan 16 who claimed to be able to fast. Lady Su Clan 16 turned her head around again, her face blushed. Song Shuhang pondered, and tried to give her the fasting pill in his hand as he asked, "If you don't mind, want to try keeping it in your mouth?" "No, I can Gugugu sounds interrupted Su Clan 16's words. A short while later, 16 clenched her teeth. "My realm is different from yours, even if I swallowed all of this half-eaten fasting pill, it'll only satisfy my hunger slightly." "Then swallow it," Song Shuhang said. Otherwise, her stomach growling would make Song Shuhang feel uncomfortable all over. 16 took the fasting pill, pondered a bit, then said, "After we pull through this crisis, I'll repay you with 100 fasting pills." All right. Song Shuhang replied perfunctorily as if dealing with a child. 16 took a deep breath and swallowed the fasting pill like she was swallowing medicine. With half a fasting pill padding her stomach, it finally stopped singing the divine tune of Gugugu. On his side, Song Shuhang took out his phone and opened the chat software window, wanting to log onto 9 Provinces #1 group to take a look. It was about time Senior Su Clan 7 got here, just in time for him to send a text for help. But, once it opened, he discovered that the phone had no signal. Huh? Why's there no signal? Song Shuhang asked doubtfully. Of course there's no signal. If all messages aren't blocked, it's easy to be discovered. If so, then how can this still be a hidden chamber? 16 answered. At the same time, she peeked at the screen of Song Shuhang's phone, and saw a familiar chat group in Song Shuhang's list of groups. She then said in surprise, 9 Provinces #1 group? Huh? You don't know? You haven't been paying attention to the group? Song Shuhang asked her in turn. I ran away from home, logging onto the chat software would expose my location. I didn't even bring out my phone, otherwise, 7 would come find me, and it'll be troublesome. 16 said with an expression as if it was to be expected. No, even if you don't go online, 7 can still find you. Song Shuhang roasted her inwardly. Right now, Senior 7 is probably already on the way to Jiangnan area. Because there was no signal, Song Shuhang quietly turned off his phone. He didn't plan on telling 16 that Senior Su Clan 7 was already on the way to Jiangnan area to search for her. It was safer that 16 be brought home as soon as possible. You guessed my identity, right? Did 7 release information and ask everyone to help find me? 16 suddenly asked. The man in front of her was a new member of 9 Provinces #1 group, so it was very plausible that he already guessed her identity. Song Shuhang's face froze. He was in the middle of considering whether or not he should tell a white lie to cover up this matter. Don't deny it, you're definitely not suited to lie. Your expression already told me the answer. 16 sighed. Lady, you're not Xiao Yaya, so don't just casually get the answer from reading my expression. That's too rude, it's like I've got not privacy at all. Will you tell 7 about me being here? 16 hugged her knees with both hands and asked quietly. Probably. A rottenly good guy like you will definitely tell 7. 16 answered the question herself. You've said all that I was going to say, what else can I say? Suddenly, it was silent between the two. A long while of speechlessness. At last, Song Shuhang broke the silence, and asked, why did you run from Su clan? Can't your injuries be better treated at Su clan's residence? He remembered that when she failed to pass the tribulation, Su clan 7 mentioned in the group that 16 only sustained minor injuries, and would be able to recover once they returned to Su clan's headquarters. If that was the case, why did 16 run away? And why did she visit the hospital often to get painkiller injections? Because, I'm about to die, in roughly 20 days or so, I'll die. 16 calmly talked about it as she hugged her knees tighter. The various methods recorded in Su clan's headquarters can't heal my injuries, and 7 has no other methods. My injuries aren't only related to the heavenly tribulation, but also related to the techniques I cultivate, which I erred at in some way. The heavenly tribulation only drew out my concealed injuries. Let's not talk about this, I dislike this topic. 16 suddenly stopped her narration and looked at Shuhang. My name you may already know, I'm called Su Clan 16. It's my name and my Dao name. You? You still haven't introduced yourself to me. Song Shuhang. And your Dao name? 16 inquired. Dao name, temporarily without one. I'll think of one in the next few days. Song Shuhang exclaimed. This was something he should prioritize more, otherwise when all the seniors identified, stressed by a mountain of books as his Dao name, it'd be difficult to correct the seniors. You'll think of one yourself? Which senior in the group do you cultivate under? Your teacher didn't bestow you a Dao name? 16 asked doubtfully. Any formally accepted disciple would be granted a Dao name. Not to mention, as a disciple that was introduced to 9 provinces number 1 group, he had to be a disciple that at least one senior in the group appreciated, so why wouldn't he have a Dao name? Well, the process of how I joined 9 provinces number 1 group is a bit coincidental. Song Shuhang scratched his head, then started to narrate the process of how he joined 9 provinces number 1 group. Song Shuhang calmly narrated, and 16 hugged her knees while listening quietly. More or less that's how it was. Song Shuhang shrugged and said. You chose to be a cultivator? 16 lifted her head slightly to look at Song Shuhang. Don't you know about the dangers of becoming a cultivator? Just like the heavenly tribulation I encountered, and the many countless dangers. I know, before I chose to be a cultivator, I already knew about your heavenly tribulation. I even saw with my own eyes the clouds of lightning tribulation. Song Shuhang replied indifferently. Then why did you still choose to become a cultivator? 16's eyes opened wide, staring closely at Song Shuhang. Why? Song Shuhang pondered, and then replied, perhaps, it's because I'm unwilling to spend my whole life an ordinary man. Before becoming a cultivator, the only thing in the world that could make me feel delighted was doing my best to help others in need. If I didn't enter 9 provinces number 1 group, I probably would have lived an ordinary life like a normal person. Yet, that is not the life I want. I don't have any ambitions, but I do crave an exciting and magnificent life. Even if there are scary lighting tribulations, or calamities brought on by many evil cultivators, I will never regret my choice. Song Shuhang found that he couldn't find the proper words to describe how he first felt. He actually only had one idea he wanted to express: the path of cultivation was the choice he'd never regret. 16 blinked. I suddenly discovered that when you're impassioned, you look very awkward, but it's very interesting. Get ready, we're going out. The throbbing pain from her internal injuries subsided. Now, her body has accumulated some true chi, enough to deal with the uncle from Immortal farming sect. The two of them left the secret room. Su Clan's Ashurlu lead the way, while Song Shuhang followed behind, to the living room. On the sofa, the Immortal farming sect uncle opened his eyes, gazing coldly at the two. So you finally came out. I already long since knew that you two had never left this apartment. He had guessed that the two were somewhere in the apartment. If taking apart the building wouldn't have attracted the attention of all the normal people in this block, he would have long since started to take apart this apartment. You shouldn't have stayed behind. Su Clan's Ashurlu's voice was cold as she said indifferently. Bullshit. Why shouldn't I have stayed behind? The Immortal farming sect uncle rose to his feet, roaring. At the same time, his bones let out cracking sounds, and his hands became claws. Every finger was releasing true chi, and were as sharp as the edge of a knife. Su Clan's Ashurlu's face was calm. She gently raised her right hand, using her palm as a saber. Come then. Compared to the Immortal farming sect uncle, her figure seemed small, and seemed so frail that it wouldn't even be able to block the wind. But when she raised her right hand, a tyrannically imposing manner seemed to emanate from her. That jade-white palm one seemed to transform into the divine weapon that had split the heavens and the earth too, a radiant saber light shining. The Immortal farming sect uncle was pressured by her imposing manner, and roared as he leapt into the air. He was like a falcon who had spread his wings, attempting to use a rushing attack to break through Ashurlu's oppression. When ordinary fighters entered close combat, what they were most wary of was being in mid-air with nowhere to leverage their strength. However, these actions of the uncle seemed to go against this common sense, and while his body was in mid-air, swift and fierce claw attacks continuously rained down, transforming into layer upon layer of illusionary claws that clustered over her head as it descended. Su Clan's Ashurlu didn't make any flashy movements. Using her palm as a saber, she used that saber to chop at the layers upon layers of illusory claws. In that moment, saber light flashed, and the force behind that saber was like the tempestuous waters of the Yellow River as it surged forward. The uncle's claw technique was definitely unordinarily fierce and swift. However, it was difficult to use the power of a person's claw attacks to resist the might of the surging Yellow River. Rip! The swift and fierce claw attacks was forcibly broken through by that saber light, and the uncle's hands were covered by a bloody haze, and his figure was sent flying. He crashed into the household decorations on the way, heavily crashing onto the ground. A rank 3 Hotian was completely out of the league of a rank 2 true master. Even if the Hotian was heavily injured, as long as they could launch an attack, defeating a true master was as easy as turning over their hand. After Su Clan's Ashurlu had chopped out with this saber, her face became pale, and her breathing became hurried. The Immortal farming sect uncle climbed to his feet slowly, his hands trembling, and flowing with fresh blood. I've already held back with this saber strike. In 3 days' time I will bring Su Clan's Achi over, and clarify matters with your Immortal farming sect to settle our karma. Before that, behave yourself. Go, I won't take your life for now. Su Clan's Ashurlu said in a low voice. Impossible. As long I'm not dead, I won't leave. The uncle's gaze was ferocious. I'll bet my life on it to capture you. Also, after chopping out with that saber, how much true chi could you have left? Su Clan's Ashurlu frowned, then said impatiently, then go and die. She detested this kind of stubborn old fogies. That jade-like hand raised again, saber light flashing. Did he really think she was a rottenly good person like that Song Shuhang behind her? If he really wanted to court death, then she'll grant his wish. Ha! The uncle roared as he leapt forward, his legs bursting with true chi, his body revolved, and was like a poison dragon making a drill attack on Su Clan's Ashurlu. Boom! The two sides closed in on each other again, their true chi both bursting out, creating terrifying booming and thunderous roars. Ahaha! Now, the uncle's mouth began to make strange cries. Immediately afterwards, his entire body drew a strange arc as he shot towards the balcony. Bang! The balcony's decorations were smashed into pieces. In the next moment, the uncle dragged his heavily injured body, and jumped off the balcony. He left a last parting shot, "You wait, Su Clan descendant. I'll be back." Having said so, he escaped into the distance without even turning his head back. He had fled. He had fled just like that. He had been so lofty and heroic before, welcoming death unflinchingly. In the next moment, he had ran off after delivering a parting shot. Amazing! Song Shuhang sighed internally. Just now when the uncle and Ashurlu had fought, he couldn't even make out the moves made out by both sides clearly. That speed had far exceeded the theoretical limit of the human body. The saber light on Ashurlu flickered unstably, and she had a look of suspicion on her face. In the second attack, her attack had only lightly brushed against the uncle's legs. The uncle had then detonated his own true chi, creating fierce collision sound effects, then he had let out a miserable shriek as he had retreated, and escaped from the balcony. Was the uncle bluffing and blustering, and taking the opportunity to escape? Or, was there a scheme? Do you know any spiritual energy detection techniques? Ashurlu neared Song Shuhang, and used a soft voice only the two of them could hear. If it was possible, secret arts of the secret sound transmission type would have been more suitable. But unfortunately, it was a pity that her current state wasn't good. Even standing was taking a lot of effort. Now, even activating a spiritual energy detection technique was beyond her, to say nothing of a secret sound transmission. Song Shuhang nodded slightly, activating his spiritual energy. He used an omnidirectional detection technique to spread out his spiritual force. After detection, there were no abnormalities and no gains from the scan. But, Song Shuhang's heart suddenly felt a sense of unease. This unease was very strong, and he was unable to ignore it. Song Shuhang frowned, and used detection techniques and alert techniques again. There wasn't any gains again. His spiritual energy was very weak, and the radius he could detect within was very small. The more it was like this, the more unease he felt in his heart. Are there any abnormalities? Ashurlu asked in a low voice. I can't sense anything, but, Song Shuhang stopped halfway, and his mind flashed. His spiritual energy revolved in a different way, and a different spiritual energy technique was used. Imprint sensing art. This was the technique sent to him over the internet by Great Master Tongxuan's disciple, apprentice brother 3 Days, which could sense that stolen flying sword of Great Master Tongxian. When this, imprint sensing art, was spread out, Song Shuhang immediately sensed the coordinates of the imprint. On this block's 3rd floor, a seemingly ordinary resident was walking up the stairs. He had a guitar case on his back, which contained the stolen flying sword of Great Master Tongxian. The figure was climbing up the stairs, neither slow nor showing any flaws. His body actually had some aura concealing technique or treasure. If not for the imprint on the flying sword, Song Shuhang would never have noticed him. Was it a partner of the Immortal farming sect uncle? Or, was it the oriole stalking the cicada from behind? What did you discover? Ashurlu sat on the sofa, trying her best to recover the spent true chi. Someone's coming. Song Shuhang said softly. He's nearing. Can you still make a move? At the same time, he took out his handphone and quickly typed. No longer in the secret room, his signal was no longer blocked. Wasn't this the time to call for backup? He quickly left a message to Senior North River, giving a summary of the situation as well as his position. He asked Senior North River to quickly contact Su Clan's Chi, just in case. Because of my internal injuries, my true chi won't recover so fast. Ah Shirlu bitterly laughed. Then, should I go ask the seniors in the group how to prepare a last will? Song Shuhang laughed as he closed his phone. As he spoke, various thoughts appeared in Song Shuhang's head. The man carrying the flying sword who was hiddenly approaching, was the senior apprentice brother from the Moonsabre sect. This was the Moonsabre sect disciple who had seized the godly invisible sword from his apprentice brother who led a hard life. That apprentice brother who led a hard life now even had his legs broken, and was being detained by Sima Jiang. That fellow from the Immortal farming sect and the Su clan's Shirlu have already come into contact and exchanged moves. It's time to act. A chance has come. The smiling expression of the Moonsabre sect senior apprentice brother was that of one who completely had the situation under his control. He slowly got nearer to Shirlu's and Song Shuhang's position. There was only one order he had received from the higher-ups of the Moonsabre sect, when the people from the Immortal farming sect had come into contact with the Su clan descendant: kill the Su clan descendant. The Moonsabre sect's senior disciple obtained information on Su clan's junior from the sect's higher-ups. Su clan 16, third stage cultivator, failed to pass the tribulation and is heavily injured. After waiting for so long, Immortal farming sect's men finally came in contact with Su clan 16. It was the time he completed the mission. Moonsabre sect's senior disciple stroked the guitar case. With this recently acquired invisible divine sword and the talisman the sect gave him, the mission of assassinating Su clan 16 was definitely very easy. The greater scheme was set. Very soon, he arrived at Andy Building's 19th floor. He didn't hide, but calmly walked as a normal person would towards Su clan 16's suite. Following the long corridor, Moonsabre sect's disciple took off the guitar case on his shoulder as he walked. He opened the case, revealing an old guitar as well as an invisible divine sword. He reached out to grab the invisible divine sword, and then closed the guitar case, carrying it over his shoulder again. He raised his head and adjusted his breathing. Within his dantian, true chi was activated, gradually concentrating towards his feet. He only had to wait until he approached the target, and he would be able to unleash his strongest sword thrust. Tat-ata, at this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps came from ahead. Moonsabre sect's senior disciple lifted his head to see a youngster who nestled a large carton box and was coming his way. The carton box was very large, covering half of the man's face. A normal person, I can't sense a cultivator's aura. Is he this building's resident? The robber's senior brother kept vigilant, shifting to the side. He had only one target: Su clan 16. Now was not the time to complicate matters. The young man carrying the carton box passed by him. Moonsabre sect's senior disciple remained vigilant as he approached Su clan 16's room. After walking for 5 or 6 meters, the young man behind him panted heavily, face full of sweat, and placed the large box in his hands on the ground. Moonsabre sect's senior disciple paused slightly, then did not pay any more attention to the man behind him. He already saw the target. Su clan 16 was pallid, sitting on a sofa while recovering her true chi. 16 was defenseless. It truly was a golden opportunity bestowed by the heavens. Moonsabre sect's senior disciple had bright eyes as he clasped the invisible divine sword, and threw aside the guitar case. His murderous intent was revealed. The true chi concentrated under his feet erupted, and his entire body tilted forward as he was about to unleash a world-shaking sword thrust, seizing Su clan 16's life. However, he did not see that the man who carried the carton box behind him quickly formed a complex set of hand seals, at the same time quietly reciting a formula. The instant the Moonsabre sect's senior disciple rushed out, the young man shouted, "Abbot profound principle is most handsome." The voice was deafening. What the heck? Moonsabre sect's senior disciple subconsciously felt doubtful. However, right then, the invisible divine sword in his hand suddenly burst with faint gold sword light. Immediately following that, the sword trembled uncontrollably. A massive strength came from the sword, the divine sword came to life, and it was about to slip out of his hand. Pulled by the sudden power on the sword, Moonsabre Sect's senior disciple was almost dragged to the ground. He hurriedly initiated the true chi concentrated under his feet to stabilize his body. Feeling the oddity, he immediately let go, letting the invisible divine sword slip out of his hand. At the same time, he quickly turned around to look behind at the young man who had just passed him. It was this man's loud shout that caused the change in the invisible divine sword. As he glanced back, he was frightened stiff, as he saw the young man form a sword-controlling hand seal in front of his chest. The young man's other hand's fingers formed a sword, swiping at his body, cut. In midair, the invisible divine sword's real form still couldn't be seen, only the faint golden sword light that came with it was visible. The sword light radiated outwards, it was fast like lightning, fiercely cutting at Moonsabre Sect's senior disciple. Sword controlling technique. 4th stage cultivator. Moonsabre Sect's senior disciple blurted out loudly. Only a 4th stage cultivator who had condensed true chi into true yuan could control and ride a flying sword. This normal-looking man was a 4th stage senior. More importantly, the flying sword in his hand belonged to the 4th stage senior. That idiot junior brother trolled me. All these thoughts were just many of the thoughts that surfaced in Moonsabre Sect's senior disciple's mind. The next moment, the black metal sword mistaken as the invisible divine sword fiercely cut his chest. He was unable to evade, and unable to block. This flying sword's speed was so fast that it was friendless. As the word cut echoed in Song Shuhang's mouth, the flying sword already cut its target. Blood spilled violently, blood sprayed everywhere. The black sword was half inside the body of Moonsabre Sect's senior disciple. It severed all of his ribs and injured his organs. The body of a mere 2nd stage cultivator absolutely couldn't block the sharpness of a flying sword. Moonsabre Sect's senior disciple fell hard onto the ground, screaming miserably, "Senior, spare me. I was wrong, Senior, please spare my life." Song Shuhang's expression was calm, completely ignoring his opponent's screams. His opponent's strength was way beyond his, and not weaker than Altar Master's. Song Shuhang had to be cautious. His sword-controlling seal formed by his left hand kept the connection to the black metal flying sword, while his fingers on the right hand formed a sword, waving 4 times. The black metal flying sword flew out of Moonsabre Sect's senior disciple's wound, blood spilling everywhere. Soon after, the flying sword cut 4 consecutive times, severing all of the target's limbs. Ah! Moonsabre Sect's senior apprentice screamed continuously as he was diced into a human stick, but had no power to resist. Return. From afar, Song Shuhang called out softly. The black metal sword wavered, then scuttled back in front of him, hovering steadily in midair. Song Shuhang reached out and the black metal flying sword gently dropped into his hand. Temporary sword controlling technique, a skill converted from a failed experiment conducted by Great Master Profound Principle. Song Shuhang had passed by Moonsabre Sect's senior disciple earlier just to confirm whether or not there was a formation left on the black metal flying sword that Great Master Profound Principle temporarily left. If not, he would have used the last 2 sword talismans. With 2 sword talismans, he lacked the confidence to kill the target. He had to use 3 sword talismans at the time when he faced the poisoned Altar Master. Luckily, this black metal sword had temporary sword control function. As for that line, Abbot Profound Principle is most handsome, was the oral command to activate the temporary sword control. Such an embarrassing oral command, he'd never thought that it would come from Great Master Profound Principle who cultivated silent mediation. Perhaps, it was because the master was silent for too long that made him shy on the outside but wild on the inside? Softly stroking the black flying sword, he found that the spiritual chi left by Great Master Profound Principle in the sword was nearly exhausted, and he could no longer execute sword-controlling technique. Song Shuhang recalled the wonderful experience of sword controlling. Taking the enemy's head from 1,000 miles away, it was truly too wonderful for words. In his heart, a strong yearning couldn't help but surge out. 4th stage Cultivator, sword controlling technique. Having experienced temporary sword controlling technique, it was like a super great trailer that left heart itching, making one want to go watch the actual movie right this instant. Song Shuhang wished he could become a 4th stage cultivator immediately, control a flying sword, and step on sword light to fly. In the room, Su Clan 16 got up. Her pale face had recovered some red hue. She came in front of the Moonsabre Sect's senior disciple and said, "Tell me, who are you? Why do you want to kill me?" The murderous intent was revealed only for an instant, but she sensed it very clearly. She'd thought that the opponent was with the uncle from Immortal Farming Sect, but from the looks of it now, it wasn't so. Immortal Farming Sect wanted to capture her alive, and get justice from 7. However, the man before her eyes was an assassin who wanted to kill her. Moonsabre Sect's senior disciple smiled wretchedly, shook his head, and didn't reply. "Since you came to kill me, you should know my identity." Su Clan 16 said dully, "Even if you don't talk, as long as I bring you back to Su Clan's headquarters, there are ways to get you to spill everything. Even if you die, I still have ways to extract your soul and get the answers I want." Her words weren't meant to intimidate. As an ancient large cultivation clan, Su Clan possessed a good deal of mysterious methods. Moonsabre Sect's senior disciple became anxious. He knew well of Su Clan's power and its methods. He was still hesitating, now that his 4 limbs were severed, if he revealed information on Moonsabre Sect. Even if Su Clan 16 spared his life, Moonsabre Sect wouldn't. All he had left was death. Su Clan 16 seemed to be able to read his mind as she spoke again, "Tell me everything you know. I'll let you die quickly." Death could still be divided into a quick death or a painful death. The significance was not in the result, but in the process. Song Shuhang put away the black flying sword and said to 16, "He's probably trying to frame someone. When the uncle from Immortal Farming Sect came in contact with you, he came right after, prepared to kill you. If he succeeded and covered it up, when the time came, everyone would think that it was the uncle from Immortal Farming Sect who killed you. If the matter was covered up, Senior 7 would definitely find Immortal Farming Sect for revenge. At that time, when the Sandpiper and Clam fought each other, the fisherman would have a chance to get both. I think, he might be part of a hidden force that's either Immortal Farming Sect's bitter enemy, or they want something from Immortal Farming Sect." As to how Song Shuhang knew so much, wasn't this how it always played out on the television? One could come up with a similar answer by thinking about this as a sequence of events played out as a plot on a television show. Moonsabre Sect's senior disciple's expression became more and more wretched. "Looks like you guessed right." A small blade slipped out from Su Clan 16's hand. With her resting earlier, her true chi recovered a decent amount. She walked closer to Saber Moon Sect's senior disciple. "I'll ask you one last time. Your name, origin, and the reason you wanted to assassinate me." When Su Clan 16 approached Moonsabre Sect's senior disciple, he suddenly laughed out loud, "Ha ha ha ha." Immediately following, a talisman was spat out of his mouth. The talisman swayed in midair, and transformed into a long crimson saber. The stench of blood dispersed, and the evil saber cut downwards at Su Clan 16's head. This was the talisman his sect gave him to assassinate Su Clan 16, he endured for so long just for 16 to enter the talisman's attack range. However, 16 had already taken precautions. The small blade was raised slightly, blocking the long crimson saber. The blade light on the knife expanded rapidly, it vibrated and easily shattered the crimson saber transformed from a talisman. 16 said, I knew you had other methods. After the Crimson Saber shattered, Moonsabre Sect's senior disciple seemed to feel as if it had happened to himself, screaming continuously in pain, awe. 16 frowned as she sensed a peculiarity. Her figure flickered and the blade in her hand stabbed at the man's head. But, before her blade touched him, an anomaly suddenly occurred. Ah! Moonsabre Sect's senior disciple screamed even more miserably. At the same time, a rune spell from the shattered long crimson saber extended into a long line of blood, connecting to his body. The senior apprentice's spirit, chi, and blood followed this line of blood, merging continually into the long crimson saber. The shattered long saber was thereby restored, and the saber jerked, slashing towards 16. The situation changed extremely fast. 16 could only use her blade to block. Clang! This crimson slash was faster, and fiercer than it was previously. 16 blocked the slash, but she was repelled several steps backwards. Blood Saber Evil Sect's secret technique, Blood God Saber, she recognized the origin of this long crimson saber rune spell. Blood Saber Evil Sect, an evil Tao sect that was extinguished a long, long time ago. The internal disciples used blood as their power source, and transformed blood essence and souls into life-bound evil saber. Every time a life-bound evil saber was created, they often needed to sacrifice several hundreds of human and animal lives. In order to attain a higher realm, the disciples of Blood Saber Evil Sect needed to kill continuously to raise the quality of their own life-bound evil saber. In the end, this evil Tao sect incurred the wrath of the masses, the sect was destroyed, the inheritance severed, and all evil secret techniques were destroyed until nothing was left. Who would have thought that there were still surviving members from Blood Saber Evil Sect? This senior disciple's rune spell contained a part of the secret technique, Blood God Saber. With abundant blood source and chi, Blood God Saber would not be destroyed. Die, hurry up and die. Moonsabre Sect's senior disciple screamed deliriously as his body continued to shrivel till his bones became apparent under his skin. As the Blood God Saber and 16's blade clashed, the evil saber continued to extract his blood essence and spiritual power to restore the damage on the saber's frame. Every round of extraction brought indescribable pain and despair. However, when the Blood God Saber extracted enough nutrients, it would become stronger and stronger. If this continued, 16 who was already heavily injured might actually not be able to endure any further. I'll kill you. I'll kill you, Moonsabre Sect's senior disciple screamed crazily. This was truly a life for a life. See whether all his blood essence and spirit was extracted first, or Su Clan 16 got cut down by the Blood God Saber first. Ding 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 ding. Su Clan 16 parried 7 slashes, continuing to be repelled backwards. She could no longer suppress her internal injuries because of the fierce battle, her face turned dreadfully pale. At last, after she resisted Blood God Saber's 8th slash, the small blade slipped from her hands. I've won. Su Clan 16. Moonsabre Sect's senior disciple laughed uncontrollably, sending his blood essence into Blood God Saber by his own will. In an instant, Blood God Saber's size expanded by a fold. As long as he beheaded 16, he would still have hope of surviving. Whether it was his severed limbs or the consumed blood essence, all could be restored with the sect's rewards. As long as he killed 16. Moonsabre Sect's senior disciple had a malevolent expression with a hint of excitement and conceit. Su Clan 16's expression was dreadfully pale when directly faced with the Blood God Saber that expanded in size. Chi. At this moment, a black flying sword drew a curved sword light and Moonsabre Sect's senior disciple's head was cut off with a slash. The Blood God Saber rune spell extracted large amounts of blood essence and spiritual power from him. After his head was cut off, his life force was extinguished rapidly. He was thoroughly dead. The change occurred so suddenly that in the moment of his death, Moonsabre Sect's senior disciple's malevolent smile and smug expression didn't change. It was Song Shuhang who snuck behind Moonsabre Sect's senior disciple unknowingly, and with a slash, he got another beautiful head. Cultivators have countless life-saving and death-defying methods. Rivoli Purple Mist's words at that time were kept firmly within Song Shuhang's heart. Even if the opponent's hands and legs were disabled, he did not relax his vigilance at all. Snowflake, snowflake, snowflake. Without its master's support, the blood god Saber transformed from the rune spell shattered, and the rune spell turned into ashes. "Thank you," 16 said softly, her expression still dreadfully pale. She owed him yet another debt. "You're welcome," Song Shuhang habitually answered. At the same time, he took a deep breath to calm himself and adjust his mental state of mind. 16 picked up her blade and returned to examine the corpse. He has nothing that proves his identity, moreover, even his soul dispersed. This way, it's become difficult to find out his origin, 16 said gloomily. There's still a way to find out his identity. Song Shuhang had a clue. The black flying sword came with a very valuable clue. But before that, they still had a small problem. Handling the bloodstains on the floor and assassin's corpse was a huge problem for them. The corpse-dissolving liquid was unable to dissolve corpse of a cultivator at second stage and above. Furthermore, the sounds of the battling earlier on and the miserable shriek the assassin had issued before dying might have already aroused the attention of other residents in the building, and someone might come and examine the situation soon. What if residents in this story called the police after noticing the unusual situation? It'd be a huge headache for him, and there wasn't a bald Caucasian here to take the blame for him. Speaking of which, I wonder if that monk's living well inside the prison? Or perhaps he had been already released. Cough, we got sidetracked. Let's deal with these bloodstains and corpse. Song Shuhang spoke. Su Clan 16 nodded and said. The corpse can be temporarily moved into the secret room. I'll contact the Su Clan's headquarters after some time, and there will be professionals coming down to clear up. There won't be any leftover traces nor effect on anything. I can settle the bloodstains outside right now. Both of them carried the corpse into the secret room. Afterwards, 16 took out a bottle of medicinal liquid while sprinkling the contents on the battleground. Once the medicinal liquid came into contact with the bloodstains, it quickly fused together with them, and in the blink of an eye, all the bloodstains had disappeared completely. Other than a few slash traces left in the corridor and Flat's wall, no abnormalities could be seen at the crime scene. As for CCTVs that were installed on this floor, they had been tampered by Su Clan 16 the very day she moved in. That'll be all for now, we'll leave the rest for professionals to clear up afterwards. 16 weakly sat onto the sofa without moving. Song Shuhang too had released a sigh of relief as he fished out his phone to look at the time. It was already 3 minutes past 1 p.m. He still had to rush towards the vehicle administration place at 2 p.m. to sign his attendance for the theory lessons. Afterwards, he still had to send Zhao Yaya to the train station. There was still another hour before he had to sign his attendance, so it could be said that he still had time. Then, Song Shuhang opened the 9 Provinces number 1 group's chat. Within the group, Northern River's loose cultivator sent a worried message. Little friend Shuhang, how's the current situation? Are both of you fine? I've already contacted 7 and he's currently rushing over. Thank you for your concern, Senior. Fortunately, with the assistance of Great Master Profound Principle's flying sword, we are safe and sound as we had temporarily managed to pass through this ordeal, Song Shuhang replied. Northern River's loose cultivator was always online, and after knowing this news, he finally released a sigh in relief. Stay there and don't run about. 7 will rush there within 10 minutes. Okay. Song Shuhang replied. After he finished typing, he then discovered Su Clan 16 had secretly come behind him without him realizing and was looking at his group chat messages. I don't want to meet 7. 16 glared at him with wide eyes and seriously spoke. Song Shuhang immediately tried to persuade her. Be obedient and don't play around. You are currently heavily wounded and that Immortal Sect silly uncle's also intending to catch you alive. With these troublesome matters, it's safer to meet with Senior 7. Also, he's worried for you. 16 frowned. Actually, if she didn't want to meet 7, she would have directly escaped from here. However, Song Shuhang had saved her several times in a day and the favor she owed him was too huge, therefore, she couldn't dismiss Song Shuhang's suggestion. She could only frown and sulk. After Senior 7 arrives, I have to return back to Jiangnan College Town. You don't have to be too disheartened, perhaps Senior 7 has already found a method to treat your injuries? Song Shuhang consoled her. How could it be that easy? 16 muttered. She herself knew her injuries the best, she didn't have much time left. Song Shuhang wanted to continue consoling her, but just then, his phone rang, it was Zhao Yaya who called. Song Shuhang cleared his throat and then answered the call. Sister, are you looking for me? Hello, Shuhang. What's with your phone? Why couldn't I get through earlier on? Zhao Yaya asked. Song Shuhang honestly answered her. Oh, it's because I was at a place without any signal earlier on. I only came out just now. Where are you right now? Zhao Yaya asked once more. Also, where did you run off to in the morning? I heard from Dr. Lee that you had carried a patient from room 570 and ran out of the hospital. You had also took away the hospital's bed sheets in passing. I had to even help you pay for the bedsheet costs. Song Shuhang looked at the bedsheet thrown on the sofa and was speechless. What are you intending to do after carrying that little girl away? She still has injuries on her. Zhao Yaya asked in quick-fire succession. Song Shuhang scratched his head, wondering how to explain it to Zhao Yaya. Just then, knocking came from the door. Song Shuhang raised his head and looked over to see a middle-aged man standing in the doorway. The door had been wrecked by that silly uncle so it wasn't closed, but that middle-aged man had still courteously knocked on the door. Excuse me, but did something happen earlier on here? The middle-aged man asked courteously. He could see that the apartment was in a mess, as if someone had ransacked it earlier on, even the door lock was ruined. Coupled with the fact that a miserable shriek that gave one goosebumps sounded out earlier on, driven by his curiosity, he came over to have a look. I'm sorry, I had a fight with my friend and smashed some things due to anger. We're sorry to have disturbed you. Su Clan 16 stood up and answered calmly. The middle-aged man sighed internally. To think that youngsters these days all had such explosive temper, wrecking the entire apartment because of a fight. After he said a few consoling words smilingly, he did not continue to bother them and returned to his floor. Su Clan 16 voice had transmitted into Zhao Yaya's ears from the phone. Zhao Yaya suddenly thought of something and asked. Shuhang, are you still together with that little lady? Where exactly are you? What have you guys done within this period? Sister, I'm unable to explain this situation clearly in a short time. I'll tell you when I meet with you later on. So, that'll be all, I'm hanging up. Song Shuhang quickly hung up the call. He had to arrange his thoughts first in order to deal with Zhao Yaya's 100,000 questions later on. 16 shrank back on the sofa and started to ponder about the background of that assassin in her mind. Oh right, previously, Song Shuhang seems to have said he had a method to find out that assassin's identity. 16's heart began to get restless. Snowflake, snowflake, snowflake. Currently, in a forest in southern China's tall mountains, there was a region undiscovered by humans. Moonsabre Sect was established here. Moonsabre Sect's headmaster Ba Qianjun was currently leaning against an ice chair while frowning. Grasped in his hands was the most recent mobile phone from Apple and he was currently on call. What? The assassination attempt failed and Su Clan 16 survived. Useless. Ba Qianjun frowned and sighed. A burnt smell was carried along in his breath. Not only that, his body occasionally emitted barbecue-like smell. Upon careful examination, one would find that the entire back of Ba Qianjun was burnt and his right hand was like processed coal. A faint golden flame burning could be faintly seen on these scorched places. These golden flames were tribulation flames caused by failing a tribulation, and his injuries were much more serious than Su Clan 16's. Therefore, Ba Qiandi needed to lie on that cold iron ice chair to rely on its cold attributes to temporarily suppress the golden tribulation flames. Elder Young Master Hai, the assassination failed. What should we do next? He cast his gaze on a figure beside him. That figure was a white-robed young master with a long sword attached on his waist who seemed as graceful as jade. He seemed like an immortal that walked out from an ancient drawing. Moonsabre Sect's chief elder Young Master Hai. Not only did he have tyrannical strength, he had always been the Sect's brain. Rest assured, Sect Master. Elder Young Master Hai calmly laughed with confidence. It doesn't matter even if the assassination failed. I have long finished the preparations, and as long as everything goes according to my plans, your tribulation injuries definitely can be healed. Young Master Hai faintly smiled, as if the whole world was within his grasp. Ba Qianjun laughed together with him with his eyes full of hope. On the table beside the cold iron chair, there was the 7-colored immortal fruit that was emitting a gentle radiance. Young Master Hai turned over, but a strange smiling expression emerged in his eyes. Then Sect Leader, I'll go and make the arrangements. After enacting the second plan, Moonsabre Sect will need to lie low for a while until the thing blows over. After all, the Sky River Su Clan isn't something we can use forcibly go against. We'll have to temporarily abandon the several centuries of legacy of our Moonsabre Sect. Young Master Hai said softly. Several centuries of legacy is but a dead thing. What does it matter if we abandon it temporarily? The tyrant of 1,000 soldiers laughed. Also, once this matter blows over, we can make a comeback. Now, all the matters in the Moonsabre Sect will be left to you, Elder, to manage. The Sect's legacy was but a dead thing. How could it compare to the importance of his heavenly tribulation injuries? Young Master Hai slightly nodded, and left the Moonsabre Sect main hall. He withdrew that strange smiling intent in his eyes. All the Sect disciples could see was the very image of a gentleman as refined as jade. From far off, a female cultivator raced towards young Master Hai. Both her cheeks were blushing as she came to a stop beside him. Elder Hai, all the Moonsabre Sect disciples have already finished their preparations. Appropriate preparations have already been made for everything that can be brought away from the Sect. Things that can't be brought away have already all been hidden in the hidden storage deep within the Sect. Very good. Elder Yao Yen 1, pass down the order. All Moonsabre Sect disciples are to gather in 1 hour. We need to complete the migration today and head to Blue Origin Valley, to stay there temporarily. Young Master Hai caressed the long sword on his waist, saying in a soft voice. Yes, I'll arrange it. Yao Yen nodded slightly. She reluctantly left to arrange the Moonsabre Sect disciples' gathering. Young Master Hai stood at a high spot and overlooked the busy Moonsabre Sect disciples. That strange smiling intent surfaced in his eyes again. At this time, a clump of smoke appeared in his sleeve. That clump of smoke let out a weird laugh. Jiejia, Elder Hai, you really are popular with the ladies. I think that Elder Yao has had affections for you for quite a long time. As long as you say something, even if it's to pluck her to supplement yourself too, she'll probably be willing. She may even take the initiative to run into your embrace. Does Devil Monarch Anji feel I have the will to do this kind of thing? Young Master Hai smiled slightly. Jiejia. The clump of black smoke used a volume that only young Master Hai could hear to laugh eerily. Devil Monarch, I need your help now. Young Master Hai said softly. Your true body has already reached the Jiangnan area, right? Could you please help me capture that Su clan's Shirlu? Leave it to me. Isn't it a matter as simple as flipping my hand? The black smoke in his sleeve laughed. Then I'll have to make a request to Devil Monarch. Young Master Hai said. It's all for our mutual benefit. The smoke in the sleeve began to quieten down. Young Master Hai hand stretched towards the sky, and lightly grabbed at it. The posture was as if he was about to become an immortal and ascend to heaven. Such a posture bewitched several of the female disciples of the Moonsabre sect. Suddenly, a high mountains and flowing waters 3 melody began to play. Even though it was a BGM, it actually quite suited the posture of young Master Hai. Young Master Hai calmly withdrew his hand, and from his white robes, and took out an iPhone of the same model of the Lord of 1,000 Soldiers, and lightly swiped. A cold and emotionless female voice sounded. Elder Hai, I've found Su clan's Chi. Good, use some methods to stall him. The longer the better. Young Master Hai's voice was gentle. Yes, Elder. Even if I have to put my life on the line, I'll complete my mission. The female voice was cold as usual, but it was resolute as she spoke. No, I want you to retreat. Compared to the mission, you are more important to me. You must come back alive. Young Master Hai's voice was soft. Yes, Elder Hai. The female's cold voice trembled as it hung up. He. Young Master Hai kept his phone. Everything was ready. Now all that needed to be done was reel in the net. Time flew by. It was already 1:30 in the afternoon. Song Shuhang frowned. Senior North River had said Chi would reach in 10 minutes. Why hadn't he reached yet? In comparison, Shirlu had a satisfied expression. She would rather Chi not appear. After resting on the sofa for half an hour, her injuries had been suppressed, and her small face was no longer white, but rosy. That's right, Shuhang, you said before that you could find out the assassin's identity? Shirlu looked at Song Shuhang expectantly. I have some leads, and should be able to find out his identity. But I still have some things on. We'll act when it's evening? Song Shuhang replied. Chi still hadn't come, and he couldn't wait any longer. He had to go swipe his card at the driving center at 2, then go send Zhou Yaya to the station. He opened the 9 Provinces number 1 group, and sent a message to Loose Cultivator North River. But Loose Cultivator North River didn't reply him. What is it? Su clan's Shirlu stood up, and said, since Chi still isn't here, why not we go settle your things first? You can use the 9 Provinces number 1 group to contact Chi anyways. No way, you just wait here for Senior Chi. I can settle my matters myself. Song Shuhang rejected righteously. What kind of joke was this? If Shirlu went with him to send Zhou Yaya off, what kind of changes would the script about his life have? 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Song Shuhang had a bitter expression as he swiped his card at the driving center. Then he turned his head to look behind him. 10 meters away, Shirlu's gaze intersected with him. She coldly snorted, then turned her head away. Song Shuhang smiled bitterly. There was nothing he could do. Her legs belonged to her, and if she wanted to come, Song Shuhang couldn't stop her. 2:17. Song Shuhang returned to the hospital again, to send Zhou Yaya to the station. When one looked back, there was Shirlu following 10 meters behind. Their gazes intersected again, and with another cold snort, she turned away again. What was that supposed to mean? Another thing that exceeded his expectations was that Zhou Yaya didn't ask much. She just let him carry 2 bags, then walked together with him to the train. Zhou Yaya could take the train to the motorcar station. Then, she'll change to the 3 o'clock motorcar to go home. Zhou Yaya finally lowered her voice and asked on the road, "Is the miss behind your girlfriend?" "No. She's a junior of a friend of mine. I only just found out today." Song Shuhang lowered his voice. "Oh." Zhou Yaya nodded, then was silent again. When Song Shuhang sent her onto the train, she lightly patted his shoulder. "I won't ask you so much about why you carried her away from the hospital. But, the little miss doesn't have much longer. If you have the time, go and have some fun with her. Don't let her have any regrets. Anyways, that's something you're good at." Song Shuhang didn't know how to reply. "I think she's just playing at being difficult with you. Give in to the little miss, as she's still young and not very sensible yet." Zhou Yaya said sincerely. She finally waved and got on the train. "Still young? Not very sensible?" Song Shuhang looked at Ah Shirlu. Alright, perhaps Ah Shirlu was petite, and looked a bit young. But Song Shuhang was sure that she was probably older than him. Still, Zhou Yaya was right. Ah Shirlu perhaps no longer had much time left. Hiddenly sighing, Song Shuhang bought 2 ice creams from next to the train station. Then he went to Ah Shirlu and gave one to her. "Can you eat it? It won't affect your injuries, right?" Song Shuhang asked. Ah Shirlu silently accepted it, and lightly licked it. "Let's make a trip to the driving center from just now. I need to participate in a driving license subject 1 theory test. Then, we'll investigate that assassin's identity," Song Shuhang said. Ah Shirlu nodded, quietly following behind Song Shuhang. Previous chapter. Next chapter 1, Ao Yen means beautiful face in Chinese. 2. Caibu, can be translated as, plucking to nurture. The idea was that a person could greatly increase their cultivation by plundering the vital energies of their partner during sex. A male doing this to his female partner, as was usually the case, was said to be plucking yin to nurture yang. It added a connotation of rape to dual cultivation, since it was victimizing and especially since young girls were seen as prime targets to plunder. From an article on dual cultivation, https://immortalmountain.wordpress.com/2017/07/dual-cultivation-human-cauldrons 3, https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=q_esy. 4 in the afternoon. After the course on theoretical studies at the Office of Vehicle Management, Song Shuhang and Tubo went to register for driver's license first subject test. For him and Tubo, the theoretical test was of no difficulty. In less than 5 minutes, the two completed the test with full marks. Then, the two obtained the score report from the examiner and left the exam room. "Shuhang, I already found an instructor. After we pay the tuition, we just have to wait for him to contact us to practice driving and we'll be able to attempt the second subject test in half a month at most." Tubo smiled smugly. The instructor he found saved them the most time, as they would be able to arrange for the second subject test as fast as possible. "Okay, when you go pay the fees, call me." Song Shuhang continued, "Oh, Tubo, I'm going out at night to deal with some matters. You guys don't have to wait for me with dinner." "Okay, gotcha," Tubo replied. The two waved each other farewell at the vehicle administration. When Song Shuhang left the vehicle administration, 16 who had been waiting outside all this time came up to him. "Where are we going next?" "What's the clue you spoke of?" she asked curiously. Song Shuhang patted the black metal flying sword on the side of his waist. "The clue is Great Master Profound Principle's flying sword." Due to the concealing formation, 16 couldn't see the flying sword. She remembered that Song Shuhang used this flying sword to cut off the assassin's head. This flying sword was the clue? Huh. Wait. This flying sword had been brought over by the assassin? This flying sword was sent by Great Master Profound Principle through documents delivering flying sword technique. Senior Medicine Master asked me to mail it back to Great Master Profound Principle. Song Shuhang explained. However, yesterday, little Jiang who transported the flying sword called to tell me he was knocked out and the delivery was robbed. This matter was really quite a coincidence. No one would have thought the assassin would bring the black metal flying sword to kill 16. In the end, Song Shuhang used the flying sword for a comeback kill. 16 asked, the assassin robbed the flying sword? Song Shuhang shook his head, no, the one who robbed the delivery wasn't the assassin. Little Jiang said on the phone that the guy that robbed the delivery had already been caught yesterday, and is currently still in his hands. As I see it, the robber and the assassin might be partners. So, we're going to visit the robber. Perhaps we can get the information we need from him. As long as we figure out his identity, all of it will come to light. Song Shuhang suspected that the incident with Immortal farming sect was also related to the forces behind the assassin. Obviously, they specially created a conflict between Immortal farming sect and Su Clan 7 in order to profit from it. Then, we're going to find little Jiang now? 16's eyes brightened. I'll first call little Jiang and ask where he is. Song Shuhang pulled out his phone and dialed Sima Jiang's number. Very soon, Sima Jiang answered the call. Without waiting for Song Shuhang to speak, Sima Jiang quickly said, Student Shuhang. You're asking for the news on the delivery? Please don't worry. We already know his partner's appearance and location. Tonight, I'll definitely retrieve the delivery. Song Shuhang glanced at the flying sword at his waist and laughed, no need to look for the delivery. Due to some coincidence, the delivery item is already back in my hands. We can talk about the specifics later. I need your help right now, little Jiang. I want to meet the robber and ask him a few questions. Sima Jiang was slightly stunned, but he immediately replied, no problem, I'm situated at Jiangnan Fengshuo Express Delivery Headquarters. What's your current location? How about I drive over right now to pick you up? That works too. Then, pick us up at Jiangnan College Town's eastern entrance. We'll wait for you here. Song Shuhang replied. I'll be there soon. Sima Jiang answered. Snowflake 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 Song Shuhang hung up. Then, he said, let's go, we're heading to the eastern entrance to wait for little Jiang. Yup. Su Clan 16 gently answered. The two followed around the artificial lake inside schoolyard and headed towards the east entrance. 16, why hasn't Senior 7 come yet? Song Shuhang asked. He'd said he would be here in 10 minutes. But several hours have already passed. Who knows? 16 replied. I'll go ask in the group. Song Shuhang opened and sent a text in 9 Provinces number 1 group. Stressed by a mountain of books, Senior 7, you're not here yet? Northern River's loose cultivator replied, I haven't received any reply from 7 either. Keep in touch I guess, I'll contact you immediately once I have news from 7. Okay, I'll keep in touch. We're going to Jiangnan Fengshuo Express Delivery Headquarters. If Senior 7 replies, let him go straight to the headquarters location to find us, Song Shuhang replied. Northern River's loose cultivator, okay, be careful. 16 sighed, then said, forget it, let me ask. Shuhang, lend me your phone, I'll call 7 and ask him where he is. That couldn't be better. Song Shuhang turned around and handed the phone to her. 16 lowered her head and started to dial the number. A short while later, she frowned, 7's phone is out of battery. It's turned off. So we can only wait for him to contact us, what's that? Song Shuhang pointed in the distance and asked apprehensively. Following the direction in which he pointed, there was a black smoke condensed into a ball, flying at great speed in the not-so-distant sky. Behind this black smoke ball, a 5 meters long Pekingese stuck its tongue out as it pursued it relentlessly. A ball and a dog, chasing each other in the air. However, the students below didn't see a ball and a dog, they saw nothing. A monster beast? Sioux Clan 16 said. Monster beasts had special physical qualities that made normal humans unable to discover them. As she spoke, the black smoke ball suddenly changed directions and rushed toward Song Shuhang and 16. Song Shuhang had one hand on the flying sword and his other hand reached to grab an evil warding talisman, ready to release it at any time. After the black smoke ball approached, it suddenly burst open and enveloped Song Shuhang and 16. A chilly voice sounded from the smoke, "TSK, TSK, Sioux Clans Jr., I've found you." "Who is it?" Song Shuhang shouted. Right as he said that, he suddenly felt a massive hand pick him up. As he flew up in the air, he felt like he was riding the clouds. Behind him, Sioux Clan 16 was sent flying by an invisible force. "Tisk, TSK. My name, you can call me Demon Monarch Anji." The voice in black smoke ball laughed uncannily. "Sioux Clans Jr., how about you come with me? Don't worry, I have no intention of taking your life." "The assassin's partner?" Song Shuhang asked. "And, I'm not Sioux Clans Jr. Demon Monarch Anji, did you catch the wrong person?" Demon Monarch did not answer Song Shuhang, for the massive Pekingese let out a loud roar from behind, closing in quickly and biting at the plumes of smoke. King Dog. Demon Monarch Anji grabbed Song Shuhang tightly and accelerated towards the sky. Woof woof, the massive Pekingese was in hot pursuit. As Demon Monarch Anji shot up into the sky, grabbing onto Sioux Clans Jr. with the Surname song, a figure suddenly scuttled out from a corner in the schoolyard and chased after the black smoke ball. "Put down Sioux Clans Jr., bastard. She's our target." It was the silly uncle from Immortal farming sect who had bandages wrapped around both his hands. Demon Monarch Anji's smoke ball, a dog, and an uncle chased one after another, disappearing very quickly. As for the true protagonist of this matter, Sioux Clan 16 clutched at her stomach in pain as she climbed up from the ground. By the way, she was the actual Sioux Clans Jr., got it? What show were they playing in that they took Song Shuhang? As Sioux Clan 16 had injuries on her, she was basically unable to chase the distant ball of smoke, the dog, and the uncle. She could only clench her teeth and call Seven's phone using Song Shuhang's mobile phone. "Seven, hurry up and answer." In the skies, Demon Monarch Anji that had transformed into a ball of smoke was pursued tightly by a monster Pekingese, who knew where it came from, but it was quite strong. Demon Monarch Anji was very depressed as this monster Pekingese had suddenly attacked him as soon as it revealed itself, without him provoking him at all. Also, they were equally matched with each other when he had collided with it earlier on. He reckoned that even if he revealed all his skills, he would still require a long-lasting huge battle that'd take several days before he would be able to defeat this monster dog. Furthermore, he did not know if it had any hidden tricks up its sleeve. He had a task on hand right now, so where would he have the time to be tangled with that Pekingese? "Since I can't afford to offend it, can't I flee from it?" Therefore, Demon Monarch Anji accelerated in his escape, intending to increase the distance between them. Song Shuhang was tightly grabbed by an invisible hand while soaring through the clouds. He felt that his internal organs were about to be squeezed out, a completely unexpected state he'd never thought he would find himself in. So unfortunate. Meanwhile, the silly uncle was pursuing with all his might far behind them. He had hidden in a secret place earlier on while continuing to tail Sioux Clan 16 so that he could capture her alive after Immortal farming sect's reinforcements arrived. He didn't think that Demon Monarch Anji would suddenly descend while using black smoke to shroud both 16 and Song Shuhang. Afterwards, he had grabbed onto a figure and flew away. Indistinctly, Immortal farming sect's uncle had also heard the voice saying, Su Clans Jr., how about you come with me? Su Clans 16 was taken away. This was an outrage. Without Su Clans 16, how could they, the Immortal farming sect, deal with Su Clans 7? Therefore, Immortal farming sect's uncle rapidly pursued the black smoke and the Pekingese without thinking. This uncle's mental state was one-track minded. He did not even take a look at who was left behind while directly chasing after Demon Monarch Anji. While chasing, he had even taken out a talisman that had the ability of transmitting sounds over 1,000 miles to request for assistance from Immortal farming sect and let them lay out an ambush in front. Lay an ambush for that ball of black smoke, we must snatch Su Clan 16, Immortal farming sect's uncle spoke while clenching his teeth. This time, they could only succeed in capturing Su Clan 16, failure was not permitted. Snowflake 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 at the same time, in a remote area not far from Jiangnan town. Ghost chi pervaded the area, the gloomy aura taking shape of a temporarily sealed space. Within the sealed space, Su Clan 7 was standing straight with both his hands behind his back while his carry-on saber transformed into a sea of sabers, clustered like stars in Milky Way. Beside him were innumerable and densely packed resentful ghosts' remains. Over 10,000 resentful ghosts had all perished under 7 saber. 1,000 ghost devouring formation, you are sure generous, 7's deep voice sounded. This huge formation famed for its fighting prowess in the cultivation world by drowning the target in a huge swarm of ants had stalled him for an entire 3 hours. The other party came prepared just to hinder him, their target seemed to be 16. Thinking of it, 7's anger increased many times over. In front of 7 was a lady in white that had laid out this 1,000 ghost-devouring formation. Her entire body was tightly bound with bandages, similar to an Egyptian mummy, and had only revealed a pair of black-red eyes. Not only that, her body was faintly emitting the scent of a decaying dead body. This was a unique innate physique which had the ability to attract ghosts and attach them to her body. In ancient times, this sort of physique was the most favorite seedling of those depraved ghost cultivators. With this physique, they basically wouldn't need to painstakingly search for various kinds of resentful ghosts as the latter would unceasingly come themselves. As such, a ghost cultivator's strength would increase like the speed of a rocket. It was because she possessed this type of physique that she did not require the assistance of magical treasures such as 10,000 Ghosts banner and had relied totally on her corporeal body to release 10,000 resentful ghosts in order to form a huge 1,000 ghost-devouring formation. It's a pity that this 1,000 ghost-devouring formation can only stall those like you for some time only. That lady's voice sounded without a trace of feelings. Humph, Su Clan's 7 coldly snorted. His carry-on saber slashed across horizontally and something like an invisible screen seemed to have been smashed apart by his saber chi in the air. Losing the support of over 10,000 ghosts, the 1,000 ghost-devouring formation had completely crumbled. The chilling aura of ghost chi in the skies scattered and the densely packed resentful ghosts' remains also dissolved into small particles and dissipated. That lady coldly snorted. She had used her body as a substitute for 10,000 Ghosts banner to lay out the formation, and now that it was broken, she would naturally receive the backlash. The instant the formation broke, Su Clan 7 disappeared and reappeared behind the lady, the blade in his hands pressed on the back of her head. 7 did not have any intention to kill her, but wanted to get information out of her instead. Meanwhile, that lady seemed to know that she was unable to flee, therefore she did not have any intention of escaping. Furthermore, without waiting for Su Clan 7 to ask, she had already calmly spoken, "Elder told me to tell you that if you want to look for 16, head over to Moonsabre Sect. My mission was to hold you up. 16 had already been taken away by the Elder's subordinates while I stalled you." Su Clan 7 almost exploded in anger. What the heck was this Moonsabre Sect? Why was it looking for trouble with him when he had basically never even heard of such a small sect? He asked, "Where is Moonsabre Sect located at?" That mummy lady shook her head. "I don't know. I've never been to Moonsabre Sect. My mission is completed and you can kill me if you so please. You're crazy. 7 chopped off this lady's head without the slightest hesitation, blood splashing all over. The lady softly fell onto the floor and her life force dissipated. She didn't even know where's the place and had told him to look for Moonsabre Sect. If this wasn't something crazy, then what was it? However, the other party had taken Su Clan 16 away. 7 was so angry that he ferociously stepped on the floor and a few holes were formed. Just then, a sweet-sounding music sounded. This wasn't a leveling up sound effect issued after 7 killed a monster, but his mobile phone ringing. 7 fished out his phone and realized it was an unknown number that called him. Was it from those fellas of Moonsabre Sect? He then answered the call. However, the voice he heard from the phone was actually 16's sweet-sounding voice instead. Hello? 7, I've finally managed to get through. Instantly, the gloomy expression on Su Clan 7's face suddenly dissipated and his entire state was like a cloudy weather turning clear. 16. Are you alright? I was held up earlier on by someone. Where are you right now? Did you encounter any attacks? Jiangnan College Town, East Gate. I did indeed encounter an attack. Su Clan 16 paused for a moment before continuing. Afterwards, they had grabbed the wrong person and took Shuhang away. Anyway, hurry up and come over here. As expected, those people from Moonsabre Sect are all crazy. I'll be there immediately. Pay attention to your safety. This time, I will definitely rush there within 5 minutes, Su Clan 7 said with his teeth clenched. His saber floated in the air and formed a blade light that supported 7 while flying through the skies with the speed of a lightning. Snowflake, snowflake, snowflake. In less than 5 minutes, Su Clan 7 had flown and arrived at Jiangnan College Town's East Gate's location. He scattered the blade light technique and withdrew the concealing magic on himself before descending in an uninhabited location. After that, he swiftly arrived beside 16. 16. 7 gave 16 a bear hug and only inwardly released a sigh of relief after sizing her up. Tell me what happened in detail, said Su Clan 7. 16 told him how she was attacked by the uncle from Immortal farming sect in the hospital, how Song Shuhang saved her, how an assassin came to kill them, how she and Song Shuhang were prepared to find the clues about the assassin in Fengshuo Express Delivery's headquarters in Jiangnan, and how a strange ball of smoke took away Song Shuhang. There was a monster Pekingese following the smoke ball, too. When she had finished, 16 asked, 7. Did you really steal the treasure of Immortal farming sect and wound their disciples? No, I would never do something like that, Su Clan 7 said, shaking his head. But, a few days ago, I did go to Immortal farming sect, he spoke and frowned slightly. At that time, I met a friend, and we got along quite well. When he knew that I was looking for medicine to cure injury from heavenly tribulation, he recommended to me the 7 colors wonder fruit of Immortal farming sect. As a small sect, Immortal farming sect was very good at planting spiritual drugs, and thus was a little famous among cultivators. At that time, that friend of mine accompanied me to Immortal farming sect and we asked them if they could sell the 7 colors wonder fruit to me. However, they refused as 7 colors wonder fruit was the most precious treasure of their sect and was not for sale. So, I gave it up and went on to look for other medicine. It seemed that, since he and his friend had gone to Immortal farming sect, he was targeted by that Moonsabre Sect. Was Moonsabre Sect trying to create a conflict between him and Immortal farming sect and then continue to profit from it by framing him after they stole the 7 colors wonder fruit? Don't seek death. It was so easy to understand, so why was there always someone who didn't understand it? 7. What are we going to do? Song Shuhang has been seized, 16 asked. It was because of her that he was seized. Do you know where they're going to take Song Shuhang? Asked 7. 16 shook her head. She saw the direction the black smoke ball was running away in, but it kept changing directions and masked its own scent when running away. It had been so long that they would not have been able to catch up with it. She was worried about Song Shuhang's safety. If the other party found out midway that it didn't catch the junior of the Su clan but another person, it might kill Song Shuhang. The longer they tarried, the more danger he was in. Don't worry, we still have another clue. Su Clan 7 pondered for a while and then explained, the assassin's companion is the clue as Song Shuhang mentioned, and we shall meet the companion of the assassin at once. As he spoke, 16th's cell phone rang. She turned it on and checked it. Coincidentally, it was a call from Little Jiang of Fengshuo Express Delivery. 16 got on the phone. Hello, student Shuhang, I have arrived at the east gate to Jiangnan College. Where are you? The voice of Sima Jiang came from the cell phone. 16 looked around and soon found that there were 7 express delivery cars at the east gate. Mr. Jiang, I see you, we'll be right there. Sima Jiang heard the voice of a woman, paused, and asked with doubt, you are? I'm a friend of Song Shuhang's. I need to see the robber, 16 replied and went towards the express delivery cars with 7. What about student Song Shuhang? Sima Jiang looked at 7 and 16, feeling suspicious as he didn't see Song Shuhang with them. At this moment, 7 began to speak in a soft voice, he had something to do, so he left first and will not accompany us to see the robber. Don't worry. Just take us to see the robber. There seemed to be a magical power that could soothe people in the voice of 7. When Sima Jiang heard his words, he nodded and stopped doubting them. Then, he started the express delivery car and took them to Fengshu Express Delivery's headquarters in Jiangnan. Snowflake, 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 the robber was closely guarded. Now, he was sitting in a daze in the basement. Have Sima Jiang's men found senior brother? If they do, what happens next? Will senior brother be caught or Sima Jiang's men all get killed? Also, would Moonsabre Sect send someone to save me? While he was thinking wildly, the basement door was pushed open. Sima Jiang led a man and a woman into the basement. It was this guy who robbed me, Sima Jiang said. Thank you. We'll take care of the rest. 7-foot voice was soft, still with the reassuring charm. Sima Jiang nodded silently, left the basement and closed the door behind him. When he left, 7 snapped his finger, and a saber popped up beside him. As shiny patterns appeared on the saber, a formation preventing snooping from outside and insulating sound was set in an instant. Seeing this, the robber knew something terrible was going to happen to him. Now, tell me your name, your background, and the reason you came, Su Clan 7 said coldly. Even if he didn't do anything, the robber still felt overwhelmed by a terrible force and found it hard to breathe. My name is Zhao Bulu, an outer disciple of Moonsabre Sect. Zhao Bulu had no intention to resist at all and told them all his personal information almost instinctively. As commanded by the seniors of our sect, I came here a few days ago to monitor someone. I'm just an outer disciple. I do what the seniors tell me to do, and I don't know anything else. Just as expected, he was a member of Moonsabre Sect, and he had started to monitor 16 many days ago, even before he went to Immortal Farming Sect. If so, the friend that took him to Immortal Farming Sect was really questionable. Su Clan 7 thought himself a rough guy who was not good at conspiracies or exchanging of words. Since he became a cultivator, he had been through a lot of conspiracies, and what he could rely on were only himself and the saber on his hand. The last question, where is the position of Moonsabre Sect? 7 asked in a low voice. It's in southern China, on a thickly forested mountain. The specific position is XXXX, Zhao Bulu told them exactly what he knew. Good, you just made the right choice. Su Clan 7 turned to 16 and said, come on, let's go to Moonsabre Sect. 16 nodded silently. After the two left the basement, Zhao Bulu was sweating and gasping for breath. When he faced that man just now, he felt like he was going to die. At the entrance of the basement, Sima Jiang was waiting for 7 and 16. Have you two got the answer you wanted? Asked Sima Jiang. Yes, we've got the answer. Thank you, Mr. Sima. 16 smiled. Thanks for your help. I will prepare a gift for you when things are done. You're welcome, Sima Jiang said quickly. We gotta go. Sorry to have bothered you. Goodbye. 7 waved. Sima Jiang nodded and watched the two leave. After seeing Su Clan's 7 off, Sima Jiang suddenly scratched his head. Was I possessed today? He felt that he was just too obedient to that man today, even more obedient than a son facing his father. Snowflake, snowflake, snowflake at the same time. Holding Song Shuhang, Demon Monarch Anji flew for a distance and stopped. In front of him, there appeared a group of cultivators of Immortal farming sect whose eyes were burning with rage. Behind him, there was a monster Pekingese that was running after him. Give us Su Clan 16, the group of cultivators shouted fiercely. They were not good at combat, but now they were quite excited, as if they got high. Huh, a bunch of weaklings, you think you can stop me? Chased by the monster Pekingese behind him, Demon Monarch Anji was already mad. Now, even these cultivators of Immortal farming sect who numbered merely 5 dared to look down upon him. There were 17 hidden cultivators who arrived as reinforcements from Immortal farming sect. They had a strong presence, all soaring with fighting spirit. Unfortunately, that was the only merit they had. Their absolute strength was too weak. Of the 17, only 2 were 3rd stage cultivators, the rest was only in 2nd stage realm. On top of that, Immortal farming sect was famous in the cultivation world for its garbage combat capabilities. Just how much destruction power these 17 could bring was seriously to be doubted. At this time, the uncle from Immortal farming sect came speedily from behind. He wore a pair of blue boots, which was apparently a magical treasure. Only with this magical treasure was he able to stick tightly to Demon Monarch Anji's back, and he was even a bit faster than the big Pekingese. Of course, the Pekingese did not chase with all its strength. The wits of a monster at this level were not lower than that of a human's. It saw that there was conflict between the uncle from Immortal farming sect and Demon Monarch Anji, so it stayed behind happily to wait for an opening, letting the uncle spearhead the attack. The uncle from Immortal farming sect had not caught up yet when his voice did. Go, the guy inside the ball of black smoke intercepted Su Clan 16. Get him. Immediately following, the uncle bellowed and jumped high up as he spun his body like the horn of a venomous dragon, drilling towards Demon Monarch Anji. His first strike was a big one. 17 Immortal farming sect's cultivators immediately followed with their own attacks. Only a 4th stage cultivator had the power to control flying swords, so other than 3 cultivators who used bow magical treasures, the rest of the Immortal farming sect cultivators could only jump high in the air like the uncle then attack together. Adding the uncle, there were 18 Immortal farming sect cultivators. Each of them jumped 5 stories high, and vigorously attacked. As they raised their fists, true chi surged with all sorts of light effects. The scene was much more magnificent than a contemporary martial arts movie. Then, their total damage dealt to Demon Monarch Anji equated to 0 points. Demon Monarch Anji sneered in midair. The thick black fog essentially established a 365 2 degrees no blind spot circular defense. Ding ding ding. Disordered sounds resonated. Immortal farming sect's cultivators' attacks could only futilely set off sparks on the circular defense. Then, subject to gravity's effects, the cultivators all fell back down to the ground. Demon Monarch Anji never paid any attention to these weaklings. His sight skimmed toward the distance as the big Pekingese that stuck its tongue out swiftly approached him. In another 10 breaths, the big Pekingese would be able to bite at him again. 5 breaths are enough to finish off these weaklings. Demon Monarch Anji thought. Huh, he bellowed, and the circular defense exploded, turning into hundreds of short black swords. Go! Demon Monarch Anji shouted. The hundreds of short black swords were like lively piranhas, dispersing and charging towards the 18 immortal farming sect cultivators. Whoosh, 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 a series of sounds of sharp swords cutting through flesh resounded as blood spilled everywhere and screams of pain were ceaseless. One breath later. Other than the uncle and the 2/3 stage immortal farming sect's cultivators, the rest of the members of the immortal farming sect bit the dust. Every one of them had dozens of sword injuries. Right when they met the enemy, half of them were killed off instantly. One could only say, they truly were people from Immortal Farming Sect. As expected, cultivators 4th stage or above aren't easy to deal with. The uncle from Immortal Farming Sect clenched his teeth in infuriation. Sword controlling technique, 4th stage cultivator. 4th stage cultivators were also called illusory core cultivators in the ancient times, as they were one step away from materializing the golden core, and becoming a 5th stage golden core spiritual emperor. They had so many people, but they still didn't last one round against their opponent. Damn it, Immortal Farming Sect's strongest reinforcements were still on the way, a bit more time was needed for him to arrive. They had to endure, at least until Brother Zhengneng arrived. As he was thinking, the uncle opened his eyes wide and looked at the center of the black fog. Huh? As the body-shielding black fog turned into swords and attacked like a school of fish, the black fog dispersed, finally revealing Demon Monarch Anji's true appearance. He was a burly man in a red armor, and a black fog covered his facial features, blocking people from being able to see how he looks. This was not the point, however, the point was the man behind Demon Monarch Anji. Behind Demon Monarch Anji was a huge tail that transformed into a large hand, which grabbed onto a man. According to reason, the one who was grabbed should be Lady Su Clan 16. However, the uncle took a good, hard look to see a pretty-faced young man. Scammer. The uncle pointed at Song Shuhang and roared, "Bastard, how come it's you? Where's Su Clan 16? What?" Demon Monarch Anji was also stunned, and then he turned his head to look at the human organism on his tail. Hee, oof. Song Shuhang laughed tragically. He dreamt countless times of the way he'd look flying in the blue sky. In his thoughts, he maybe piloted a plane like an eagle piercing through the vast sky, flying between heaven and earth. Or maybe, he learned how to ride a flying sword and tread on sword light, laughing defiantly above the entire country. What an elegant imagery that was. But, he never thought his first true experience of flying would be being grabbed by someone and forcefully riding up into the clouds. Moreover, Demon Monarch Anji's tail-formed hand that grabbed him shook violently on the way, almost squeezing out his organs. His first blue sky experience was 32 thumbs down. It instantly crushed his real men soar in the blue sky dream. Ideals were so ample, but reality was barebones harsh. Not Su Clan 16. Demon Monarch Anji asked doubtfully. Hee. Song Shuhang laughed tragically in ridicule to express his complicated feelings at this moment. Not 16. When I yelled, "Su Clan's Junior, what the hell did you bellow out for?" Demon Monarch Anji said angrily. Hee. Song Shuhang stayed silent for a short while, then decided to laugh miserably in ridicule again. Screw your dad. I just answered, "Who is it, okay? You assumed I was Su Clan 16 based on that and grabbed me? The target's not right, retreat." The silly uncle from Immortal Farming Sect was decisive in making the call as he shouted. As for this damned scammer, whether he lived or died was none of his beeswax. He only cared about Su Clan 16. Demon Monarch Anji paused for 2 breaths or so. TSK, interesting. Suddenly, Demon Monarch laughed boisterously. No one knew what he was thinking and what he found so funny. Hee. Sword. At this moment, Song Shuhang struggled to pinch the talisman in his pocket, activating it. He had been gripped too tightly by Demon Monarch's hand, so it was with great difficulty that he was able to pinch the sword talisman with his fingers. Taking advantage of when Demon Monarch was flabbergasted, he was finally able to find the chance to use the sword talisman. The sword talisman was activated, and an illusory figure appeared behind Song Shuhang. The figure stood proudly and stared at Demon Monarch Anji. Afterwards, the figure formed a sword with its fingers, and according to Song Shuhang's will, it slashed towards the root of Demon Monarch Anji's tail. A resplendent sword light was set off, locking onto Demon Monarch Anji. In the Demon Monarch's eyes, the only thing left between heaven and earth was this sword, nothing else could be seen. This was a talisman created by a talisman master. The sword light was an exquisite sword technique. However, the talisman master's cultivation stage was not high, at least when the talisman was created, the master did not materialize the golden core and ascend to a spiritual emperor. So, the power of this sword strike from the talisman was only of a third-stage cultivator. But Demon Monarch didn't dare look down on this sword light, even if it only had the power of a third stage. The sword light was an exquisite sword technique. If he weren't careful, he might unexpectedly get hurt. Facing the sword light aiming towards his rear, Demon Monarch Anji suddenly released a weird laugh. He loosened his tail and flung Song Shuhang down from high in the sky. No one knew the thoughts of demon cultivators. The original intention of Song Shuhang when releasing this sword was to force Demon Monarch to throw him off so that he could escape. But, he never thought that before the sword had reached, Demon Monarch Anji had already taken the initiative to fling him away. Perhaps for Demon Monarch, since Song Shuhang wasn't Su Clan 16, he was of no value? Or maybe he had other intentions? No one would know of his thoughts shortly after. Demon Monarch Anji clasped his hands together and small black swords that filled the skies traveled back and forth, forming a surging sword ball in front of him that directly collided with the sword talisman's attack. Bang! The black-colored ball struck together with the splendorous sword light, causing the true chi in both to explode and transform into tangible shock waves while surging towards all directions. Song Shuhang, who was currently falling from the sky, was affected by the aftermath and his speed rapidly increased as he shot towards the ground, as if an arrow was attached on him. In this moment, Rocket Song Shuhang only had one thought: please don't let me ram into something hard. Boom! 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 In the skies, after the shockwaves died out, Demon Monarch Anji stood in the air as before, with a ray of black-colored layer of light beneath his feet supporting his figure. He wasn't injured in the slightest, and the demeanor of an expert had undoubtedly been displayed by him at this moment. Woof woof. Just then, the Pekingese released 2 barks before 4 flame wheel-like entities suddenly appeared on the soles of its feet. With the assistance of those flame wheels, the monster Pekingese's speed instantly increased by more than 1 level. It opened its mouth towards Demon Monarch Anji, like a hungry dog pouncing on its food. F***ck, why is this dog chasing me so relentlessly? Demon Monarch's act as an expert demeanor didn't even last for 2 seconds before falling apart. He hurriedly withdrew the small black swords that filled the skies before transforming into smoke and rapidly moving about in midair, cutting a sorry figure while trying to escape from that huge monster Pekingese. Snowflake, 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 boom. Song Shuhang finally fell on the ground. Luckily, he didn't run into any rocks. Even so, he still felt as if his internal organs had broken into pieces as acute pain surged forth while continuously dealing him mental damage. Currently, he felt that his decision to diligently cultivate a few days back was absolutely correct. Fortunately, his physique had been strengthened to the current state, which was why he wasn't dead after this fall. On another side, Immortal farming Sect's uncle and 2 third-stage cultivators were rapidly treating their comrades. Their luck could be considered good, for although many had collapsed on the ground due to heavy injuries, at least no one had died. Doggy, wait for me. Wait till this lord here finds time, I will definitely slaughter you and stew your dog meat. Demon Monarch Anji sent out an angered roar in the skies. Looks like he had suffered losses in that Pekingese's mouth one. Shortly after, his body swept downwards like an eagle grabbing a little chick, and grabbed the Immortal farming sect's uncle. He didn't grab onto Song Shuhang, but instead chose the uncle. Afterwards, Demon Monarch escaped far away. Could it be that Demon Monarch was actually nearsighted and grabbed the wrong person again? In the air, the big Pekingese spat out a mouthful of black substance with disdain in its dog eyes. Woof! Woof! Senior Brother Zhengde. Of the 2 third-grade cultivators from Immortal farming sect, the female cultivator cried out in fear after looking at the uncle being taken away. Shortly after, she leapt forth and chased after Demon Monarch Anji. So, Immortal farming sect's silly uncle's Dao name was Zhengde. Another third-stage cultivator had initially wanted to chase after him too, but after looking at the numerous injured senior and junior brothers lying on the ground, he could only inwardly grit his teeth to resist the impulse and stay behind to treat them. Immortal farming sect's injured disciples sat up cross-legged one by one under his assistance to regulate their breath and recover from their injuries. After softly sighing, this third-stage cultivator then looked at Song Shuhang's body lying far away. After thinking for a moment, ultimately he still went over and helped Song Shuhang up to feed him a medicine pill to treat his injuries. Immortal farming sect was good in planting various spiritual grasses and immortal herbs, while different types of medicinal pills within the sect were aplenty. That was why they were willing to gift a stranger with a pill that healed injuries. On the other hand, this was also a common practice in Immortal farming sect. The style of their sect was being simple and honest, with majority of its disciples having kind disposition. If it weren't for their sect's treasure 7 colors wonder fruit being snatched away, they would not be so angry. Also, it was thanks to the fact that it had been relatively peaceful in the cultivation world for the past 100 years, else their sect that didn't have high fighting strength would have been hard-pressed to maintain its inheritance. After Song Shuhang had consumed the pill, he could distinctly sense a cool and refreshing aura flowing into his internal organs from his mouth. The originally acute pain within his internal organs had quickly disappeared and it became comfortable after this refreshing aura flowed past. After a few breaths, his internal injuries had fully recovered. Thank you. Song Shuhang took a deep breath and got up from the ground. This third-stage cultivators had a complicated expression, but ultimately sighed and said, "You're welcome." While they were speaking, Immortal sect's disciples had all finished regulating their breath and gathered around them. As the uncle called Zhengde had been captured and another female third-grade cultivator chased after him, the one who was the most powerful figure amongst Immortal farming sect's disciples was the third-grade cultivator beside Song Shuhang. A disciple who still possessed the innocence of a child on his face spoke with a bitter face. "Senior Brother Zheng Yan, what are we to do now?" They didn't manage to catch Su Clan 16, but instead their senior brother Zhengde had been captured by that strange person and even senior sister Zheng Yu had chased after them. This was suffering a double loss after trying to trick the enemy, they had suffered an extremely great loss. Thinking of here, that disciple fiercely stared at Song Shuhang as he felt that everything had happened because of Song Shuhang. Right now, we shall wait for senior brother Zhengneng to arrive before deciding. Senior brother Zhengde has junior sister Zheng Yu following him so we can maintain contact with her at any time. Zheng Yan sighed again. The senior brother Zhengneng he mentioned was a fourth-stage cultivator that had been the main fighting strength of Immortal farming sect within the reinforcement team. In a moment's time, anxiety was on faces of all the Immortal farming sect disciples. Just then, Song Shuhang suddenly raised his hands and asked, although I'm sorry that I'm disturbing you, but can I ask a question?" "Humph," that disciple who still had the innocence of a child coldly snorted. "Fellow Taoist, please speak your mind," senior brother Zheng Yan spoke. "I want to know, if a powerful monster beast is currently heading towards us, how should we deal with it?" Song Shuhang gaze swept over the skies. That huge monster Pekingese was tired of chasing demon monarch Anji, so it stuck out its tongue and skated around on its flame wheels before turning back towards Immortal Farming Sect's crowd. The disciples of Immortal Farming Sect foolishly stared at the huge monster Pekingese unhurriedly heading towards them, and no one was able to answer Song Shuhang's question. "It is carnivorous?" someone softly asked. "Definitely," Song Shuhang answered. "Have you seen a huge dog that doesn't eat meat?" "Do we flee?" another person asked a stupid question. Who could outrun this Pekingese? Furthermore, it knew how to fly. Could it be that they could only resign themselves to fate? Or maybe hope that this Pekingese wasn't hungry? "Oh right, before I left the sect, senior brother Shuhang passed me a manual that can help cope one with all sorts of crises. Perhaps it might be useful." Just then, that innocent disciple suddenly thought of something as he rapidly fished out something from his clothes. It was a hardcover notebook. Senior brother Shuhang was a member of specialized personnel within Immortal Farming Sect that was in charge of raising monster beasts and was frequently traveling outside, thus he had plenty experience gained on his adventures. That disciple swiftly flipped to the chapter of monster beasts. "This is my ID card," Song Shuhang looked at that hardcover notebook somewhat incredulously. Was it an ace up their sleeve? Could it help them? Meanwhile, that innocent-looking disciple started speaking. "Ah, I found it. Here it is. As a professional monster beast keeper, I'd like to introduce you to some of my own experiences, and some of the experiences that have been handed down from senior keepers. Now, let's suppose that you run into a big feline or canine carnivorous monster beast. Now what should you do?" The boy reading the manual was excited. "Senior brother Shuhang, you are so great. This is exactly what we need." He kept reading. "At this time, you must not panic. Keep calm. First of all, look at the eyes of the monster beast. Is it staring at you without moving its eyes away? If it is, you have to pay attention. I can tell you very definitively that this proves that you have been listed in its menu." The disciple of Immortal Farming Sect immediately looked up at the monster Pekingese. Just as recorded in the notebook, the big monster beast was staring at the crowd and approaching them step by step. Obviously, it had listed all of them in its menu. "Come on, keep reading. Has senior brother Shuhang recorded any method to deal with big canine monster beast?" someone cried out. The disciple with an innocent face continued to read. "At this time, you should not panic. Keep calm. Remember not to lower your head or bend your body to expose your vital parts. Otherwise, the monster beast will take you as its prey. Remember not to turn back to run for your life, because you can never run faster than a monster beast. This action will only arouse the monster beast's hunting instinct instead. Especially so for the feline monster beasts, they are very fond of playing with escaping prey. Even if they're not hungry, they like to play with their prey until it dies. At this time, you should stand up straight and stare at it seriously and angrily. Then, you should open your arms and shout loudly at the monster beast, Fu *ku. Come to eat me, motherfuck *, or, if you dare not to eat me, you are a bastard, something like that. Just be courageous." When that disciple read here, a disciple of Immortal Farming Sect quickly stood out. He came up to the monster Pekingese, opened his arms, looked at it seriously, and then shouted in an angry voice, F *cku. Come to eat me, motherfu *cur. If you dare not eat me, you are a bastard. Roaring boldly, he seemed unstoppable. Song Shuhang really doubted it. Would it work? Wouldn't he annoy the monster Pekingese by doing this instead? He remembered that the seniors of 9 provinces number 1 group had mentioned in chat that high-rank monster beasts had the wisdom not inferior to human beings and could speak human languages. However, to his surprise, this seemingly dumb method really worked. The monster Pekingese in the sky really paused. It squatted in the air and looked at the disciple, putting out its tongue. It works, it really works. Come on. Keep reading. What should we do next? How can we drive this canine monster beast away? Seeing this, the disciple, trying to make himself look serious and angry, asked, full of confidence. The disciple with an innocent face nodded and continued to read the next page, full of anticipation. However, there was only one sentence on the last page. In this way, you can die with dignity. Are you kidding me? That disciple immediately closed the notebook. Senior brother Shuhang, Fu *ku. How could you do this to me? I am your junior brother. Read the next step. I have already shocked this monster Pekingese. Now, tell me, what am I going to do next? Otherwise, it won't stop long, exclaimed the disciple, who came out boldly. What should I do? What should I do? With moist eyes, the innocent-looking disciple felt like crying. Snowflake, snowflake, snowflake. Crouching in the air, the monster Pekingese looked at the disciples of Immortal farming sect, shouting and screaming, its eyes full of wicked amusement. Yes, Song Shuhang was quite sure of that emotion was really vivid in its eyes. When he saw the look in its eyes, he secretly heaved a breath of relief. At the very least, the monster Pekingese meant no harm to him and the disciples. After laughing, it stood up and shook its hair. Then, it stepped on the air and left. Before leaving, it gave a meaningful look at Song Shuhang. After the monster Pekingese left, the disciples of Immortal farming sect were all relieved, and the disciple who just stood up to yell at the monster Pekingese fell down to the ground and couldn't stand up any longer. The way that senior brother Shuhang recorded really worked. The monster Pekingese really left. The disciple did not know he had almost died and kept praising senior brother Shuhang's **ity method. Next time I meet any feline or canine monster beast, I won't be afraid anymore. The innocent-looking disciple held the notebook tightly, wondering whether he should show the last sentence in the notebook to this senior brother or not. What if that senior brother didn't run for his life but came out to scold the next monster beast he met? He might end up being eaten. After resting in situ for quite a while, the disciples of Immortal farming sect finally recovered. They sat together in a circle, waiting for their leader, senior brother Surname, to come. Song Shuhang sat alone on the other side, leaning against a tree. Now, he should find a way to return to Jiangnan College first. He was thrown into the wilderness, and he had to look around to see if there was any road. Besides, he'd better call Su Clan 16 and tell her he was safe. And, he should also tell her what had happened to Immortal farming sect. Song Shuhang looked at the disciples of Immortal farming sect who stayed together. I owe them two now. If they didn't attack Demon Monarch Anji, Song Shuhang wouldn't even have a chance to get away. After that senior brother Zheng Yan fed him a healing pill. Thinking of this, he rubbed his temples. There was still an unsolved feud between Immortal farming sect and Su Clan 7. Though there was a lot of questionable points, disciples of Immortal farming sect seemed to believe that the criminal was 7. As he was thinking about it, the innocent-looking disciple of Immortal farming sect came up to Song Shuhang and tried to put on a fierce look. Are you the junior of Su Clan? His question immediately aroused the attention of many of his companions, and they were also wondering about the identity of Song Shuhang. I'm not. You should have heard how that uncle called me, right? I am just an innocent victim who got caught by Demon Monarch Anji by mistake, Song Shuhang answered seriously. Do you have any evidence? The innocent-looking disciple asked. Evidence? Song Shuhang did not expect that he would have to prove to others that he was himself one day. Thinking for a while, he pulled out his wallet. If you insist, is this okay? He took his ID card out of his wallet. Name, Song Shuhang. Gender, male. And then it was his date of birth. A cultivator of third stage realm of Immortal farming sect, senior brother Zheng Yan, came over lightly, took over Song Shuhang's ID card and checked it. Yes, his surname is Song. He is not the junior of Su clan, senior brother Zheng Yan said seriously and then gave the ID back to Song Shuhang. Both relieved and disappointed, the disciples all lowered their heads. Perhaps it's his mother's surname? It seemed that the innocent-looking disciple didn't want to leave Song Shuhang alone. He continued, maybe his father's surname is Su. Song Shuhang said helplessly, hey, please don't change the surname of my ancestors, alright? I'm sorry. Our mission failed, so my junior brothers are a little bit edgy. Senior brother Zheng Yan rebuked that disciple and told him to go back to his companions. Then, he sat next to Song Shuhang. 6 days ago, Su Clan 7 and a strange cultivator came to visit us, he started recounting. That day, Su Clan's Achi met our sect leader. He is a rank 5 cultivator who has been famous for a very long time, and our immortal farming sect naturally treated him with due respect. Achi and our sect leader interacted for a very long time, and at first both the host and guest were enjoying themselves. Then, Su Clan's Achi inquired about the 7 Shine Wonder Fruit. Because a junior of his had failed a tribulation, he was searching for medicines to help heal this junior. Through recommendations, he had come to our immortal farming sect. The 7 Shine Wonder Fruit is the most precious treasure which has been passed down for generations through our immortal farming sect. For some reason, it was discovered by several fellow Taoists, and it was even hailed as some divine medicine by them. Finally, the medicinal effects became more incredible the more it spread, and it was actually thought that the 7 Shine Wonder Fruit could heal heavenly tribulation injuries. What was interesting was that we ourselves didn't know that the 7 Shine Wonder Fruit has such godly effects. Saying this, apprentice brother Just Words poked fun at himself. Rumors stopped when it came to wise men. However, the world just had to run amok with fools. Especially for those who had sunk into despair, it was easy for them to believe otherwise. Song Shuhang didn't know why apprentice brother Just Words was saying all this to him. However, since it was related to Senior Achi, he just silently listened. Then, Su Clan's Achi asked us whether we would part with the 7 Shine Wonder Fruit. He would use valuable treasures to make an exchange. Our sect leader rejected him, as the 7 Shine Wonder Fruit is the most valuable treasure of our sect. It also has no ability to heal heavenly tribulation injuries, and thus it had no basis for a trade. Su Clan's Achi also didn't force the issue, then left the immortal farming sect with his companion. Saying to this point, Just Words paused, then frowned as he said. However, what no one expected was that night, Su Clan's Achi would barge into our immortal farming sect, and continuously injure 18 of our immortal farming sect's disciples. He snatched away the 7 Shine Wonder Fruit. This was the enmity between Su Clan's Achi and their immortal farming sect. That was why the adorably foolish uncle tailed Ashurlu, and hoped to capture her alive to force Su Clan's Achi to appear. Song Shuhang frowned upon hearing this much. He thought about that assassin who tried to assassinate Ashurlu. Behind the enmity of Su Clan's Achi and the immortal farming sect, there was actually someone who was intentionally trying to sow discord. Thinking about this, Song Shuhang tried to make his tone gentle. Excuse me, but can you be sure that the person who barged into the immortal farming sect was indeed Su Clan's Achi? Of course we're sure. That night, our sect's strongest apprentice brother Just Might as well as 30 apprentice brothers were in charge of guarding the secret grounds of the sect. Su Clan's Achi suddenly appeared, and with one Saber attack defeated apprentice brother Just Might and heavily injured 18 disciples. My sect's disciples personally witnessed his looks, and there was also that unique saber art of his, the Sky Saber buries the Star Sea. Apprentice brother Just Might explained. The edges of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. There were so many suspicious points, he didn't even know where to start ridiculing it. Su Clan's Achi went to someone's place to rob them, and actually revealed his real face? Also, He took advantage of the night to do bad things, but still showed a secret art unique to him? Was he afraid people wouldn't recognize him? How stupid, or exactly how wildly arrogant would Su clan's Achi have to be to do this? I think you have some friendship with the Su clan descendant, which is why I'm telling you all this. I hope you won't interfere with the enmity between the immortal farming sect and Su clan's Achi. Apprentice brother Just Word said. He wanted to advise Song Shuhang not to enter this conflict of right and wrong. Song Shuhang thought for a while, before replying. I don't know much regarding the enmity between you all and Senior Achi. So I don't have the right to say anything. However, there's something that happened not long ago that I think it's better to let you know. When that uncle from the Immortal farming sect tried to capture Su clan's Asherlu, he failed, then retreated. But not longer after the uncle left, there was suddenly an assassin who attempted to assassinate Su clan's Asherlu. If I hadn't been there, Sherlu may be dead already. Song Shuhang stopped speaking after this, and didn't explain any further. If the other side trusted him, it would properly consider his words. If the other side didn't trust him, his explanation would only have a negative effect. Just Words frowned, and began to ponder deeply. China, the Blue Origin Valley. The Moonsabre sect had already had their migration, left their sect and made their way to the Blue Origin Valley. This Blue Origin Valley was a refuge secretly constructed by the Moonsabre sect many years ago. The valley had all kinds of preparations ready, and could be considered a second sect base for the Moonsabre sect. As there had long been preparations made, the Moonsabre sect had migrated very fast. Before 3 hours had even passed, they had already completed the migration. Under the arrangements of the various elders, the disciples used their identity and positions to choose their residences in Blue Origin Valley to settle their belongings. Then, the Moonsabre sect disciples began to prepare a giant guardian formation for the sect. The sect guardian formation was one modified by Elder Young Master Hai after research, and could for a short time allow the Moonsabre sect disciples to double their battle power. The Moonsabre sect disciples believed that with this formation, they could block even a rank 5 Spirit Emperor who had formed their gold core if one came attacking. Once everything was settled properly, Elder Young Master Hai went to the sect leader, the tyrant of 1,000 soldiers, to report the current state of affairs. Once he left the sect leader, he returned to the private residence in the Blue Origin Valley. His residence was very clean, with only a purple-colored bamboo lonely growing in a pot. Young Master Hai entered the room and activated a defensive formation, which could temporarily block outsiders spying. Then, his right sleeve moved, and that clump of black smoke that was Devil Monarch Anji's clone came out, letting out a weird laughter of Jijia. At the same time, that purple bamboo began to tremble slightly. The mission to assassinate Asherlu failed? That purple-colored bamboo trembled and let out a very robotic voice. It failed. What a pity. Even the blood god Saber, talisman couldn't kill the Su clan descendant. These junior cultivators who come from famous clans really aren't easy to deal with. Young Master Hai put his hand on the long sword on his waist, smiling slightly. It's really troublesome. Now we won't be able to lure Su clan's Achi to deal with the Immortal farming sect. That purple-colored bamboo was dissatisfied. Jejia, from the start, we already predicted this might happen. Devil Monarch Anji's black smoke clone laughed weirdly. Anyways, even if the Immortal farming sect attacks the Moonsabre sect, we can also achieve our goal. Humph. You two would naturally be fine. I, on the other hand, need to expend extra effort. Then I'll settle for the next best thing. The second plan: has the Su clan descendant been captured alive? If not, we won't be able to lure Su clan's Achi over. The purple-colored bamboo continued. Young Master Hai's eyes slightly sunk. Devil Monarch Anji's true body has personally gone to catch the Su clan descendant. I also let a cute tool stall Su clan's Achi. Devil Monarch. You should succeeded already, right? Devil Monarch Anji's clone paused. How do I say this? Because a big dog interfered, in a haste, this Devil Monarch caught the wrong person. As you all know, to this Devil Monarch humans and monkeys are more or less similar, and all look the same. How can this Devil Monarch tell them apart? The purple-colored bamboo mocked him. Which is to say, the second plan failed as well. It's not necessarily a failure. Actually, we just need to make a move against the Su clan descendant. Even if we didn't capture her alive, as long as he finds a lead, Su clan's Achi will come to the Moonsabre sect to seek vengeance for his junior given his personality. If Achi doesn't come at that time, this Devil Monarch will personally act and lure him here. Devil Monarch Anji's clone grit his teeth. You said it yourself. We didn't force you to. The purple-colored bamboo laughed coldly. Just don't get chopped in half within one saber strike by Su clan's Achi when the time comes. Humph. You can be at ease. This Devil Monarch naturally has his own methods. Devil Monarch Anji laughed coldly. Young Master Hai sat on the chair, and one hand supported his chin. A slight smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Then, we'll continue to follow the second plan. Now. First lure the Immortal farming sect people over, and let them have a taste of the might of the grand formation I painstakingly made changes to. It'll also boost the confidence of the Moonsabre sect disciples. After all, they are about to face the powerful existence known as Su clan's Achi. The purple-colored bamboo trembled slightly, saying, "All right. I'll think of a way to lure the experts of the Immortal farming sect over. At that time, we must kill several important members. As for their sect leader, we'll leave him alive for a few days so he has time to go back to the Immortal farming sect and arrange his funeral arrangements. This will give us the chance to obtain the secrets of the Immortal farming sect." Young Master Hai nodded. Quickly act. We need to do this before Achi comes. Let the Immortal farming sect come to the Blue Origin Valley. Relax, I'll immediately prepare. The purple-colored bamboo said. At this time, Devil Monarch Anji made a weird laugh. Jie, that's right. Although I didn't catch Su clan's Ashirlu, on the way I met the people of the Immortal farming sect. There seemed to be one called Just Heart. He seemed to have some importance in the Immortal farming sect. I thought he may have some use, so I caught him. Just Heart of the Immortal farming sect? If it's him, he may really have some use. Temporarily leave him alive, just in case. The purple-colored bamboo replied. Alright, then we'll take action separately. I pray that everything will go smoothly. Young Master Hai rose to his feet. It'll definitely go smoothly. Devil Monarch Anji laughed ferociously. We'll definitely succeed. The purple-colored bamboo trembled slightly, then calmed down. Devil Monarch Anji's clone burrowed back into young Master Hai's sleeves. Young Master Hai undid the defensive formation in the room, then rested for a while, before making his way to where the Tyrant of 1,000 Soldiers was again. As usual, the Tyrant of 1,000 Soldiers was sitting on the chair made of cold frost metal, staring in a daze at the 7-shine wonder fruit. This was the treasure that could heal him. Unfortunately, it couldn't be orally ingested, and they still lacked the method of usage. After seeing young Master Hai enter, the Tyrant of 1,000 Soldiers' eyes flashed. Elder young Master Hai, has the second plan started yet? Young Master Hai nodded slightly. Yes, sect leader. I just contacted our spy in the Immortal farming sect. He's already begun to act, giving the information to the Immortal farming sect about how Su clan's Achi and the 7-shine wonder fruit are at the Moonsabre sect. Next, we need to find a place to ambush the Immortal farming sect, and kill all their important figures. At that time, our spy will be able to inherit everything of the Immortal farming sect, and obtain the recipe for the usage of the 7-shine wonder fruit. At that time, the heavenly tribulation flames that have been bothering sect leader for years can be healed. If so, that's good. The tyrant of 1,000 soldiers sighed. He was tormented day and night by the heavenly tribulation flames. Even if there was only a sliver of hope to heal, he wouldn't let it go. It's a pity. If the first plan was successful, we wouldn't have even needed to act ourselves. We could have borrowed Achi's power to crush the Immortal farming sect, and the spy we planted into the Immortal farming sect would have been able to obtain all the secrets of the Immortal farming sect. The tyrant of 1,000 soldiers sighed. Man proposes, heaven disposes. Young Master Hai said smiling. You're right, Elder. The tyrant of 1,000 soldiers propped his body up. But we should still scheme a bit more. I don't believe the heavens won't let us succeed time and time again. Young Master Hai smiled as he nodded. Leave it to the heavens for success. Everything is in the palm of my hands. What need is there for the heavens to allow things to succeed? At the other side, at the location of the Immortal farming sect disciples. Apprentice Brother Just Might is here. A disciple said in happy surprise. In the distance, there was a man wearing blue-colored garments of the Immortal farming sect, stepping on a streak of light and speedily coming here. The Comer was the strongest battle power of the Immortal farming sect, the strongest cultivator of the just generation of Taoist titles, Just Might. He was a cultivator overflowing with natural talent. With normal cultivation techniques, he managed to break through numerous difficulties and ascend into the rank 4 realm. If he could just enter a stronger sect. When he entered the airspace near the Immortal farming sect members, Apprentice Brother collected the streak of light beneath his feet, and it transformed into a small and exquisite wooden sword before being collected into his sleeve. He then lightly landed on the ground. He had a slender figure, and didn't look like a cultivator, but instead a scholar who had come out of a painting. He made people feel kindly predisposed to him on first look. Apprentice Brother Just Might, not good. Apprentice Brother Just Heart was captured by someone. Apprentice Sister Just Joy is giving chase, and we can't contact her now. We also have no more news on the Sioux clan's Shirlu we were planning to catch originally. What do we do now? That disciple with childish innocence threw himself into Apprentice Brother Just Might's embrace and started crying. Don't be scared, Just Glass. Am I not here? Apprentice Brother Just Might sighed. I just received news from the sect leader. Sect leader has found traces of Sioux clan's Chi, and is now sure that Sioux clan's Chi has entered a giant valley. There seems to be a power called the Moonsabre sect there. Now, sect leader has already taken out the sect guarding magical treasure, and the strongest strength of our Immortal farming sect has already reached that giant valley. This time, we will make that Sioux clan's Chi give us an explanation. I think it's very likely that Junior Apprentice Brother Just Heart was brought into that mountain valley as well. We may be able to save him at that time too. Sioux clan's Chi was in a giant valley? Song Shuhang's heart was suspicious. I just don't understand, why would they capture Apprentice Brother Just Heart? That disciple with childish innocence obviously had a good relationship with Uncle Just Heart, and asked in sobs. Sioux clan's Chi's goal is the 7-Shine Wonder Fruit. But the 7-Shine Wonder Fruit isn't just taken like that. He definitely wants to obtain the method of usage from our Immortal farming sect. So he captured Junior Apprentice Brother Just Heart. Senior Apprentice Brother Just Might said in a low voice. Lightly patting that Junior Apprentice Brother Just Glass in his heart, Senior Apprentice Brother Just Might said in a low voice. Now, those who can still act, come with me to that giant valley, and meet up with the sect leader. Whether it's the Moonsabre sect or Sioux clan's Chi, we won't fear them. A large majority of the disciples leapt up from the ground, faces full of emotion. There was one who had been more unlucky, who had been heavily injured in his abdomen area by Devil Monarch Anji's sword Chi just now. He hadn't completely recovered yet, and when he vigorously jumped up from the ground, the already healed wound opened up again. Fresh blood dyed his abdomen area, and this looked more tragic than a visit from a great aunt one. When apprentice brother Justword saw this, he said in a soft voice, "Justwind, your wounds are too deep. Wait here for it to heal, to avoid any future medical complications. Justglass, stay behind to take care of Justwind." The Justwind who had an injured abdomen had a gloomy look. The one who was singled out to take care of the wounded member, Justglass, pouted. However, as he didn't dare to not listen to apprentice brother Justword's words, he could only dejectedly stay behind. "Let's go." Senior apprentice brother waved his hand, and led the way. As the disciples behind him weren't able to fly in the sky, it wouldn't be right for him alone to fly in the sky. At the same time, senior apprentice brother shouted, "Go ahead a bit, and go along the highway. When coming, I conveniently rented a bus. That bus is waiting for us at the highway. We'll take it before alighting near the Blue Origin Valley. Let's save some strength." This style had within a short time changed from having all the style of a xianxia to having the style of an abnormal modern day. Justwind and Justglass were left behind. Also left behind was the forgotten Song Shuhang. From the start to the end Justglass hadn't given Song Shuhang any pleasant looks. He was like a child throwing a tantrum, and didn't listen to any advice as stubbornly as a donkey. The heavily injured Justwind had the typical Immortal farming sect personality of being straightforward and gentle. Actually Song Shuhang originally wanted to follow the Immortal farming sect team out of this wilderness, and find the highway to go back to Jiangnan University City. But the ones the Immortal farming sect sent out this time were all rank 2 and above. With a whoosh whoosh whoosh, they had already jumped away such that not even their figures could be seen within a few jumps. So he could only give up, and continue recovering. He'll make a move when he recovered enough energy. He had a general direction anyways, so he wouldn't get lost. After resting for a while, Song Shuhang stood up, and looked the two Immortal farming sect disciples. If hypothetically, he was to ask them to borrow a phone to tell Lu that he was safe, would these two Immortal farming sect disciples beat him to death? They probably wouldn't beat him to death. As most they'll beat him half to death. So, he should probably avoid doing so. "My two fellow Taoists, you two can continue to rest. I have some things on so I'll make a move first." Song Shuhang bade farewell to the Immortal farming sect disciples, to see if there were any public telephones or anything similar nearby. Who's your fellow Taoist?" Justglass coldly harumphed. "Don't be rude, Justglass. Mr. Song was only dragged into this calamity. He himself doesn't have any enmity with our Immortal farming sect." Justwind rubbed Justglass's head, then cupped his fists toward Song Shuhang. "Fellow Taoist, please go ahead. Also, please don't get involved in the enmity between our Immortal farming sect and Su clans Chi." Song Shuhang mimicked cupping his fists in greeting, hiddenly sighing in his heart. Forget it. He'll return to Jiangnan University City first. He'll decide what to do next after meeting up with Senior Chi. Just as Song Shuhang prepared to make his leave, he heard a clear call. "Song Shuhang! Song Shuhang!" Song Shuhang looked up at the sky. Then, he saw a tall man, coming here while stepping on a streak of light. He had brought along a girl with short hair and exquisite features. "Huh? Lu?" Song Shuhang called out in surprise. How did she find her way here? And was that Senior Chi by her side? But just now, hadn't that senior apprentice brother of the Immortal farming sect said something about discovering Senior Chi in some giant valley? The entire Immortal farming sect had run over, so why was Senior Chi here? From the air, Su clan's Chi brought Lu and landed. Shirlio's eyes shined. She said happily, "You managed to escape from that ball of black smoke?" Maybe I was luckier today. Halfway through I happened to meet some Immortal farming sect disciples who blocked that ball of black smoke Devil Monarch Anji's way. They thought the person captured inside was Lu. Then, I took advantage of a chance to use a sword talisman, and extricated myself from the Devil Monarch. Song Shuhang said and pointed at the two Immortal farming sect disciples. At this time, the Immortal farming sect's two disciples acted as if they had met a great enemy, and their widened as they nervously stared at Su Clan's Chi. Lu looked at these two Immortal farming sect disciples, and frowned. Her delicate nose wrinkled cutely. She didn't have a very favorable impression of the Immortal farming sect. Don't be like this, the Immortal farming sect disciples were made a fool of by someone. Song Shuhang explained, and reiterated the sequence of events apprentice brother Just Words had told him just now. Su Clan's Chi said in a low voice, which is to say, someone impersonated me on that night, snatched away the Immortal farming sect's 7 shine wonder fruit, and in the end even showed a Saber berries the star sea? Just Glass, who still had his childhood innocence, angrily shouted upon hearing this. What impersonation? It was obviously you who did it. After stealing my sect's 7 shine wonder fruit, why don't you dare to admit it? Just Wind, who was at the side, hastily closed his mouth, a face full of vigilance. Ha ha ha. Don't dare to admit it? Ever since I, Chi, started on my journey of the Tao, no matter what I do, I always dare admit it if I dare do it. But if it's something I didn't do, if anyone tries pin it on me, they'll have to ask if this saber in my hand agrees. Chi shouted loud and clear. Just Glass and Just Wind, without knowing why, were actually unable to rebut Chi's words. Also, that thief also used a Saber berries the star sea, and heavily injured 18 of your sect's disciples? Huh, what kind of joke is that? Saber berries the star sea is a technique I myself am not familiar with grasping it yet. When I use it, I'm unable to control its might. Under this kind of saber art, do you think Immortal farming sect disciples are qualified to survive? Chi fired back. Just Glass and Just Wind were speechless. They had never met highly ranked cultivators before, and so didn't have much of an idea regarding Saber berries the star sea. But on witnessing Devil Monarch Anji's methods that let him defeat 15 of them in one move, they now had more understanding in their heart regarding the power of highly ranked cultivators. Even the rank 4 Devil Monarch Anji could defeat so many of them in one move. In comparison, Su Clan's Chi was even stronger. For the strongest move even he couldn't control, what qualifications did Immortal farming sect disciples have to survive? The higher-ups of the Immortal farming sect should have thought of this point, but people involved have their eyes clouded, and can't think clearly. Song Shuhang gave a hidden sigh, then asked curiously, "That's right, how did you find me, Lu?" Hee, of course it's thanks to Great Master Tongxuan's imprint sensing art. I suddenly remembered that you had the Great Master's flying sword that had a spiritual imprint on it. Using the imprint sensing art, I could find you. So I flipped through your chat log and found this spiritual energy art. So we put to use Chi's powerful spiritual energy for this art, and locked onto your position. Saying to this point, Lu suddenly said embarrassed. I looked through your chat logs without permission. You won't blame me, right? Song Shuhang laughed as he shook his head. He couldn't even start thanking her enough. Oh, that's right. Senior Chi, just now the senior apprentice brother of the Immortal farming sect came by. He said the Immortal farming sect leader had seen Su Clan's Chi in a giant valley. He brought many disciples over to meet up with the Immortal farming sect leader. Song Shuhang said. Just Wind and Just Glass felt their heart tremble, and looked at each other. That's right. If Su Clan's Chi was here, then was the one in the valley really a fake? Time and time again impersonating me, to the point where it's become a habit? Ha! Su Clan's Chi was enraged upon finding out, and with a light whistle, the magical saber transformed into a streak of light again. Get on. We'll go there now, and find that Moonsabre sect. I want to see what kind of game they're playing. While speaking, Su Clan's Chi lightly raised his right hand. An invisible force dragged Song Shuhang and Shirlu, and stably making them stand on that streak of light. Achieving flight through swords. This time it was really true flight through swords. The blue sky that good boys dream of, Song Shuhang, am back. 1. Slang for period in China. Many years later, a junior of the 9 provinces #1 group would ask Song Shuhang, what feelings were there for the first experience of using a sword, saber, to achieve flight. Song Shuhang's reply only had 5 words, my legs felt like jelly. With a whoosh, Su Clan's Chi streak of light carried him and Shirlu soaring into the sky, and that speed was simply indescribable with words. With a blink of an eye, they had already flown high into the sky. While using swords to fly, Song Shuhang only felt the empty air around, and just a streak of light below his feet. There was no sense of security at all. Actually, there was a layer of invisible force surrounding them, that blocked the wild winds caused by the sword, saber, flight. This was prepared by Senior Chi for Song Shuhang and Shirlu. If not, when a powerful cultivator used swords to fly, why would they care about this little bit of wind? This could be seen by the exaggerated Moha hairstyle medicine master would have after flying through swords to cross provinces. However, this invisible force could neither be seen nor touched. This couldn't bring any sense of security to Song Shuhang. If he could have 4 railings magically appear, Song Shuhang was sure in his heart that he would have a greater peace of mind. Then, looking down, he saw houses, mountains, roads and rivers that had shrunk to become even smaller than matchboxes. High. It's very high. It's way too high. Song Shuhang felt himself briefly afflicted with vertigo. His legs involuntarily began to feel like jelly. He subconsciously grabbed in front of him, firmly grasping onto Su Clan's Shirlu. If he didn't grab onto something, he suspected that he would kneel over. Your first time using swords to fly? Su Clan's Shirlu glancingly looked straight at Song Shuhang. Ha ha ha. Song Shuhang felt as if he had started to talk a bit slowly and indistinctly already. Everyone would more or less have a fear of heights. Some people never felt it as they just hadn't climbed high enough yet. Or some had only a very slight fear, that could be easily overcome with their willpower. Then slowly overcome it. If you don't, you won't be able to use swords to fly in the future. Su Clan's Shirlu comfortingly encouraged him. The blue skies that good boys dream of, was always accompanied by sweat and effort in the process. With whooshes, the flight using swords became explosively fast. Following that description of the location by the Moonsabre sect disciple, Zhao Bulu, Su Clan's Chi quickly found the sect grounds of the Moonsabre sect. The giant Moonsabre sect was hidden among high mountains and forests, and also had a formation concealing any traces of it, which was why it was not discovered by the secular world. Of course, this level of formations couldn't fool Su Clan's Chi's eyes. He rode the streak of light and descended in front of the sect's entrance. His gaze directly pierced through the giant sect guardian formation. Shirlu lightly jumped, and landed on the ground. Song Shuhang lightly jumped, and kneeled over on the ground. His legs really felt too much like jelly. Su Clan's Chi neared the Moonsabre sect's giant shielding formation, and lightly shouted, "Open." He didn't even draw his saber. Following his roar, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth formed a heaven and earth splitting giant saber. It viciously chopped at the giant sect guardian formation. *Piak That giant sect guardian formation of the Moonsabre sect was as weak as glass, and easily shattered into pieces that fell to the ground. Song Shuhang and Shirlu looked, but saw that the Moonsabre sect was empty inside, without any sign of anyone inside. No one was controlling it, and thus this giant formation that shielded the sect was so weak. Not even a sign of anyone here. That Zhao Bulu tricked us? She knitted her beautiful brows. I'll kill him when we get back. Song Shuhang asked. Who is Zhao Bulu? It's the fellow who robbed Little Zhang's delivery. After you were captured, Ah Qi and I went to delivery service Jiangnan headquarters to find that Zhao Bulu fellow. It was from him that we found the Moonsabre sect location. Ah Shirlu replied. Song Shuhang nodded. At this time, Ah Qi spoke out. It's not false news. The Moonsabre sect people have all moved away. Also, they haven't been gone for very long. While speaking, he entered the Moonsabre sect. He slowly climbed up a perfectly straight set of stairs. Only then, did Song Shuhang and Ah Shirlu see a white-clothed figure on that perfectly straight of stairs. A long sword on his waist, as refined as jade, and his demeanor was transcendent. He seemed as if an immortal who had walked out from an ancient painting. It was you as expected, young Master Hai. Young Master Hai. He was someone Ah Qi had met quite a while ago while adventuring in ruins left behind by an ancient immortal. Although he had only had a rank 4 cultivation at that time, his sword arts were brilliant and exquisite. He had sparred with the battle maniac Ah Qi, and had won Ah Qi's respect despite losing. Several days before, young Master Hai had heard Su Clan's Ah Qi was searching for medicines to heal heavenly tribulation injuries. He had recommended to him the Immortal farming sect 7 Shine Wonder Fruit. He had also accompanied him to the Immortal farming sect. If the mastermind was young Master Hai, then everything was understandable. He had adventured and lived together with him for almost a year. He had also witnessed Ah Qi using Sky Saber berries the Star Sea, once while adventuring. With this foundation, young Master Hai could easily fool the Immortal farming sect disciples after becoming Su Clan's Ah Qi. As for the Sky Saber berries the Star Sea, young Master Hai was naturally unable to learn it. However, to fake the stance of Sky Saber berries the Star Sea, to trick the people of the Immortal farming sect was something easy. Brother Ah Qi, you're here. That white-clothed man turned around. He was handsome, and his smile warmed people's hearts. Su Clan's Ah Qi neared young Master Hai step by step. Since when did you start to plot against me? I didn't. Actually, I didn't start plotting against you in the beginning. It's just that your circumstances happens to fit the requirements to be the main character for my plan. Young Master Hai smiled slightly. If there was no Su Clan's Ah Qi, he could still find a Wang Clan's Ah Ba or a Zhao Clan's Ah Jiu. 1 It was fine as long they fulfilled the requirements of being strong and had a relative injured by the heavenly tribulation. Ha ha ha. That really fits your personality and sword arts. Su Clan's Ah Qi laughed loudly. Then, he said in a low voice. Then, did you think what would be the end result of plotting against me? Of course I've thought of it. Everything is all in the palms of my hands. Young Master Hai gave a thumbs up to Su Clan's Ah Qi. There's no need to worry about me, brother Ah Qi. Do whatever you want to do. What cultivators cultivate is to be free and unfettered. Live naturally and unrestrained. Do whatever you want to do, drink the alcohol you want to, and play with the women you want to. Is this not what brother Ah Qi taught me? Ha ha ha, you said it very well. Ah Qi suddenly drew his saber, and chopped out towards the young Master Hai in front of him. Dazzling saber light as resplendent as the rising sun. It made one unable to keep their eyes open. The saber passed. Young Master Hai was cut into half, and fell to the ground with a thud. He died just like that. Song Shuhang felt that this young Master Hai had appeared in such a cool manner. Who would have thought he would have died so easily? He's not dead. Let's go and seize this fellow's true body. We'll sacrifice him to this saber of mine. Su Clan's Ah Qi didn't even turn his head, and began to leave the Moonsabre sect. Behind, the two pieces of young Master Hai suddenly floated up with the wind, and became a paper person who had been cut into two pieces. It wasn't a clone, but just something similar to 3D virtual human projection type of magical art. This paper man was just a medium for a spell. From the start, young Master Hai's true body wasn't here. Ah Shirlu unhappily asked. What is this young Master Hai up to? He's trying to incite conflict. He's trying to create enmity between the Immortal Farming Sect and I, then use me to destroy the Immortal Farming Sect. This is definitely one of his goals. But based on my understanding of him, this is just his plot on the surface, and a cover for others to see. Whether I can destroy the Immortal Farming Sect or not, it doesn't matter to him. As for what he really wants, I can't guess it. Su Clan's Chi felt his teeth hurt. He liked to happily avenge enmities, and chop apart all enmities with his saber. He didn't like this kind of people who use strategies and conspiracies the most. His heart felt stifled. So, any kinds of conspiracies or plots he couldn't understand, he just wouldn't think about them. He'll capture young Master Hai, and send him off with one saber. That was the best answer. If he felt really angry, he'll just chop him up into 8 or 10 pieces. That way his anger would be vented. Where should we go now? Song Shuhang asked. To find that fellow. Su Clan's Chi grit his teeth. Young Master Hai had left behind a projection art. He could follow the traces from this projection art to find young Master Hai. But, upon thinking that this was likely a lead left behind by young Master Hai, Chi felt his teeth itch. Outside the Blue Origin Valley, the sounds of battle echoed through the air, and explosions of true chi could be heard without end. This had already become a bloodbath. The Immortal Farming Sect had more or less sent out all their elites, and crazily attacked the Moonsabre sect. These Immortal Farming Sect cultivators who usually didn't specialize in battle all showed off terrifying battle strength. The number of casualties of the Moonsabre sect disciples weren't few, but the casualties of the Immortal Farming Sect was even worse. There was something off. The Immortal Farming Sect leader felt anything but reassured in his heart. They had the determination to risk their life in this battle, with the thought of teaching Su Clan's Chi a lesson. But now, before even a sign of Su Clan's Chi could be seen, they were tied down by the Moonsabre sect of the Blue Origin Valley. Then, a strange battle to the death begun. Not long after the battle started, all the Immortal Farming Sect members seemed to have gone crazy, and didn't know how to retreat, only knowing how to bloodthirstily go all out. The Immortal Farming Sect leader faintly felt that this was a secret formation of the Blue Origin Valley. It made cultivators crazy and bloodthirsty, unable to control their state of mind. The more people died, the more blood shed, the greater the power of this formation. But by the time the sect leader felt something was off, it was too late. Even he himself was unable to control his body. His eyes reddened, and his rationality disappeared bit by bit. The elites of the Immortal Farming Sect fell one by one, their life and death unknown. Very soon, apart from the sect leader, only 5 or 6 elites with higher spiritual energies and were less affected by the formation were left. Over. It's over. The Immortal Farming Sect leader sighed. The centuries of legacy of the Immortal Farming Sect would end due to him. The entire matter was simply too strange. Master! Quickly, rescue the sect leader. At this time, his ears distantly heard a familiar voice. Opening his eyes to look, he saw his eldest disciple Just Might bringing a team of Immortal Farming Sect disciples and rushing over. It was Just Might. A look of gratification appeared in the Immortal Farming Sect leader's eyes. Tear. At this time, the Moonsabre sect's tyrant of 1,000 soldiers suddenly appeared next to the Immortal Farming Sect, and broke through his defense in one saber attack, impaling him. Ha! The tyrant of 1,000 soldiers laughed ferociously, and there was the smell of something charred in his breath. "Bastard, stop harming my master!" Just Might screamed. That wooden sword broke through the air, remotely chopping towards the tyrant of 1,000 soldiers. 1. The chi in a chi means 7. The ba and jiu mean 8 and 9 respectively. This is basically the other two names following the same naming style as a chi. Basically, he's saying any Tom, Dick or Harry would have done. TN. So, after seeing so many comments and responses for the random game that I created on the spur of the moment for this chapter's teaser, I realized I may have raised your expectations a little too high for the answer. Whoops. As apology for the letdown as a participation prize, we'll release a 4th chapter this week. Hope you guys had fun guessing. Remote sword arts. The tyrant of 1,000 soldiers couldn't not return a saber attack, and blocked the rapidly incoming wooden sword. Block. The saber and wooden sword clashed, causing a screeching sound, sparks, as well as shockwaves of chi. The tyrant of 1,000 soldiers knitted his brows. In that attack, his heavenly tribulation fire injuries had been aggravated, making him unable to help but retreat several steps. He had hiddenly taken a loss. Taking advantage of this chance, Just Might rushed over and grabbed the heavily injured sect leader, and quickly jumped out of the field of battle. That wooden sword seemed to have spirituality, and withdrew to defend its owner. It spun around near Just Might, slaying enemies, and attacking nearby Moonsabre sect disciples. "Retreat!" he shouted. The other rank 3 cultivator Just Words immediately brought away Immortal farming disciples with tacit agreement, quickly retreating. Only, the several Immortal farming sect elites who had been with the sect leader were still trapped in an encirclement, with no chance of escape. They all roared, and gave their all to tie up the Moonsabre sect disciples, in order to give Just Might and the sect leader a chance to escape. Tear tear tear. After being plotted against by the strange formation of the Moonsabre sect, the elites of the Immortal farming sect had long since become exhausted. However, it was difficult to face off against greater numbers, and they were very quickly slaughtered by the Moonsabre sect disciples. Ah! Kill, kill, kill. The murderous natures of the Moonsabre sect disciples surfaced, and they wanted to chase down and kill Just Might, the Immortal farming sect leader, as well as the defeated troops. No need to chase. At this time, the tyrant of 1,000 soldiers shouted in a low voice. According to the plan, he needed to let the Immortal farming sect leader escape. Then, he'll wait for the spy already planted in the Immortal farming sect to obtain the method of usage of the 7 shine wonder fruit for him. The heavenly tribulation injuries that had been plaguing him for years finally saw hope of being healed. When the heavenly tribulation injuries were healed, then he would have the confidence of being able to form a gold core and charge towards the realm of rank 5 Spirit Emperor. On the other side, Su Clan's Chi was riding on the streak of light again. This time, Song Shuhang felt slightly better, and at least his legs didn't feel like jelly. "That's right, Shuhang. I'll return your phone to you." Ah Shirlu took out the phone, saying, "I also received a phone call on the way. After Loose Cultivator North River got your number through Medicine Master, he contacted you. He said he can arrange 1 week of lessons for an aeroplane license for you, and asked if you want to take the opportunity to learn to fly. With him, it'll be quick obtaining a license." Song Shuhang received the phone, and laughed dryly. "Regarding this, wait for me to learn to drive first." Su Clan's Chi had listened to this point, and asked suspiciously. "Little friend Shuhang, why do you want to learn how to fly an aeroplane? Work hard to cultivate to rank 4, and settle the matter in one go. Isn't it better to fly through swords?" Flying through swords was incomparably free. Unlike aeroplanes, one didn't have to make an application to the country every time one wanted to fly. Song Shuhang dryly laughed, and replied. "True Monarch White." Chi's face twitched. In that moment, Chi's tone was incomparably heavy. Work hard. Song Shuhang, Senior, this feeling of heaviness as if you're sending me off to a crematorium, how many meanings are there behind it? Exactly how scary is Senior True Monarch White, that all of you can't wait to avoid him? Just as Song Shuhang was about to ask about the achievements of True Monarch White, a cheat suddenly shouted loudly. Found it. Right below, a giant valley that was enveloped in a faint blood-colored mist could be seen. Prepare to go down. Ah Chi laughed, riding the streak of light downwards into the giant valley. Senior Ah Chi, aren't we going to find a few helpers? Song Shuhang asked. Whatever the case, the enemy was an entire sect. What is there to be scared of? Su Clan's Ah Chi confidently laughed. If we really can't win, we'll immediately run away. It's not too late to find a few helpers then. After descending to a certain height, a thick smell of blood entered Song Shuhang's nose. Below, the eldest disciple of the Immortal farming sect just might had saved the sect leader, and were giving their all to retreat. Behind them was a ground full of corpses. There were those of the Immortal farming sect, as well as those of the Moonsabre sect. This was a fight between two cultivator sects. At the back, the Moonsabre sect leader, the tyrant of 1,000 soldiers, raised his right hand, and the victorious Moonsabre sect disciples let out wave after wave of cheers. Humph! Su Clan's Ah Chi coldly harumphed. Whoosh! In a flash, the streak of light arrived and landed in front of the tyrant of 1,000 soldiers. Then, Chi tossed away a metal command tally with a phoenix engraved on it. It floated above Song Shuhang and Su Clan's Ah Shirlio's head, transforming into a layer of fiery red light. The two of you stay here, and don't leave the defensive perimeter of the Big Dipper Spirit Phoenix command. Having finished speaking, he took big strides towards the Moonsabre sect disciples. Senior Ah Chi wants to challenge the entire Moonsabre sect all alone? Song Shuhang was slightly excited as he saw the scene in front of him. One man facing off against an entire sect by himself. That was really exciting and hot-blooded when you thought about it. Usherlu nodded slightly. Ah Chi does this kind of thing often. Don't worry, nothing will happen. In a split second, Ah Chi had already stepped into the crowd of Moonsabre sect disciples. Saber Chi exploded, and saber light fell like rain. Every step Ah Chi took, there would surely be Moonsabre sect disciples who fell, dead or injured, and lost their battle power. Although it was just a single explosion of Saber Chi, and Ah Chi hadn't even made an actual move yet, there were already so many injured Moonsabre sect disciples. Young Master Hai, still not out yet? Su Clan's Ah Chi laughed at the top of his voice, the imposing presence of a rank 5 Spirit Emperor crushing towards the Moonsabre sect disciples. The remaining disciples were stricken with fear. They retreated without pause, their morale greatly diminished. The tyrant of 1,000 soldiers had a cold expression on his face. Him, the Moonsabre sect leader, had actually seemed to have been ignored. Don't look down on others. Activate the formation, the tyrant of 1,000 soldiers shouted. The altered sect giant guardian formation was activated once again. The Moonsabre sect disciples also skillfully coordinated and came together as a giant formation. That was the basis of their resistance against the mighty pressure of Su Clan's Ah Chi. Inside the Big Dipper Spirit Phoenix command, Song Shuhang took out his phone to take a few photos. Then he posted the photo to the 9 Provinces number 1 group's group space. This was the result of his recent habit of posting his experiences on his space. Alas, this photo wasn't suitable to send into his own space. So he could only send it to the chat space. In the photo, Su Clan's Ah Chi had his hands clasped behind his back, and his magical saber roamed around next to him, chopping down enemies. Moonsabre sect disciples were unendingly falling down around him. Trembling with terror, they formed a giant formation under the direction of their sect leader tyrant of 1,000 soldiers. Song Shuhang then added a caption, sitting down to watch Senior Achi trample the Moonsabre sect. It was once again proven. The 9 provinces number 1 group had many bored seniors, who were frequently keeping track of the news in the group. It was just that they didn't speak out as often as loose Cultivator North River. Just as Song Shuhang uploaded this photo, his phone rang non-stop with notification alerts. Within a few seconds, there was a whole stream of likes by seniors, and there was an especially large stream of messages. Loose Cultivator North River, Mad Saber 3 Waves, True Monarch Mt. Huang, Venerable 7 Cultivations, Deluo Sect's True Monarch Rain Moon, True Monarch Old River Viewing, Rome Cloud Monk Tongxian, Immortal Master Copper Trigrams, Resident Drunk Moon, Medicine Master, Talisman Master 7 Lives, Spirit Butterfly Island Soft Feathers, etc. Basically every senior and member who had ever spoken in the chat group all liked this photo. Then there was a long row of replies. Loose Cultivator North River with a foolish smile emoticon. She went to trample on someone else's sect again? Loose Cultivator North River was always the first to boredly reply or give likes. As expected of the number Deluo Sect's True Monarch Rain Moon, he's someone who will feel uncomfortable all over for each day he doesn't pick a fight. Talisman Master 7 Lives, speaking of which, what the heck is this Moonsabre sect? Are they qualified to be trampled by our Achi? Mad Saber 3 Waves, I think it should some small sect, from some small place, that doesn't have eyes which offended Achi. Lately Achi's temper has been rather big. Wasn't Senior 3 Waves looking for the mysterious island? He still had time to go online. Immortal Master Copper Trigrams, Big Temper +1. Also, at True Monarch Mt. Huang, True Monarch, it's about time to let me out, right? I've been banned for so many days already, it's really uncomfortable. True Monarch Mt. Huang, Big Temper +1. Also at Immortal Master Copper Trigrams, Spirit Butterfly Island Soft Feathers, crying emoticon, it's really been lively over there at Senior Song these few days. How great, he can go play at so many places. I too want to go see Senior Achi go trample other sects with Senior Song. This Missy Soft Feathers, she had lately been forced to stay in Spirit Butterfly Island, and was completely bored. Now she was completely envious when she saw Song Shuhang these few days dealing with some Altar Master and following Senior Achi to trample the Moonsabre sect. At this moment, Medicine Master appeared. At great pressure of Mt.Books, take another photo. Aim at the big one carrying a saber. He's obviously the boss of the Moonsabre sect. His body seems to have some problems. Even Medicine Master's replies weren't slow. The corners of Song Shuhang twitched. Ah Shirlu saw that Song Shuhang kept swiping on his phone, and curiously leaned her head over. What are you doing? I just sent a photo to the chat group. Song Shuhang sighed. The seniors in the group are very bored. Apart from the closed-door cultivation, they're always very bored. Ah Shirlu seriously nodded. As Senior Medicine Master had a request, Song Shuhang adjusted the phone camera, and aimed at the Moonsabre sect boss tyrant of 1,000 soldiers. He took quite a few photos. Oops. I accidentally left the flash on. The tyrant of 1,000 soldiers had been about to step forward bravely. Borrowing the sect's giant formation, he had been about to forcefully go against Su Clan's Achi. As long as he stalled Achi for a while, young Master Hai would be able to prepare properly, and activate another giant formation. They could then beat back Achi. At this moment, his eyes saw a series of flashes. He was terrified out of his wits, and thought Su Clan's Achi had unleashed some kind of finishing move. But when he looked over, he saw a youth behind Su Clan's Achi holding a phone. He had a stupid smile on his face as he furiously took photos. Fudge, did he think he was filming some kind of movie? The tyrant of 1,000 soldiers was enraged. At the same time, he secretly willed the sect giant guardian formation to revolve faster. He would let the disciples temporarily tie down Su Clan's Chi. As for him, he secretly crept towards where Song Shuhang and Lu were. He wanted to deal with these two fellows first. Song Shuhang selected a clear photo of the Tyrant of 1,000 Soldiers, and sent it to the group space. Great pressure of Mt.Books, at Medicine Master, Senior, how is this photo? Medicine Master then replied, Medicine Master takes too long to type, I can't take it anymore. I'll type for him. This was evidently Jiang Xian's tone of speaking. Shuhang, Medicine Master said, that Moonsabre Sect boss has injuries on his bodies. It's heavenly tribulation flame injuries, just that he forcefully suppressed them. Do you have that TriStar flame control fan on you? Is it charged with electricity? If so, try waving it a few times in his direction, set to the maximum power. There will be a pleasant surprise. TriStar flame control fan? Song Shuhang grabbed at a long trouser leg pocket and took out this magical treasure. Because this was the first magical treasure he had come into contact with in his life, he treasured it a lot despite how it needed to be charged with electricity, and kept it with him at all times. There would be a pleasant surprise? Could the TriStar flame control fan control the heavenly tribulation flames on the Moonsabre Sect boss? Something as powerful as heavenly tribulation flames could be controlled by the TriStar flame control fan? While Song Shuhang was thinking, the Tyrant of 1,000 Soldiers controlled the Sect giant guardian formation to continuously revolve, and found an opportunity with great difficulty. Laughing, he took to the skies using his saber, and appeared above Song Shuhang and Su Clan's Lu. Then, the treasure saber under his feet spun in a circle. Saber light in the shape of a half-moon was formed and spun toward Song Shuhang and Lu. The Tyrant of 1,000 Soldiers couldn't see the existence of the Big Dipper Spirit Phoenix Command. The Big Dipper Spirit Phoenix Command was the same as Great Master Tongxuan's flying sword. Both had concealing formations on them. Those with strength lower than Su Clan's Chi would be unable to see this Big Dipper Spirit Phoenix Command. Song Shuhang and Lu were being protected by the Big Dipper Spirit Phoenix Command, which was why they could see it and that layer of fiery red defensive layer. But in the eyes of the Tyrant of 1,000 Soldiers, Song Shuhang and Lu were just juniors with a lot of guts but no brains, and unexpectedly were standing at the back of the battlefield with no preparations. The opportunity couldn't be lost, and wouldn't come back when lost. This saber would give a disability card to these two juniors for free. Block. The saber light he chopped out with, slammed into the Big Dipper Spirit Phoenix Command, and was easily blocked. The defense of the Big Dipper Spirit Phoenix Command was very high. If it wasn't, how would Su Clan's Chi be at ease leaving Song Shuhang and Lu at the back? The Tyrant of 1,000 Soldiers froze, but he immediately understood. These two juniors had a high-rank defensive magical treasure. Defensive magical treasures are but dead things. They have an upper limit to how much it can withstand. Watch me break it. The Tyrant of 1,000 Soldiers thought secretly, and his figure jumped. His hands grasped a giant saber. The name of the saber was Tyrant Breaker, and the saber was 1.1 meters long, and made of lightning pool heavy gold. It was extremely young attributed as well as extremely hard. Its toughness far exceeded magical sabers of the same rank. The saber was extremely sharp, and capable of cutting the bodies of rank for cultivator. This was the saber-type treasure weapon passed down through generations in the Moonsabre sect. It could be considered to be a quality item even among treasure weapons of the same rank. Moonwheel Chop. The Tyrant of 1,000 Soldiers held the treasure saber aloft, and traced out the shape of a full moon, chopping down. At this time, all that could be seen was that young man opening a metal fan, then press a button on the fan 6 times. The young man stepped forward, pointed the fan at him, then lightly waved it at him. Was it some offensive magical treasure? The Tyrant of 1,000 Soldiers made his mental preparations. Then, after the wave, the expected attack never came. Fan-shaped magical treasures had two types of attacks, which were simply those of the wind as well as fire-type attacks. But when this young man waved his fan, there wasn't any kind of attack. While suspicious, he suddenly felt an acute burning pain on his back and arms. Before he could respond, the heavenly tribulation flames began to burn, and made him into a burning fireball. Within the blink of an eye, the tyrant of 1,000 soldiers had already burnt to ashes. The magical robes, armor, command tally and medicinal pills on him all turned into flying ash. In addition, there was a fruit emitting a 7-colored radiance that was also destroyed by the tribulation flames. Even that tyrant breaker saber had a layer of pale golden flames on it. Ding! After its master turned into ash, the tyrant breaker saber fell to the ground. Its position just happened to be in front of Shuhang. After dropping, the tribulation flames gradually disappeared. It wasn't the target of the tribulation flames, or else it would have become molten metal long ago. Shuhang held the TriStar flame control fan between his finger and thumb, and swallowed his saliva. He was finished just like that. A cultivator who seemed so strong, turned into flying ash with just a light wave? Speaking of which, he had killed quite a lot these few days. Also, the ones getting killed all kept getting stronger than the previous one. Flame control fan? Ah Shirlu looked at the fan in Shuhang's hand. As expected, there weren't useless magical treasures. There were only cultivators who didn't know how to use magical treasures. Shuhang kept the flame control fan, and looked at that saber next to him. He kneeled, and gingerly extended his hand to touch that tyrant breaker saber. This saber definitely had its special points to survive the tribulation flames. After lightly touching it, Shuhang realized that after the tribulation flames, its body remained cool. If not for a charred black layer on its surface, he would have thought the tribulation flame he had seen was an illusion. The Moonsabre Sect disciples were simply unable to understand the death of the tyrant of 1,000 soldiers. They saw the powerful and domineering sect leader leap high into the sky, and chop out with saber light. Then he used the Moonsabre Sect's strongest technique, the Moonwill Chop. Then, the sect leader had become a fireball, and had been burnt until not even ashes could be seen. They were now a group of headless dragons, and the Moonsabre Sect disciples became chaotic. Without the direction of the sect leader, the sect giant guardian formation was unable to maintain its original state, and became chaotic. It completely lost its effectiveness. Ha ha ha. Su Clan's Chi laughed loudly. The edge of Saber moved, and the Moonsabre Sect disciples blocking in front of him were all sent flying with a bang. Moonsabre Sect disciples littered the ground. In the Blue Origin Valley, young Master Hai had a high vantage point, and had been watching the battle outside throughout. Jiejia, sect leader tyrant of 1,000 soldiers has finally become a martyr. It's earlier than we planned, and the method of death surpassed our imaginations. The Devil Monarch Anji clone in his sleeve laughed weirdly. I remember that he kept the 7-shine wonder fruit by his side at all times, right? That was his hope to heal the tribulation flames, and he never let it leave his side. Was it destroyed also? Ha! Young Master Hai flipped his hand, and a fruit emanating a 7-colored radiance appeared in his hand. The 7-shine wonder fruit has been in my hands from start to finish. Devil Monarch Anji's heart felt cold. His clone had always been in young Master Hai's sleeve. He actually didn't know when young Master Hai had made a switch of the real 7-shine wonder fruit. It's about time. If we let Brother Chi continue to chop them down, the number of Moonsabre Sect disciples won't be enough to maintain the new Sect Guardian formation. Young Master Hai unsheathed the long sword on his waist, and it silently floated to his feet. Young Master Hai stepped forward, and stably stepped onto the sword light. The sword light flashed, and brought him to the air outside of the Blue Origin Valley. All of the disciples maintain your calm. From now on listen to my instructions. Young Master Hai's gentle voice reverberated throughout the entire Blue Origin Valley. After the Moonsabre sect disciples heard Elder Young Master Hai's voice, their hearts calmed down. Very quickly, under the direction of Young Master Hai, the disciples gathered to form the Sect Giant Guardian formation. Their morale gradually recovered, and they slowly used the formation to surround Su Clan's Chi once again. You finally came out, Young Master Hai. Su Clan's Chi laughed out. Young Master Hai smiled slightly, not giving the impression of weakness. I've been waiting for you all this time, Brother Chi. While saying so, he raised both his hands, and a giant formation in the Blue Origin Valley was activated. The blood mist above their heads became thicker. The battle was on the verge of breaking out any moment. Song Shuhang opened his chat space again, then added some news to the picture of the Moonsabre sect boss. Great pressure of Mt.Books, at Medicine Master, Senior. I fanned the other side a few times. The other side, burnt to ashes. Medicine Master's account quickly replied. Ha ha ha. It's just as this old man expected. The heavenly tribulation flames has been on this fellow for too long. After also undergoing many medical treatments, the heavenly tribulation flames are no longer pure. Thus, it can be slightly controlled by the TriStar Flame Control Fan. It doesn't need to be too strong. As long as it can ignite the source, it'll burn him to ashes in an instant, that's what Medicine Master said. Song Shuhang grabbed the TriStar Flame Control Fan. To be able to see so many things from just a photograph, all the seniors were really unfathomable. Just as Song Shuhang was sighing with emotion, that picture, sitting to watch Senior Chi trample the Moonsabre sect, got a few more comments. Talisman Mansion Master 7 Lives, at great pressure of Mt.Books, I've just taken a closer look at the picture. I keep feeling that there's something wrong with the formation the Moonsabre sect disciples formed. Little friend Shuhang, do you have a way to take a clearer photo? Try your best to take an approximate appearance of the formation. Talisman Mansion Master wasn't just a master of the Tao of Talismans. He also had profound attainments in formations. This was because the Tao of Talismans and formations naturally supplemented and complemented each other after all. When Song Shuhang saw this message, he replied. Understood. I'll take a few clearer ones. That's right. If this formation is dangerous, will Senior Chi be in danger? Talisman Mansion Master, that's not necessarily true. If Chi goes all out, he can fight above his rank. Also, I'm only guessing as to whether there are any abnormalities to the formation. Take a picture of everything first before anything else. I'll immediately take a photo and upload it. Song Shuhang replied. Then he grabbed his phone, and pointed it in the direction of the Moonsabre sect. He tried to put all of the disciples in the formation in the photo, and took a few pictures. Then he sent these photos to the group space. Shirlu neared Song Shuhang, and silently looked at the contents on the phone. Talisman Mansion Master 7 Lives, there really are weird points about this. The formation that these disciples formed can indeed explosively increase battle power in a short time. But in truth, if I didn't guess wrongly, the side effects of this formation should be very big, right? At Venerable 7 Cultivations, Venerable, can you take a look? With the shape of this valley, I keep feeling something is off. Venerable 7 Cultivations, correct. With the shape of this valley and the concealed second formation, the one using this formation really does have a vicious enough heart. Talisman Mansion Master 7 Lives, with Venerable's words of assurance, then I'll be more confident. Little friend Shuhang, let me ask you, do you want some extra benefits? Great pressure of Mt.Books, what benefits? Talisman Mansion Master, if your luck is good, you should be able to obtain a valuable training material. Then, it can also let your body strengthen to a certain extent, and may actually let you open your heart acupoint early, and complete your 100 days foundation establishment. Of course, there is danger. But with Su Clan's Chu, you definitely won't die. What do I need to do? Song Shuhang immediately asked. Completing the 100 Days Foundation establishment and strengthening his body was indeed a current desire for Song Shuhang. Talisman Mansion Master 7 Lives, come, I've drawn a circle on the picture. I've sent it to you. First look for the position of the red circle I've drawn. Very quickly, Mansion Master sent a photo, and when Song Shuhang compared it, he noticed that that red circle was a position 400 meters from him, next to a nameless tree. Talisman Mansion Master 7 Lives, Venerable 7 Cultivations, there's improvement. This position is indeed correct. Talisman Mansion Master 7 Lives, little friend Shuhang, have you found the location yet? Give me a call after you find it. We'll maintain contact. Let me explain the current situation, and instruct you on the next step. Found it. Song Shuhang replied. He held up his phone with both hands, and searched for Talisman Mansion Master 7 Lives' number. At this moment, it wasn't just him fighting alone. All the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group were backing him up. I don't know what you're plotting. Su Clan's Ah Chi said. But it matters not. Whatever you're thinking of doing. As long as I chop you in half, there will be no problems. Brother Ah Chi, you're as decisive as usual. Young Master Hai smiled slightly. No need to be polite. With the support of the Sect Giant Guardian formation of the Moonsabre Sect, I can surpass the limits of my body and fight with you. Let's compete in our saber and sword once again. Wouldn't that be enjoyable? Compete in our saber and sword? Su Clan's Ah Chi said coldly. You think this is still a competition? The me today has no interest in competing. The thing he liked the most in life was to compete and challenge. That was why he was known as a battle maniac by those in the 9 provinces number 1 group. But today, he only had the desire to chop someone up. Su Clan's Ah Chi said again, rank 1 cultivators and rank 2 cultivators have a large realm in between them. Rank 4 and rank 5 cultivators too, have a large realm between them. Yes, I know. Young Master Hai said, nodding his head. No, you understand nothing, just like a certain monopolistic web company destroying an online community. Su Clan's Ah Chi laughed. His body then became translucent, and a gold core as dazzling as a rising sun was in his body. Rank 5 Gold Core. When the gold core forms, the true chi in a cultivator's body will undergo a qualitative transformation, and become spiritual energy. Spiritual energy and true chi shared the same origin, but spiritual energy had a rank suppressive effect on true chi. The two could be said to be as different as wooden swords and a sharp steel sword. Ever since Ah Chi had formed his gold core and ascended to become a spirit emperor, the opponents he could challenge became fewer and fewer. Even the fellow battle maniac in the 9 provinces number 1 group, Mad Saber 3 Waves, had been beaten by him until he was scared. So when he usually competed with people, during the challenge he would rarely use his full strength to challenge people. Ah Chi pointed his finger at young Master Hai. A drop of spiritual energy flowed out from his gold core, entering his forefinger. When this drop of spiritual energy exited the body, it transformed into a golden pearl and fired towards young Master Hai. The speed of the pearl was too fast, and the other cultivators could only see a golden light flash past. And, in this small spiritual energy gold bead, there was a grand total of 80 saber lights. Formation activate. Young Master Hai's face became dignified, and he lightly shouted. Change formation, the 5th formation. The Moonsabre Sect disciples below all began to move, and under the direction of the various elders, they formed the new Sect Giant Guarding Formation 5th formation. In the Giant formation, every Moonsabre Sect disciple roared with high morale. They integrated their true chi, and blood into the Sect Giant Guardian formation, allowing the power of the Sect Giant Guardian formation to add onto young Master Hai's body. At the same time, the blood mist up above the Blue Origin Valley suddenly gathered, and formed layers of defense in front of young Master Hai. The golden pearl made of saber lights reached in the flash of an eye. Tear. The spiritual energy golden bead with 80 saber lights crashed into the blood mist, and the defense made from the blood mist was as weak as tofu, and was easily pierced through. In the moment after, the golden bead of saber lights had already reached in front of young Master Hai. Young Master Hai hurriedly wielded a small jade shield. This small jade shield wasn't a magical treasure, but a talisman weapon. And it was also a precious talisman weapon that could guard against a single attack by a rank 5 spirit emperor. The golden bead of saber tips crashed against the small jade shield. And in a flash, the small jade shield started to shatter as well. It was indeed a talisman weapon that could block one attack of a rank 5 spirit emperor. However, that was limited to the most ordinary rank 5 spirit emperors, not the kind that was Su Clan's Chi. Young Master Hai's right sleeve opened. Devil Monarch Anji, your turn. That clone of Devil Monarch Anji laughed weirdly, and before that small jade shield shattered, its body flashed in front of the spiritual energy golden bead, and swallowed this drop of spiritual energy. Then, that clone fled away towards the front direction. Before it had even reached 50 meters, the drop of spiritual energy had already exploded. Boom! The saber light exploded, and Devil Monarch Anji's clone was blown to pieces. The generated giant shockwaves of chi made the young Master Hai who was flying in the sky through his sword totter unstably. Young Master Hai wielded another small jade shield talisman again. Only then did he block the explosion of saber light. Young Master Hai stabilized his figure with great difficulty, and sighed hiddenly. And so, exactly how terrifying the Gold Core realm is, I knew it long ago. It was exactly because he knew how terrifying rank 5 spirit emperors were, that he had to become one himself. Su Clan's Chi's attack was blocked. But the Moonsabre sect disciples had deeply felt the might of Chi, and they were suppressed by the invisible pressure such that they were gasping for breath. Facing the terrifying Su Clan's Chi, they could only do their best to support the Sect giant guardian formation, because this was the only hand they had to play. The disciples wandered about non-stop, revolving the true chi in their bodies, pouring all their energy into the Sect giant guardian formation. They only had one thought in their minds. They just had to maintain the Sect giant guardian formation. Then they could block Su Clan's Chi's attack. Then, they would beat him back. Without knowing when, both eyes of the Moonsabre sect disciples were bright red, and they were short of breath. Elder Young Master Hai. In the end, the Moonsabre sect disciples entered a state of insanity, calling out young Master Hai's name. Settled. In the crowd, a disciple whose features were covered by black smoke surreptitiously exited this new sect giant guarding formation, and disappeared in a moment. It was Devil Monarch Anji. His true body had been quietly hiding among the Moonsabre sect disciples, putting to good use his devilish techniques to confuse their minds in secret, all so they would descend into a state of madness even faster. Young Master Hai stabilized his body with great difficulty, and looked at Su Clan's Chi. Although he seemed to slightly cut a sorry figure, he continued to maintain his elegant demeanor as usual. Then? Are you going to rely on these talisman treasures and magical treasures to put up your final struggles? Su Clan's Chi said indifferently. Come my saber. The magical saber landed in his hand. Without using sword flight, Su Clan's Chi continued to stand in midair as if he was stepping on normal ground. In that moment, the power of the saber was like heavenly might. The Su Clan's Chi wielding a saber and the one not, were as if two completely different people. Young Master Hai's body was affected by the power of the saber, and slightly trembled. However, he quickly regained his cool. I never expected that even if I used all my talisman treasures and magical treasures, I couldn't even block your third saber strike. Su Clan's Chi frowned slightly. Actually, when you, Su Clan's Chi, appeared in this blue origin valley, my plan was already complete. Young Master Hai raised both his hands, smiling. Everything was in the palm of his hands. Now was the time to reel in the net. See that? Brother Ah Chi, those charming calls of the Moonsabre sect disciples below? They're fanatically pouring all the energy in their bodies into the sect giant guardian formation. They only have one thought in their minds, which is to beat back Su clan's Ah Chi. This is the use of you, Brother Ah Chi, in my plan. You don't even need to do anything. You just need to stand there, and give a huge sense of pressure to the Moonsabre sect disciples. To resist you, they would desperately squeeze out all their potential. They would pour all their true chi, as well as chi and blood into the operation of the sect giant guardian formation. But it's not enough. The sect giant guardian formation I've modified is very greedy. Not only the true chi in the Moonsabre sect disciples' body, but even their life force and their overstimulated souls are targets for the sect giant guardian formation to absorb. Because of the strong faith in their hearts, they are just like those religious fanatics of ancient times. Compared to sacrifices that get killed while despairing, these Moonsabre sect disciples who are religious fanatics can contribute much more life force and soul energy. It's really too great. They're the perfect sacrifices. Revel joyously, sing loudly, and dance. My sacrifices. Below, the Moonsabre sect disciples seem to have gone mad, madly dancing about. They were loudly shouting out Elder Young Master Hai, their eyes bright red and their rationality gone. Then, the disciples of the Moonsabre sect all fell down onto the ground one after another. Formation activate. Blood God Evil Saber formation. Both of Young Master Hai's hands raised, and the blood mist in the blue origin valley rose. Devil Monarch Anji's true body laughed Jijia weirdly, and suddenly appeared behind Young Master Hai. Devilish flames on his body surged to the sky. The reason that the Moonsabre sect disciples below could descend into a state of madness so fast was because of his effort. Devil Monarch Anji and Young Master Hai stood back to back, and both their hands raised to the air. They both controlled this, Blood God Evil Saber formation, together. Survivors of the Bloodsabre sect? Su clan's Ah Chi got into a strange stance to attack with his saber. Sky. Saber. Berries. The. Star. Sea. After a gap of so many years, how much power would be unleashed when Su clan's Ah Chi once again used the Sky Saber berries the Star Sea? On the other side, Talisman Mansion Master 7 Lives was taking the time to explain the strange points of the sect giant guardian formation in front of them. This blue origin valley in the formation together, is actually the Blood God Evil Saber formation, that the Bloodsabre sect, that was exterminated that year, used to sacrifice life force and form their innate Blood God Saber. But the Moonsabre sect's formation has actually undergone some alterations from the original. But, no matter how much the formation changes, 10,000 superficial changes won't change it fundamentally. It can't hide from my eyes. Talisman Mansion Master 7 Lives said smugly. Are there any changes in the blue origin valley now? A giant blood mist rose, and enveloped the entire blue origin valley. Senior Ah Chi seems to be about to make his move. Song Shuhang said excitedly. It's at this time. Go little friend Shuhang. Rush to the position I marked out. Wait until this formation ends, and you'll strike it rich. Talisman Mansion Master 7 Lives laughed. Song Shuhang had long since tensed up his muscles. He rushed like a leopard to that nameless tree, and asked at the same time. Would Senior Ah Chi not break this formation? It can't be destroyed. Even if you kill the controller, this giant formation will continue to be active. And if you kill all the Moonsabre sect disciples, the formation will just activate faster. When this formation started, all of these Moonsabre sect disciples had already become living sacrifices, becoming materials for the innate Blood God Saber. Whether they now earlier or later doesn't matter. It will at most affect the final benefits. Talisman Mansion Master said. Unless, he flattens the entire Blue Origin Valley in one hit. Chi can do this, but he needs to store up energy for a long time. There isn't time now for Chi to store up energy, and we can only hope he kills the controller. At this time, Song Shuhang had already reached the designated point. I've reached. What do I do next? You don't need to do anything. Just stand there and don't move. Just quietly wait for a meat pie to fall from the sky. Talisman Mansion Master 7 Lives said smugly. The only thing you need to take note of is to not to get eliminated by someone in the meantime. I'll hang up first. If you're still alive in a while, call me to tell me your gains. Song Shuhang hung up the call. He carefully squatted at the position. He was making himself a smaller target so he wouldn't be so obvious. Song Shuhang's luck was not bad, and the Moonsabre Sect disciples not far from him had all gone mad. After jumping about a while, they all fainted on the ground. No one noticed him. In the Blue Origin Valley, the blood mist got denser. After approximately 2 breaths, Song Shuhang suddenly felt his heart acupoint warm up, with some kind of scorching hot sensation. He was very familiar with this feeling. Every time he cultivated the Vajra foundational fist technique, then used true self-meditation scripture, to send chi and blood into his heart acupoint, it was exactly this feeling. But whenever he cultivated himself, it would normally stop after a slight burning. But now, the heart acupoint was simply continuously increasing in temperature. That meant that as of now, the chi and blood in his heart acupoint was shooting up. The higher it rose, the less the time he would use in the future on completing his 100 days foundation establishment. And if it kept increasing, he may just open his heart acupoint today, and complete the 100 days foundation establishment. This was one of the benefits that Talisman Master 7 Lives had mentioned. Boom! Su Clan's Chi's saber chopped into the Blue Origin Valley, entering that dense blood mist. Boom 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 boom, terrifying explosions of saber light continuously resounded. Exactly how powerful was the Sky Saber buries the Star Sea? As a saber art even Su Clan's Chi couldn't control, when this saber struck, and the saber chi spread, its destructive power would not weaken after spreading for several hundred meters. Ding ding ding, strange sounds kept resounding from the blood mist, and the blood mist got denser. After 5 breaths, Su Clan's Chi returned his saber to his sheath, but his frown deepened. It seemed that young Master Hai hadn't died yet. In the Blue Origin Valley, that blood mist that covered the sky began to disappear. The first to enter Chi's vision was a young Master Hai with ragged clothes. His hair was disheveled, and there were injuries and bloodstains all over his body. But he was still alive. And he had still had that detestable smile on his face. In young Master Hai's hand there was a blood saber so red that it was almost black. It was spurting hot chi. The innate blood god saber had already formed. With this saber, young Master Hai had the confidence to assail the rank 5 realm, and form his gold core. Behind him, Devil Monarch Anji opened his mouth, and sucked in a stream of devil chi from below the Blue Origin Valley. The blood god evil saber formation was something he and young Master Hai had revised together. They were also controlling it together and using the entire Moonsabre sect as sacrifices. Young Master Hai gained an innate blood god saber. And he gained this Threevil's devil chi. This was one of the benefits of their cooperation. And next to them was a man with long messy hair and fierce features. The man's body was covered in fresh blood as well, with countless big and small wounds. He was currently grimacing in pain. It was him who had blocked Su Clan's Chi's Sky Saber buries the Star Sea. When Su Clan's Chi saw this man with fierce features, his gaze became fiery. His right hand gradually grabbed onto his saber handle. Devil Monarch Mad Tyrant. Infinity Devil Sect, Devil Monarch Mad Tyrant. A rank 5 gold core realm cultivator with powerful strength. The disciples of the Infinity Devil Sect all had extreme dispositions, and were all extremely unconventional in character. Devil Monarch Mad Tyrant was the only one more harmless among the members of the Infinity Devil Sect, as long as no one angered him. But it just so happened that Devil Monarch Mad Tyrant had a constitution that naturally agitated others. Just casually walking on the streets, there could be people who felt him unpleasing for no reason, and would want to slap or spit at him. Then, well, there was no then after that. It was because of this special constitution of his that when he had appeared a few days ago, they had specially done a report on him. It had been to let various cultivators who had gone out be more careful, and not annoy Devil Monarch Mad Tyrant for no reason, and bring upon themselves suffering. To be able directly take on my Sky Saber buries the Star Sea. Devil Monarch Mad Tyrant has a well-deserved reputation as expected. Su Clan's Chi grasped the saber handle tightly, his desire for battle burning. Since you want to stand out for young Master Hai, then let's battle. Then battle. Let me have a joyful battle. Chi's began to get very excited. I only owed junior apprentice brother young Master Hai a favor. I just came to protect him this once. Devil Monarch Mad Tyrant grimaced. For the Sky Saber buries the Star Sea, just now, he had had to stake his life on blocking it. Don't talk so much. Let's fight. Su Clan's Chi said. Junior apprentice brother young Master Hai. So young Master Hai had long since been a disciple of the Infinity Devil Sect? Today is not the day to fight. You and I both have things to worry about. You have to protect those two fellows behind you. I have to protect junior apprentice brother young Master Hai and a junior of mine. Devil Monarch Mad Tyrant said. After a while, I'll fix a battle with you. Su Clan's Chi frowned. As two gold core experts were interacting, young Master Hai slightly smiled and stretched out his hand. The innate blood god Saber was just one of the benefits of his giant formation. The second big benefit was about to come. For blood-red crystals suddenly appeared in thin air, gently falling towards young Master Hai. The blood mist that had covered the sky in the Blue Origin Valley hadn't dissipated, but transformed into these blood-red crystalline jewels. Now it had finally formed. If not for these 4 valuable blood god jewels, he would have long since let Devil Monarch Mad Tyrant bring him away. Why would he need engage in idle talk with Su Clan's Chi? The 4 blood god jewels fell gradually, and young Master Hai had been about to extend his hand to collect them. But at this moment, one of the blood god jewels suddenly stopped in midair. Then, it changed directions, and like it was attracted by a magnet, flew in a direction in the Blue Origin Valley. There was a young man wretchedly squatting there. Under young Master Hai's uncertain gaze, the blood god jewel just landed on the young man's palm just like that. The smile on young Master Hai's face froze. He stared at this young man, and couldn't figure out why the blood god jewel would automatically fly to this young man's hand. Then, young Master Hai was suddenly enlightened. Using the position where that man stood, he immediately calculated the position of a loophole of his blood god evil saber formation. It was just like how if you knew the answer to a complicated question, it would be easier to do the calculation processes. So that was how it was. The other side was standing in the position of a loophole of his blood god evil saber formation, and easily took a large bite of the meat that was about to enter young Master Hai's mouth. Skilled, it really was true skill. There's always a higher mountain out there. Young Master Hai is sincerely convinced. To be able to in the first time, see through the position of the loophole in the blood god evil saber formation, he had modified. Then, he had squatted there long ago and waited for advantages to fall from the sky. Young Master Hai admitted he himself didn't have this ability. That was why he was sincerely convinced. Song Shuhang laughed with some embarrassment. The ones who was truly skilled wasn't him, but the seniors behind him of the 9 provinces #1 group. In the sky, Su Clan's Chi was elated upon seeing this scene. Although he didn't know what had happened, he knew Song Shuhang had gotten some treasure from young Master Hai. Ha ha ha. Chi laughed. The pressure from his body strengthened, faintly protecting Song Shuhang. Young Master Hai kept those 3 blood god jewels, and elegantly cupped his hands toward Song Shuhang in greeting. May I inquire as to this fellow Daoist's Daoist title? With Su Clan's Chi around, there was no point in hoping for that blood god jewel back. Just call me Great Pressure of Mt.Books. Song Shuhang showed his white teeth. Great Pressure of Mt.Books? Someone who walks the path of scholars? No wonder you have this level of foresight. Young Master Hai smiled slightly. If so, I'll entrust this blood god jewel to fellow Daoist Mt.Books. If I have the time, I'll pay a visit and trade back the blood god jewel. At the same time, Devil Monarch Mad Tyrant extended his hands to grab young Master Hai and Devil Monarch Anji, just like how an eagle would grab chicks. He wanted to flee far away. You're thinking of leaving just like this? Su Clan's Chi's magical saber came out of the sheath slightly. He said coldly to Devil Monarch Mad Tyrant. Others may fear your Infinity Devil Sect. But I, Su Clan's Chi, am not scared of you. If you don't give me a satisfactory response today, and just leave with young Master Hai, then in the coming days I'll go and destroy 10 or so of your Infinity Devil Sect branches. Devil Monarch Mad Tyrant shrugged his shoulders. Young Master Hai said warmly. Of course. It's normal for Brother Chi to be angry with me. Then those 10 or so branches, I'll give it to Brother Chi to appease your anger. We'll meet again one day. We'll meet again one day. Devil Monarch Mad Tyrant grabbed them, then fled at lightning speed. Chi even kept his saber into his sheath, and didn't give chase. From Devil Monarch Mad Tyrant's attitude towards young Master Hai, it was definitely not a simple matter of owing a favor. What exactly was young Master Hai's identity in the Infinity Devil Sect? Whatever the case, this debt wasn't so easily settled. After a long time, Su Clan's Chi stepped on the empty air, and came to Song Shuhang's side as if he was walking on stairs. Song Shuhang had a blackened long saber inserted at his waist, and his right hand grasped a blood god jewel. But now his focus wasn't on these 2 treasures, but on his heart acupoint. His heart acupoint had a bloated feeling. With about 10 or more strands of chi and blood, he could open the heart acupoint. The 100 Days Foundation establishment was almost finished. Chi patted Song Shuhang's shoulder. Good job, little friend Shuhang. As a cultivator, you can lack anything else. But you can't lack courage. Song Shuhang looked over and grimaced. He was aching after Chi had used his hand to pat him. Shirlu, this matter has been brought to a temporary close. Now you'll immediately return with me to the Su clan. Chi told Shirlu. Shirlu shook her head, and rose to her feet to go inside the Blue Origin Valley. Inside the Blue Origin Valley were ruins. The Moonsabre sect disciples had been sucked dry of their life force as well as soul energy, and even their bodies had become dry corpses on the ground. The weapons, medicinal pills, as well as all the other items used by cultivators inside the valley, had all had their spiritual energy sucked by that strange giant formation, and it was as if it had experienced the long passage of years. A light touch would reduce it to scrap metal and trash. Shirlu came to a residence in the Blue Origin Valley, and lifted her leg to step forward. The residence door had long since been ruined from the corrosion of the blood god evil saber formation, and was sent flying from her kick. In the residence, the uncle Justheart from the Immortal farming sect had an apathetic look on his face. He seemed to have aged a lot, and his hair had become white under the influence of the blood god evil saber formation. It was good that that evil giant formation hadn't been maintained for long, or he would have ended up like those Moonsabre sect disciples, and become a dry corpse. When he saw Ah Shirlu, he showed a bitter smile. Now do you know how you were wrong? Ah Shirlu looked down at him. Uncle Justheart began to wail. He had been inside the valley. However, the sounds from outside the valley had been so loud, and he could hear it clearly. He knew everything had been young Master Hai's plot. He knew the Moonsabre sect was history. He knew the Immortal farming sect had sustained heavy losses. The dying cries of his junior apprentice brothers still resounded in his ears. Su Clan's Ah Chi followed behind Ah Shirlu. He sighed heavily. Bring him and leave first. The matter regarding the Immortal farming sect, he also had some responsibility. Now that the matter had come to an end, he couldn't remain indifferent to the Immortal farming sect. Justheart was crying very gloomily. Su Clan's Ah Chi sighed, and used his hand to chop the back of Justheart's neck, causing him to faint. We'll make a trip to the Immortal farming sect first. Su Clan's Ah Chi said. The entire matter was caused by him being led to the Immortal farming sect by young Master Hai after all. Now that the Immortal farming sect had suffered heavy losses, he also had responsibility. At this time, he had to help as much as possible. He had to at least prevent the Daoist traditions of the Immortal farming sect from being cut off. Finally, Ah Shirlu and Song Shuhang climbed onto Su Clan's Ah Chi's streak of light. They dragged Justheart behind them, and flew to the Immortal farming sect. While flying, Song Shuhang took out his phone. He was preparing to call Talisman Mansion Master 7 Lives to report his benefits. The Blood God Jewel seemed to be a very valuable material for treasure refinement. Even the seniors in the group viewed it as a great gain. What kind of magical treasures could be refined from this? Song Shuhang secretly looked at the Blood God Jewel in his hand. As soon as he thought of how this Blood God Jewel was formed by the live sacrifice of many people, his heart would feel slightly uncomfortable. This was normal human behavior. After all, even if you knew a gem was very valuable, but if you knew it was formed by the corpse fluids of 1,000 to 10,000 people, your heart would feel uncomfortable even if it was priceless. If possible, Song Shuhang would rather trade it for treasures of the same value that were more suitable for him. However, when Song Shuhang dialed Talisman Mansion Master 7 Lives. Sorry. Your charge is overdue, please renew it, thank you. It can't be, I remember I still have a lot of call value left. How do I owe charges? Song Shuhang had a face of suspicion. Then, he suddenly thought of something. Talisman Mansion Master 7 Lives seemed to be at somewhere in the sea teaching primitives to recognize Chinese words. For him to be able to call from there was quite amazing. As for whatever phone charges, those were trivial. And as Song Shuhang hadn't enabled international calling, the phone charges would naturally be very expensive. In the Immortal farming sect, the surviving disciples all had their faces covered with gloom. All the elites the Immortal farming sect had sent out had died. Even the sect leader had been saved by apprentice brother Just Might and 10 or so disciples going all out. Right now the Immortal farming sect was extremely weak. If there were any enemies nearby that wanted to take advantage of the situation, the outcome would be disastrous. The sect leader's injuries were extremely bad, and he was already starting to make his post-mortem arrangements. Just Might. This, Immortal farming scripture, chronicles all our sect secrets. I'll hand it over to you now. The sect leader trembled and fished out a scripture. He put all his effort into talking to Just Might. Also, please think of a way to bring Justheart back. Let him succeed the position of sect leader. The Immortal farming sect is too small, and I've let you stay inside for too many years. I owe you too much. With your aptitude, it's enough to enter a famous sect 100 times better than the Immortal farming sect. Go and pursue a higher realm, and don't be tied down by the Immortal farming sect, the sect leader was filled with many emotions. Just Might's eyes were red and received the Immortal farming scripture. He carefully began to flip through and read it. With his memory as a rank 4 cultivator, Immortal farming scripture was memorized within moments. Inside, there was the method regarding the usage of the 7 Shine Wonder Fruit. The true use of the 7 Shine Wonder Fruit was to treat heavenly tribulation injuries. This use wasn't even known to the Immortal farming sect disciples. It was said there was no smoke without fire. It was this kind of meaning. In the outside, it was abuzz with the various miraculous usages of the 7 Shine Wonder Fruit. The Immortal farming sect even sneered at these foolish rumors in the outside world. When Just Words, who treated people warmly, gave an introduction regarding the grudge between Sioux clan's Achi and the Immortal farming sect, he had also made fun that the rumors in the outside world were too fake. But the true use of the 7 Shine Wonder Fruit really was to treat heavenly tribulation injuries. Regarding this, only a few higher-ups of the Immortal farming sect knew about it. Just Might gently closed the Immortal farming scripture, and looked at the sect leader. Rest assured, sect leader. Just Heart will definitely be fine. Sect leader smiled as he nodded. He opened his mouth, wanting to say more. But at this moment, the wooden sword beside Just Might abruptly chopped out. Sword light flashed, and the sect leader's head fell. The sect leader's fresh blood gushed out. Before his death, he looked disbelievingly at his pleased eldest disciple. I didn't think that even towards the end, you would still choose Just Heart. Just Might flicked off the blood on his sword and said indifferently. Just right now, I told myself this. If at the end, Master let me succeed the Immortal farming sect, I'll let everything in the past go. I can even properly cultivate junior apprentice brother Just Heart, and let him succeed the sect leader position when he could handle everything by himself. Then, I can go and pursue a higher realm without worries. I don't care about the position of sect leader in the Immortal farming sect. But you said yourself you've owed me for so many years. When choosing the successor for sect leader, you actually didn't consider me? Just Might said this mockingly. He was the most talented in all the history of the Immortal farming sect. In the eyes of the various apprentice brothers he was the number 1 in battle prowess in the Immortal farming sect, as well as the gentle eldest apprentice brother. All the disciples believed no one else could be the sect leader. But, what was funny was that when the sect leader considered his successor he had never considered him from the start. And the reason was because he thought that the Immortal farming sect owed him, and he shouldn't be stuck in the Immortal farming sect. So there was no place for him as the sect leader. What kind of reason was this? The wooden sword returned to its sheath. The sect leader's spirit was completely extinguished. The Immortal farming sect disciples who had survived looked stupefied at all that had happened. They couldn't believe their eyes, and it was as if it was a dream. How could this be possible? Just why would the strongest in the Immortal farming sect, apprentice brother Just Might, kill the sect leader? It was obviously apprentice brother Just Might who had worked so hard to save the sect leader from the Moonsabre sect, so why? Why? The Just Words who treated people warmly shouted. He madly lunged at Just Might, chaotically flailing his arms about. Why? If you must have a reason, it's very simple. I'm just following Master's last wish, to escape the ties that the Immortal farming sect has with me. So that I can pursue a higher realm. Apprentice brother Just Might easily avoided Just Words' attack. In the end, his sword stabbed out. The sword tip lightly poked Just Words' forehead. Sword light was revealed. A bloody injury appeared on his forehead, but Just Might didn't take the life of Just Words. A force erupted from the sword, and pushed Just Words back. So, all I did was fulfill Master's last wishes. Just Might said indifferently. At this time, 3 figures descended from the sky. The Devil Monarch Mad Tyrant with fierce features was flying on a shuttle-type flying magical treasure. By his side was the young Master Hai, who was in ragged clothes but maintained his elegant demeanor as usual, as well as the devil monarch Anji, who had his features covered by black smoke. "Looks like you succeeded over here as well." Young Master Hai laughed lightly, then extended his hand towards Just Might. "It's time. We need to go, brother Just Might." Just Might nodded. He grasped young Master Hai's hand, and stepped on that shuttle-type flying magical treasure. "Just Might." The just words behind shouted in rage. "You won't die a good death." "Won't die a good death?" An interesting conclusion. However, from the moment I became a cultivator, I never thought I would die a peaceful death. Just Might turned around, and looked like a scholar as usual. However, his bearing was sharper than before. "In this life, I'll either validate the Grand Tao, and achieve immortality. Or I'll die a spectacular death. If one doesn't even have this understanding, one shouldn't become a cultivator." Young Master Hai showed a look of appreciation. "Receive it." Just Might's hand suddenly flung something, and threw that, immortal farming scripture, to Just Words. His eyes showed ridicule. "This records the traditons and inheritances and of the immortal farming sect, and various secrets. Go and bring junior apprentice brother Just Heart back." Master's second wish, wasn't it for him to become the sect leader? Just Words clutched the immortal farming scripture, eyes filled with hate. "All of you, continue to guard the small Taoist traditions of the immortal farming sect. Die in peace. If any of you have the backbone, get stronger with your hate of me. Then come find me for revenge. Of course, your chances of seeing me again are very remote. From today, the distance between us will become bigger and bigger. If we meet again, you all will be nothing but insignificant ants to me." Young Master Hai smiled lightly. "We should get going, or else Su Clan's Chi will catch up." Devil Monarch Mad Tyrant activated the flying magical treasure below his feet, and they rose into the sky. On the ground, Just Words clutched the immortal farming scripture, as he howled towards the heavens. Tears covered his face. Brother Just Might really is a gentle person. Young Master Hai smiled. He was referring to Just Might throwing the immortal farming scripture to the immortal farming sect. Whatever the case, this is still the place that raised me. Just Might laughed, and the power on his body dissipated. He now looked like a delicate scholar now. Crocodile tears. Devil Monarch Anji coldly harumphed. "You don't understand, Devil Monarch Anji." Young Master Hai smiled. "Yes. You don't understand, brother Anji." Just Might then asked. "Has the Seven Shine Wonder Fruit been obtained?" "Of course." Young Master Hai flipped his hand, and showed that Seven Shine Wonder Fruit. He then took out another 3 Blood God Jewels. There are only 3 Blood God Jewels? Weren't there 4? Just Might frowned. Some problems happened halfway through. But it doesn't matter. 3 is just nice for the 3 of us. As for the last one, there will surely be a chance to get it back. Young Master Hai smiled. "That's fine as well." Just Might nodded his head. Very quickly, the figures of 4 people disappeared into the horizon, towards the mysterious Infinity Devil's sect. What Song Shuhang didn't know was that as his phone couldn't go online anymore as he owed charges, the 9 Provinces #1 group was very lively. "At all members, True Monarch White has just contacted me. He said he'll come out of secluded meditation in about 20 days. Have we decided who is to receive him?" True Monarch Mt.Books asked in the group. At that time, when loose cultivator North River and the rest had screwed over Song Shuhang by getting him to receive True Monarch White, True Monarch Mt.Books had happened to not be online at that time. That was why he would ask this. Loose cultivator North River said, "Haha, True Monarch White is finally coming out? At great pressure of Mt.Books, are you ready?" Quickly get your driving license. At the same time I'll arrange for you to go and learn to fly when you're free. Mad Saber 3 waves, there's probably no time to learn to fly a plane anymore. At that time why not let Song Shuhang learn together with True Monarch White? If something happens, True Monarch White can still use sword flight to bring Song Shuhang to escape with his life. To be accurate, it should when something definitely happens. The plane will definitely crash, right? Don't say it like that. Perhaps after being in secluded meditation for so many years, True Monarch White may have become more dexterous, and that avid curiosity of his may have lessened. And, planes aren't something so easy to break. True Monarch Mt.Huang spoke out with a sense of justice. At this time, True Monarch Old River View said indifferently, "Haha, Senior Mt.Huang, touch your heart. Do you yourself believe what you're saying?" True Monarch Mt.Huang was speechless at that rebuttal. "Sorry, I was speaking nonsense just now. And a plane is weaker than the mechanisms of a magical treasure. I bet 10 custom-made talismans, if True Monarch White gets on the plane, it will crash." Talisman Mansion Master 7 Lives said resolutely. The custom-made talismans he was talking about meant that no matter what kind of talisman it was, as long as he could make it, he'll do it. For free chances to refine pills. Medicine Master chimed in. He could speak so fast today. Was it Miss Jiang Zian helping him message again? 10 free times of divining. At this time, someone with the ID Immortal Diviner Iron Trigrams said complacently. Wait, Immortal Diviner Iron Trigrams? Who was that? Oh my god. That's Immortal Master's Copper Trigrams' sock puppet. This sock puppet had been inside the group for very long, and no one actually discovered it. Now that Immortal Master's Copper Trigrams' main account had been muted, this alternate account had appeared to speak. Loose Cultivator North River, Mad Saber 3 waves, I think I don't want you to do any divination, and ruin my mood. Loose Cultivator North River said. Me too. Mad Saber 3 waves maintained formation. Agreed. Medicine Master said. Immortal Diviner Iron Trigrams raged, enough. System notification, ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* has been blocked by chat admin True Monarch Mt.Huang for 30 days, who exactly is the one who has truly had enough? Don't think this chat admin is only for show. True Monarch Mt.Huang laughed coldly. But True Monarch Mt.Huang didn't kick out this account. This account wasn't actually Immortal Master Copper Trigram's alternate account. It actually belonged to his disciple. It was just that this disciple always lurked, and today Immortal Master Copper Trigrams borrowed his account to chat. But, all of you should stop slandering Senior True Monarch White. If you discuss any further you'll scare little friend Shuhang. If little friend doesn't receive True Monarch White at that time, you all will draw the lots to decide who goes. Whoever draws it goes to receive True Monarch White. True Monarch Mt.Huang threatened them. All the members of the group quietened down, not daring to say anything else. After a moment, Loose Cultivator North River saw that Song Shuhang hadn't come online after so long. He asked, "Little friend Shuhang hasn't replied yet? Is he not online? I saw him post pictures just now in the group space. He wouldn't have pretended to see nothing, right? Just now I was talking to him on the phone. I also told him to call me in a while. I wanted to know if he had obtained the Blood God Jewel. Wait, I'll give him a call." Talisman Mansion Master 7 Lives chimed in with a smile. Very quickly, he appeared. Little friend Shuhang owes charges for his phone, most likely he used up his value just now when talking to me. It can't be helped. I'm not in China. International calls are a bit more expensive. In the future he needs to remember to store a bit more value, or else we wouldn't be able to contact him in emergencies. That's right, who has the time to go and help Song Shuhang add up call value? so that he can be contactable. You can at most add a value of 1000 online. So troublesome. We also don't know how much little friend Shuhang owes. Loose Cultivator North River said. At this time, the drunk moon resident who had a weak presence appeared. I happen to be resting at a resort now. There's a mobile business hall next to it. While it's still not closed, send little friend Shuhang's number to me. I'll add some value for him. He won't have to worry about call value again. While speaking, there seemed to be a lofty heroic spirit appearing. I'll send his number to you. Then you all wait. I'll add some value for him. Drunk moon resident finished speaking, then went to lurk. At this time, Loose Cultivator North River said again, take this opportunity to flood the chat. Before little friend Shuhang returns, flood away the records discussing True Monarch White. Or else when little friend Shuhang opens the group, then sees what we just discussed, he may decide to not do the task. Then we'll be in trouble. Fellow Daoist North River speaks sense. Quickly flood the chat. What do we chat about? How about we chat about what Three Waves has discovered at the mysterious island? The seniors in the group began to shamelessly flood the chat log. Within a short while, several thousand lines of chatting was formed, and the chat logs regarding True Monarch White had disappeared very far away into the flood, on the other side. Su Clan's Chi brought Song Shuhang, Usher Lu, as well as Just Heart to the sky above the Immortal farming sect. Looking down from above, he saw the scene of the Immortal farming sect disciples. What happened after the Immortal farming sect returned to the sect grounds? Chi looked closely, and noticed the corpse of the Immortal farming sect leader which had had its head chopped off by one sword stroke. Something had indeed happened. Su Clan's Chi lightly patted Just Heart, and let him wake up from his unconscious state. Just Heart opened his eyes. He groggily saw the Immortal farming sect covered in gloom. He quickly saw the sect leader's corpse, and froze. Below, the Immortal farming sect cried non-stop, with some lamenting to each other in tears. The disciple had completely lost their pillar. Before, even if the sect leader died, they still had eldest apprentice brother Just Might. But now eldest apprentice brother had killed the sect leader, and left the Immortal farming sect. Now, what were they to do? Just Heart stood on Su Clan's Chi's streak of light. He dully listened to the disciple's explanation. He now understood the process of the Moonsabre sect battle. Eldest apprentice brother killed master, then betrayed the sect and left with young master Hai. How could this happen? After a long time. Just Heart grit his teeth, and a resolute expression appeared on his face. Senior Chi, please put me down. Chi unexpectedly looked at him. Have you made your decision, and know what to do? I don't know. But I need to return to the Immortal farming sect. Someone needs to stand up now in the Immortal farming sect, or the Immortal farming sect is finished. Just Heart smiled bitterly. Chi thought about it, before throwing a tally to Just Heart. Put it on, and display it in the Immortal farming sect. It represents that I, Su Clan's Chi, am covering the Immortal farming sect. This way, it can at least block a few thieves and robbers who wish to take advantage of the situation. When the day comes, and you think the Immortal farming sect has passed its tribulation, return this tally to the Su Clan. Thank you. Just Heart received this tally. At this time, he didn't even have the leeway to reject. He needed this tally. The Immortal farming sect needed this tally. Su Clan's Chi lightly waved, and supported his figure, allowing Just Heart to land on the ground. When the Immortal farming sect disciples saw Just Heart land from the sky, many of their eyes shined. Although Just Heart wasn't that powerful, he had high popularity in the Immortal farming sect. Seeing the incoming junior apprentice brothers, Just Heart grasped the tally tightly, and sighed. He took a large step forward to welcome the disciples of the Immortal farming sect. Su Clan's Chi clasped his hands behind his back, and looked from high up for very long. He finally spoke softly. Let's go. Chi felt that what had happened with the Immortal farming sect as partly his responsibility. That was why he had bestowed this tally, so that the Immortal farming sect could pass this tribulation. However, in this Immortal farming sect incident, Justheart had once had ill intentions on Shirlu, which was why he didn't give any help other than the tally. The streak of light flew off, and he brought Song Shuhang and Shirlu towards the Jiangnan University city. Song Shuhang gave a last look at the Immortal farming sect. His heart had too many emotions, but he didn't know how to express them through words. Thus, he could only keep it in his heart. In the future, this Immortal farming sect incident would become his life experience, and enrich his Dao heart. On the road back, Su Clan's Chi had been silent for very long, before suddenly speaking. Shirlu, return with me to the Su Clan today. Your injuries doesn't have no methods to heal. Shirlu said indifferently. Don't overthink things. Leave it to me. Believe me, Shirlu, you'll be fine. I've always believed you. I just came out to clear my mind. Shirlu showed a smile. She originally already had exquisite features. This smile was surely extremely sweet, and it was as if 100 flowers were blooming. Very quickly. Su Clan's Chi had already ridden the streak of light to the sky above Jiangnan University City. Little friend Shuhang. I really have to thank you this time. Chi used force to pat Song Shuhang. If not for Song Shuhang, Su Clan's Shirlu would very likely have been killed by those bastards from the Moonsabre sect. Just thinking about it made Chi scared. Because he was too emotional, he used too much force to pat and almost patted out Song Shuhang's lungs. Song Shuhang was patted until he started to cough, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Shirlu sighed. She extended her hand to rub Song Shuhang's back, so he could cough more lightly and slowly. Cough. I originally had a greeting gift for you. But now, I can't take out that greeting gift. Su Clan's Chi smiled. Originally he had a rank 1 fist technique. He wanted to casually give it to this new fellow Daoist Song Shuhang as a greeting gift. But now he had saved Su Clan's Shirlu multiple times. Wouldn't he be laughed to death by the others in the group if he took out this rank 1 fist technique as a greeting gift? So, I'll give it to you next time. After a while, Fairy Bieshue will be having the Banquet of the Immortals. At that time, I'll bring you over, and let you taste this world's true deliciousness and immortal treasures. This greeting gift should sufficiently show my sincerity, right? Fairy Bieshue? Song Shuhang was confused upon hearing this. Were they going to go for a good meal? At this time Shirlu lightly poked Song Shuhang, and gave him a look. All right. Then I'll thank Senior Chi. Song Shuhang gave thanks. This banquet of the immortals had large benefits? Then we'll bid farewell here. Chi nodded his head satisfied. His right hand raised, and supporting Song Shuhang, sent him to a man-made forest where no one was looking. Today, I survived safely again. Song Shuhang sighed, and took out his phone. Speaking of which, he owed charges. He needed to go and recharge some value, and see how much he owed. At this time, his phone suddenly received a message. It was an automatic message. Respected customer, hello, on June 10th you successfully recharged 10 million yuan in value. Your balance now is 9,999,784.31 yuan. Replying the message, can 1, inquire immediately about call value information, China Automated Notification Services. Song Shuhang rubbed his eyes. 1, 2, 3, 7. 7 zeros? 10 million in call value? The automated system of China really collapsed in the end? Should he make a call to customer service, and ask what was going on? It was a sum of money that was 10 million after all. While thinking, the chat software on his phone made a special notification. Someone in the 9 provinces #1 group had at him. Because he no longer owed charges, he now had internet connection. Song Shuhang opened the 9 provinces #1 group to take a look. Drunk Moon resident, at great pressure of Mt.Books, little friend Shuhang, has your phone service recovered? I just helped you add a bit of money. You don't need to ever worry about your phone service stopping ever again. It was the seniors in the group who had helped him add call value? Wait, senior. A bit of money wouldn't happen to be 10 million, right? Song Shuhang quickly replied. It's this sum. Did you receive it? As Drunk Moon resident said this, there was blatantly the aura of a nouveau riche. Senior, is there a need to be so extreme? It's too much. What Song Shuhang now felt was like the first half of his web name, great pressure. Just so that he didn't have to worry about phone service stopping ever again. Then he added a call value of 10 million for him. The call value in this phone was already more than all the assets of ordinary families. Too much. That's not so, our group members regularly call each other from halfway across the world. Our call charges are a lot every year. With other expenditures phones have, 10 million is about the call value for 1 or 200 years. It'll be used up very fast. Drunk Moon resident replied. It'll be used up in 1 or 200 years. And very quickly. Song Shuhang used strength to hit the tree beside him. He tried to cool down. Did the seniors in the group use centuries as a unit of time? I can't keep up. A month before he was still an ordinary person, and he completely couldn't keep up with the thinking of the seniors in the group. Some small money of the mortal realm. There's no need to be flustered. Talisman Mansion Master 7 Lives forcefully cut in, and asked a question. Also, little friend Shuhang. How much benefit did you gain from that, Blood God Evil Saber formation? To me, this isn't a little bit of money. Although it really was a small sum to the seniors in the group, but could you try to understand me, who was just an ordinary citizen not long ago? Alright. To get the seniors to understand him wasn't realistic. He had to work hard himself, and catch up with their way of thinking. Song Shuhang tried his best to calm his feelings, and reply the question of Talisman Mansion Master 7 Lives. There were gains. In that formation, the chi and blood in my heart acupoint increased by a large amount, up till now. I expect with about 10 or so amounts of chi and blood, the 100 Days Foundation establishment can be competed. My body also obtained strengthening. Finally, there's a blood god jewel. After stopping for a while, Song Shuhang typed, however seniors, this blood god jewel. Can I change it to other items that suit me more? It's fine whether it's medicinal pills, techniques, magical treasures or talismans. This blood god jewel kept having an uncomfortable feeling in his hand. Also, hadn't young Master Hai had a very confident look on his face as he said, if I have the time, I'll pay a visit and trade back the blood god jewel. At that time, let him go visit one of the seniors, and try to trade back the blood god jewel. I've been waiting for this sentence of yours. Talisman Mansion Master 7 Lives had a toothy smile emoticon, as he continued. After some time, wait for me to teach these primitives on this island how to recognize Chinese, then I'll go look for you. At that time I'll bring you to take a look at my treasury, and let you choose some items of the same value, to trade for this blood god jewel of yours. The blood god jewel wasn't just a valuable material for refinement, but also a good material for the production of the ink for the creation of high-grade talismans. Every stroke for high-grade talismans needed a special ink. For example, the golden talisman's soft feathers had used at that time, had its talisman creation ink made from the blood of a single-horned flood dragon into flood dragon ink. Talisman Mansion Master 7 Lives just happened to need this blood god jewel. At this time, Loose Cultivator North River laughed. Looks like fellow Daoist 7 Lives am about to make some breakthroughs for your Tao of Talismans. Hehe, recently I accidentally got some inspirations. I want to take this chance to create high-grade talismans to break through this bottleneck for the Tao of Talismans. At the same time, I want to break through to the rank 5 Spirit Emperor realm. If I drag on my ascension on longer, I'll be chased up to by my juniors. Talisman Mansion Master 7 Lives laughed as he replied. He actually could have long since formed his gold core, and ascend to rank 5 Spirit Emperor. But it was just that to form a more perfect core, he had suppressed his realm, and dragged things until now. The gold core realm was grouped into grades of 3, 6, and 9 as well. It was based on the number of dragon patterns on the gold core, and split into 9 grades. The greater the number of dragon patterns, the higher the grade of the gold core. The higher the grade of the core, the further down the path a cultivator could walk in the future. Frankly speaking, a gold core with 1 to 3 patterns would stay as rank 5 Spirit Emperor if they had no miraculous encounters. As for 4 to 6 patterns, as long as they didn't fall, they could basically rise to the rank 6 True Monarch realm, with even hope of reaching the rank 7 Venerable realm. And if one wanted to go further, to make one's power felt before others and ascend to the rank 8 Profound Saint realm, one needed a gold core with at least 7 patterns. Talisman Mansion Master 7 Lives was suppressing himself for a 7-patterned gold core. Also, no one in the 9 provinces number 1 group had a gold core with fewer than 7 patterns. They were all outstanding figures among rank 5 Spirit Emperors. Alright. Then I'll wait for seniors' good news. Song Shuhang quickly replied. Then, the various seniors, I'll be going for a rest first. Wait. Wait little friend Shuhang. Loose Cultivator North River said quickly. Song Shuhang sent a question mark. There's something I need to tell you. True Monarch Mt.Books was contacted by True Monarch White. True Monarch White will come out of secluded meditation in about 20 days. At that time, True Monarch Mt.Books will send little friend the location of where True Monarch White will come out from. Little friend remember to receive True Monarch White at that time. Loose Cultivator North River said quickly. The seniors in the group all quietened down. They were afraid Song Shuhang would reject. If True Monarch Mt.Books was angered at that time and made everyone draw lots, it would be terrible. Oh. Alright, no problem. At that time just notify me of where True Monarch White is and it'll be fine. Song Shuhang replied. Then seniors, if there's nothing else I'll go back and rest first. He just wanted to go and have a good shower now, then have a beautiful sleep. Today, his body and mind was completely exhausted. Go then. Have a good rest. We all think highly of you. Loose Cultivator North River said. Song Shuhang nodded. He carefully kept his phone. Don't think this phone was just 1,000 silver yuan. Inside it had a call value of 10 million. November 6th. Tuesday. In the day, Song Shuhang and Tubo went to hand up the fees to learn driving. Next would be waiting for the coach to call them to learn to drive. Tubo had already contacted all his connections. Today they would hand up the fees, and tomorrow the coach could call them to learn to drive. Within 1 week they could participate in their indoor test. If they passed, they could go for their public road driving test. If their luck was good, they could get their license within 20 days. This was a peaceful day. Nothing messy happened. During class, little Miss Lu Fei had openly been next to Song Shuhang freeloading air con. After dinner, the 3 roommates of the dormitory all got busy with their own things. Gao Momo was dragged away by Zhuge Zhongyang. Supposedly in these 2 days, they had started meeting up with Zhuge Zhongyang's first fiancé candidate. Yang De continued to be busy with creating a new computer program. Tubo had also been lost in a game these few days. Thus, Song Shuhang just happened to be able to have the free time to cultivate. He went to the apartment medicine master had bought, and started to cultivate. First was a round of Vajra foundational fist technique, then was using true self-meditation to guide the chi and blood. Today's cultivation was particularly relaxed. He didn't use any chi and blood pills, but he still managed to practice 9 times of Vajra foundational fist technique. In the period of foundation establishment, the more the amount of chi and blood in the heart acupoint, there would be feedback to the body, allowing the cultivator's body to strengthen. And Song Shuhang's body had gotten an additional strengthening from the blood god evil saber formation at the Moonsabre sect. With the current strength of his body, training 14 or 15 rounds in one shot wouldn't require chi and blood pills. After 9 times of Vajra foundational fist technique ended, Song Shuhang suddenly felt his heart acupoint heat up. The chi and blood is overflowing. Song Shuhang's mind moved, and he urgently used the true self-meditation to guide the chi and blood into his heart acupoint. This thread of chi and blood was guided into the heart acupoint. It became the straw that broke the camel's back. The chi and blood in the heart acupoint opened the heart acupoint, overflowing. The acupoint opened by itself. The 100 days foundation establishment was officially completed. At this moment, he could be considered to have truly stepped into the ranks of cultivators. Song Shuhang opened his eyes, and his vitality, chi, and spirit all changed qualitatively. About 500 kilometers south from the Jiangnan area, there was a city called Nanhua Lake. Linyao village was located at Nanhua Lake City. In the village, there was a famous nameless Taoist temple. Because this Taoist temple was famous far and wide, every year many believers would come from various places to make a pilgrimage, but this Taoist temple didn't have a name. Over the course of time, people called it the Nameless Taoist Temple. The Nameless Taoist Temple wasn't big, and the one it enshrined and worshipped wasn't the 3 pure ones. It was instead a nameless immortal sage. This immortal sage was an extremely handsome man who was sitting cross-legged. He was peacefully sitting on the stone platform, and was extremely lifelike. Supposedly, this immortal sage had been discovered several hundred years ago during a large drought. According to legend, that had been a large drought that would not be seen for decades. It hadn't rained a drop for half a year. The river water had dried up. The villagers also had total crop failure, and were about to die due to hunger and thirst. They were futilely creating wells at various places, and were hoping to find at least one wellspring. But the villagers had created at least 40 wells, but had no gains. As they were at their most desperate, they had dug up a lifelike statue as they were digging wells. This was the origin of the Nameless Taoist Temple. It wasn't carved by human hands, and was of the highest quality. Of course, there were villagers to believe this immortal sage figure was buried very very long ago by ancient people. Anyways, the desperate villagers had worshipped this immortal sage figure. It had been miraculous, speaking of which. On the second day after worship, a heavy downpour had come down. There was a welcome rain after a long drought. It was a great rejoicing in one's life. And thus, this temple for the nameless immortal sage became famous like this. Even now, after a while, there would be rumors of villagers having their wishes realized. The fame of this nameless immortal sage temple became greater and greater. At this time, the Taoist temple had several worshippers secretly talking. Do you feel like the nameless immortal sage has become even more lifelike recently? You also have this feeling? I keep feeling as if this nameless immortal sage will come to life anytime, and ascend to the heavens. I keep feeling this nameless immortal sage looks better and better. Whether it was male or female, they would have this kind of feeling. The entire idol became better and better looking, releasing endless charm. TN note, if anybody's interested, a translated interview about CCG's author, and about CCG's manhwa. The heart acupoint had been filled up with qi and blood. When the conditions are right, success will follow naturally, and the acupoint will open by itself. After the heart acupoint opened, cultivators could truly grasp the power of qi and blood in their body. They could then unleash power that exceeded the human limit. When the power of qi and blood was strong enough, bare-handedly twisting metal and the like could be achieved. In the sea of consciousness, the true self had become more solid and real, revealing the qualities of a cultivator. Song Shuhang stood up, taking light breaths. He began to recall the scene at that time in the illusionary world of the Vajra Foundation fist technique, of the master with a naked upper half putting to good use the fist technique. A simple fist technique could in the hands of that master release fists in curves, with straights amongst the curves. It could have great strength and profound power, with the fists like cannons. It could be as gentle as the breeze, coupling strength and gentleness. Before opening the heart acupoint, Song Shuhang couldn't have so easily freely did as he intended like that. But now, perhaps he could give it a try after opening his heart acupoint. He could feel the qi and blood energy that was constantly flowing out. With the beating of his heart, the qi and blood energy was sent to every part of the body. After circulating around in the body, the qi and blood energy would get stronger and return to the heart acupoint. With this circulation, as long as Song Shuhang was still alive and kicking, the qi and blood energy in his body would slowly get stronger. And as the qi and blood energy revolved around his body, Song Shuhang could feel the state of every muscle in his body as well their explosive power. This was a realm about grasping the state of one's body. Song Shuhang once again took up the starting position of the Vajra Foundation fist technique, his muscles half taut and half relaxed. He could faintly feel himself in harmony with his surroundings, and his entire body had an easy and smooth feeling that couldn't be described. Holding his breath, concentrating his attention, and a fist was launched. The speed wasn't fast, but there was booming sounds of explosions. It was heavier compared to the booming sounds of Song Shuhang's full-force blows in the past. A casual punch, and every movement or action, all had the effect of manipulating the power of the spiritual energy in heaven and earth, just like chanting the fist technique chant in the past. Only after he finished a set of Vajra Foundation fist technique, from start to finish, did Song Shuhang exhale a long breath. This was a true completion of one set within one breath. With this heavy breath, every muscle in his body trembled slightly. His body had been adjusted to a perfectly healthy state. Song Shuhang only then showed a satisfied smile. Today's cultivation came to an end here. Although he could rely on blood and qi pills to train a few more rounds, Song Shuhang didn't plan to cultivate any further. Haste brings no success. After just finishing his foundation establishment, he needed a period of time to adapt to his current body condition, to completely grasp his current body. Sharpening the axe won't interfere with cutting wood. After a shower, Song Shuhang took out the black suitcase he had obtained from Altar Master. Then, he put the blood god jewel he had obtained yesterday inside. Then he put that treasure saber he had obtained from the Moonsabre Sect leader together with the black suitcase. The saber had its name inscribed on it. Tyrant Breaker. The saber was 1.1 meters long. The body of the saber was burnt by the tribulation flames, and had completely become black. The originally beautiful treasure saber had become a black and swarthy black saber. However, after being burnt by the tribulation flames, the controls and spiritual imprints left behind by the Moonsabre Sect leader had been completely cleared away. Now, this saber had become a completely ownerless item. It'll be great if this saber could have a concealing formation like Senior Medicine Master's flying sword. That way I could have it on my body at any time. Song Shuhang hiddenly sighed. He really liked this saber, and really wished to have it on him at all times. Unfortunately, this saber was a sharp object, and if it wasn't concealed, it'll be confiscated by the policeman uncles. Perhaps he may also have to suffer the criminal charge of carrying restricted sharp tools. He put these treasures into the apartment safe. Medicine Master's home had the protection of the formations he had erected. There was no need to worry about thieves making a visit. It couldn't be safer storing the items here. Then Song Shuhang took Great Master Tongxuan's flying sword, and returned in the direction of the Jiangnan University city. This flying sword needed to be mailed back to Great Master Tongxian. He had already contacted Little Monk 3 days on the chat software to tell him the news that the flying sword had been found. On the way, Song Shuhang gave a call to Sima Jiang. "Hey, little Jiang. I contacted you so late. Are your injuries better? Can you make a trip here? I want to send that delivery from that time again." In the phone, Sima Jiang quickly answered. "No problem. Do I still go to Jiangnan University City? Alright. I understand. I'll be there immediately." Sima Jiang had originally worried that Song Shuhang would no longer patronize his business anymore. With this call, he finally relaxed. "4 of you come with me," Sima Jiang called out. If this time the delivery was robbed again, he would really not have the face to see anyone anymore. "Mr. Sima, how do we deal with the thief?" The bespectacled man in a western suit pushed up his spectacles as he asked. "Keep him locked up for now. Wait for me to ask Song Shuhang and see his thoughts." Sima Jiang brought 4 big fellows in western suits, talking as he walked. On the way back to the university city, Song Shuhang unexpectedly met 2 acquaintances. The 2-meter-tall Nan Haomeng and the thin and weak Lin Tao. Lin Tao was the senior who had sold information about Song Shuhang in that altar master incident. After that, he had suffered a face-breaking punch of friendship from Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang saw them at the turn. Because of the angle, the other 2 didn't see him. It seemed the other 2 had only encountered each other by chance. Nan Haomeng showed a brilliant smile. He went towards Lin Tao to meet him. "Student Lin Tao, have you repaired your broken teeth?" Lin Tao's face still had some slight swelling. His expression was gloomy, but he still fawningly replied. "Repaired, it's been repaired." However, because he had needed to repair relatively more teeth, that unexpected fortune from a while ago had almost been spent completely. This was tantamount to having no profit, and even having half his teeth broken by someone else for nothing. Lin Tao was really bitter in his heart. "It's good if you've repaired it. Technology is really advanced now, you can't even tell it's fake teeth." "That's right, you wouldn't have complained to the school authorities, right? You and me aren't little children anymore. We are all adults, and we are at fault. We need to bear the responsibility, right?" Nan Haomeng gave a kind-hearted smile, patting Lin Tao's shoulder. "No. Of course not." Lin Tao put strength into shaking his head. "If you didn't, that's good. You and I can be considered to have become friends through an exchange of blows. After having a fight, we got to know each other through fate." Nan Haomeng being a chatterbox was something Song Shuhang had already known when meeting him the first time. And this fellow didn't know himself. He was obviously a chatterbox, but he still didn't want to admit it. "Let's be friends in the future." "Of course, you don't want to become friends through an exchange of blows again, right? So, let past matters scatter with the wind. The various things in the past, let it vanish like smoke in thin air." It was this saying, right? Nan Haomeng used force to pat Lin Tao's weak and skinny shoulder. Yes, yes. Lin Tao really wanted to cry. Who was it that especially wanted to be friends with you? Then we'll talk again in a few days. I also wish your academics go smoothly. Nan Haomeng laughed, Waving, he confidently and freely left. It seems like He was still worried about Lin Tao complaining to the school authorities, and after a few days had specially come to threaten Lin Tao. It seems like this lunkhead was surprisingly careful. Lin Tao grit his teeth. Rubbing his swelled-up face, he mumbled. If I had the power, I'll definitely screw all of you over. Bastards. As his voice just sounded, he suddenly heard someone behind him talk faintly as if he was a ghost. Not bad. You can still be considered to have some backbone. Lin Tao jumped in fright. Who was it that didn't even make a sound as he went behind his back? He turned, and saw Song Shuhang's white and clean face. Suddenly, Lin Tao's face cramped, and he faintly felt the part that was hit a few days ago start to hurt faintly. But you need to properly train. You're now as weak as a chicken. I can crush you with one finger. When you've properly trained, come find me anytime. Finished speaking, Song Shuhang turned his head to look at the surroundings. There happened to be an old building in the process of being demolished. He came to the building's wall, and held a fist up. Regulating his strength, he lightly punched at the wall. Dong! It was a very loud sound. The wall was full of cracks. It was simply like if it had been smashed by a giant hammer. Song Shuhang nodded his head in satisfaction. He turned towards Lin Tao. Saw that? When you train to that level, then you're more or less able to come to me for revenge. Lin Tao's eyes were dazed, and stared at the cracks on the wall, silent for very long. Until after Song Shuhang had left far off, Lin Tao then walked to the wall, and pushed again at it. This wall that was about to be demolished wasn't a tofu dreg project one, a poorly constructed building. It was one properly built, and its quality was good. Lin Tao's legs felt like jelly. 10 minutes later, Jiangnan University City, the male dormitory. Sima Jiang received that delivery from Song Shuhang once again. This time he carefully put this delivery into a black suitcase that was obviously high-tech at first glance. Little Jiang, I'll be troubling you for this delivery. Song Shuhang said. Sima Jiang candidly smiled. He was smart to not ask how this package had made its way back to Song Shuhang. Before going, Sima Jiang asked, "That's right, student Shuhang. How do I deal with that thief I caught that time?" "Oh, that fellow who got his legs broken? Do as you see fit. If you think it's too troublesome, throw him into jail." Song Shuhang replied after he thought about it. Speaking of jail, he still didn't know how that Western monk was. Where could he find out about news regarding the Western monk? I understand. This time, I will definitely send your delivery for you. Rest assured. Sima Jiang said energetically. I believe you. Song Shuhang waved his hand. He kept feeling very guilty inside. Sima Jiang had been embroiled into unexpected bad luck because of him. If there was a chance in the future, he had to think of a way to make it up to him. After seeing off Sima Jiang, Song Shuhang returned to his dormitory. His 3 roommates still hadn't returned. Ever since Yangda had rented somewhere outside, he kept feeling the dormitory wasn't so lively anymore. Should he raise a pet? No way, the student dormitory didn't allow pets to be raised. While thinking, Song Shuhang pushed open the dormitory door. Then, he saw a giant tail with towering fur. It was huge, and it looked as big as a floor-type electric fan. Song Shuhang decisively closed the door. Before he used strength to rub his eyes, his heart had an ominous feeling. After a deep breath, he then opened the dormitory door again. This time, he saw a giant Pekingese, wagging its tongue at him acting cute. 1. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/tofu-dreg_project. Song Shuhang summoned up his courage to enter the dormitory. He then locked the dormitory door on the way in. It was possible that there was only one such big Pekingese dog in the world. Without doubt, the one before his eyes was the Pekingese giant demon dog which had been chasing Devil Monarch Anji around yesterday, and gave him a vicious bite at the end. This proved that for things like dogs, the smaller they were the cuter they were. Even if it was a dog with various mixed bloods, it would still be chubby when it was just born, and very cute. Nevertheless, when the small dog grew up, a large majority would become completely uncute. Even if it was the small dog breeds like a Pekingese, when they grew bigger than 5 meters, they would lose any relation with the word cute. The giant Pekingese demon dog was squatting there, its tongue lolling out as it panted. It was just like a normal dog. Actually, for a demon dog of this rank, it wouldn't be afraid of the heat, so why would it need to loll its tongue? In that instant, Song Shuhang's mind thought of the method of the Immortal farming sect to shout towards large demon dogs, "Screw your mother. If you have the guts, come eat me." He wasn't adorably foolish. He wouldn't do this. "Nice to meet you." Song Shuhang gathered his courage to wave at the giant Pekingese demon dog. "Ho ho ho." The giant Pekingese tilted his head. It was a pose that could have been very cute if it was smaller by several tens of times. "You can understand me, right? I know high-ranking demon beasts have intelligence." Song Shuhang saw that this giant demon beast didn't have the intention to attack him, so he temporarily sighed in relief. The giant Pekingese demon dog changed its angle, and continued to tilt its head and act cute. "He doesn't understand standard Chinese one?" Song Shuhang asked suspiciously. This giant demon dog definitely had intelligence. It wouldn't be any less than a human. This could be seen from the ridiculing look in its eyes when it was facing the Immortal farming sect members. However, demon dogs aren't humans, and didn't have a 9-year compulsory education system. Perhaps what it spoke was some weird area's dialect? So it didn't understand standard Chinese? So, when that Immortal farming sect disciple had been courting death in front of that giant demon dog, saying, "Screw your mother. If you have the guts, come eat your granddaddy," it simply hadn't understood? So, it spared those 2 Immortal farming sect disciples? Song Shuhang began to feel this was more and more likely. Then, it used the expressions and tone of humans to infer the meaning of what was being said. Thinking to this point, Song Shuhang had a sudden thought. He thought of a joke he had seen not long before. So, he had a slight smile on its face. Using a gentle tone, he said, "Hello, is your mother a big monkey?" Too, when the giant Pekingese demon dog heard this, it no longer acted cute. Its head was no longer tilted, and it retracted its tongue. A ridiculing look appeared in its eyes again. Then, it used a smooth Beijing dialect accent to reply. "Your mother is a gorilla." Woof. Song Shuhang was speechless. This Pekingese demon dog had really bad taste. After the giant Pekingese demon dog had finished speaking, it then stuck out its tongue and began to make hoo-hoo-hoo panting sounds, and looked at Song Shuhang with an expressionless face, and even rolled its eyes. Song Shuhang sighed. He took off his shoes and went to the dormitory bedroom. At the same time, he became more relaxed. This giant demon dog still knew to make jokes with him, so at least it wouldn't eat him, right? He came to the bedroom, and the giant Pekingese demon dog also followed. "Did you come find me for anything?" After Song Shuhang thought for very long, he couldn't think of how to address this giant Pekingese demon dog. "I came to ask some questions." Human language came out of the mouth of this giant Pekingese demon dog again. "Did you come into contact with Medicine Master recently?" Song Shuhang was immediately on the alert, his mind thinking about how to best reply. No need to deny it. The truth was that a few days ago I could already the scent of Medicine Master on you. I also smelt that little lass of the Su clan on you yesterday, and then that fellow Su clan's Ah Chi. The giant Pekingese demon dog seemed to be very familiar, and went through the names of the cultivators Song Shuhang had come into contact with recently. When Song Shuhang had heard to this point, his mind flashed. "You're the precious giant demon dog that ran away from True Monarch Mt.Books' home?" He still remembered how when he had just entered the group members had said True Monarch Mt.Books had been very busy those few days. His precious giant demon dog had run away from home again. At that time Song Shuhang had thought the seniors in the group were all Chinibu, and thought it had been a pet dog of True Monarch Mt.Books that had run away from home. Now it seemed that it really was a pet dog. Pekingese was indeed a breed of pet dog. It was just that the one that True Monarch Mt.Books had was a tad bigger. Woof! The giant Pekingese demon dog tilted its head, a look of annoyance on its face. Don't ask why Song Shuhang could tell a look of annoyance from a dog's face. Anyways, he could magically tell so. "True Monarch Mt.Books didn't bring you back last time?" Song Shuhang asked suspiciously. Recently True Monarch Mt.Books had kept appearing online. He had thought the giant demon dog had been found already. Woof! The giant Pekingese demon dog tilted his head to another direction, continuing to coldly harumph in annoyance. Song Shuhang secretly sighed. With such a pet dog, True Monarch Mt.Books was also quite pitiful. "So, what did you look for me for?" Song Shuhang asked. "I'm looking for Medicine Master. I want him to make some medicinal pills as snacks." The giant Pekingese demon dog continued to act cute. "So yesterday I followed you, to look for Medicine Master. After following and following, until the hospital. Then, some unknown bastard released some poison gas bomb. I wasn't taking notice and suffered the attack. It was so disgusting I couldn't eat for a whole day." Woof woof. The corners of Song Shuhang's mouth cramped. That wouldn't be the stink pill he himself released, right? "So, I'm asking you, where is Medicine Master now?" the giant Pekingese demon dog asked. Medicine Master seems to suddenly have something on, and went to help a few friends treat their illness. His friends had some problems while adventuring, and seemed to have lost their memories. So, Medicine Master will only be back in a few days. If you're not in a rush, you can come back in a few days to look for him. Song Shuhang replied. The giant Pekingese demon dog thought about it. Then that's all right. I'll look for him a few days later. Finally, are you a new member of the 9 Provinces #1 group? With relations to Medicine Master, and contact with that fellow Su Clan's Chi. But I've never seen you before in the chat. Song Shuhang nodded. I am indeed a newly added member of the 9 Provinces #1 group. Then that's good. Lend me your account. Can I chat for a few sentences? Woof woof. The giant Pekingese demon dog got excited, and its tail began to wag at high speed. Chat. Song Shuhang looked at that small computer. Looking at that over 5 meters large giant Pekingese. With a light tap of its paws, his computer would shatter and need to be sent to the recycling center, right? I can shrink. When it saw Song Shuhang's gaze, the giant Pekingese demon dog immediately understood. Its body flashed. In the white light, it quickly became the size of a normal Pekingese. With this size, it was actually really cute. How is it? My transformation is really cool, right? Come, switch on the account and enter the account. The Pekingese cheerfully jumped about. Alright. Song Shuhang switched on the computer, but didn't enter the account on the desktop chat software. He instead found an independent chat software backup from a folder in the E-drive. He used that to log in. Ever since the incident with Altar Master, he had become more careful with regards to his identity as a cultivator. He had prepared various protections on his computer. He didn't dare leave the records of his account log in on his computer. He used the methods used in internet cafes. When he logged out, it would automatically delete the chat account records. After typing in the account password and logging into the chat software, he then turned around to let the giant demon dog use the computer. He was still on the alert. After all, whether the Pekingese was the one that belonged to True Monarch Mt.Books was merely a guess. The Pekingese demon dog happily climbed onto the computer table. It seemed that after becoming small, even its mass had decreased. Or else this computer table would have long since broken down. Then, it familiarly used its paws to open the window for the 9 provinces #1 group. Then, it even used the 5-stroke input method to type. My God, it's even using the 5-stroke input method to type? I myself use pinyin. Song Shuhang thought in his heart. While thinking, the Pekingese demon dog had already tapped a whole stream of words, and was also very fast at typing. 9 provinces #1 group. Great pressure of Mt.Books, at True Monarch Mt.Books, Mt.Books you big foolish idiot. Come out. If you have the guts, come out. Song Shuhang began to have cold sweat that he couldn't stop. Loose Cultivator North River was the first to reply. He asked a question suspiciously. Little friend Shuhang? True Monarch Mt.Books, great pressure of Mt.Books, waha, I've escaped again. How about it? Big foolish, idiot Mt.Books. Come bite me. Song Shuhang silently watched as the Pekingese demon dog typed at lightning speed. If Senior Medicine Master saw this, he would surely be crying until he fainted in the toilet. Loose Cultivator North River, Roamcloud Monk Tongxian, Medicine Master. Then there was a long row of seniors, who were using ellipses to maintain group formation. There was no need to say it. They had guessed the reason. True Monarch Mt.Books' precious giant demon dog had ran away from home again. It had even ran over to little friend Shuhang's place. It was using little friend Shuhang's account to chat online. Little Dodo 3, don't make trouble anymore. True Monarch Mt.Books replied. Che. I want to make trouble. What can you do to me? If you have the ability, come bite me, come bite me. The Pekingese cheerfully used strength to tap on the keyboard. When this had just been sent. System notification, *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************̈ Blocked by chat admin True Monarch Mt.Books for 1 day, he was banned. These few days, True Monarch Mt.Books had been using the great banning art more times than the entire whole of last month. Just thinking about it made Song Shuhang feel tired for him. Fudge, big idiot Mt.Books, you dare block me. Woof woof woof. The giant Pekingese demon dog raged. If I was True Monarch Mt.Books, I'll definitely ban you. No, I'll definitely consider having dog meat hot pot for dinner. This was what Song Shuhang thought in secret. That wasn't right. Wait. This account was mine. At this time, in the 9 provinces #1 group, True Monarch Mt.Books sent a message. Little friend Shuhang, I'll have to trouble you for a while about little Dodo. Wait for me to finish my matters here. In at most 2 months, I'll hurry to your place and retrieve it. Before that, don't let little Dodo run off. Song Shuhang looked at the giant Pekingese demon dog. Then he looked at his thin arms and tiny legs. Look after little Dodo? He felt there was absolutely no hope for this task. The Pekingese demon dog turned to look at Song Shuhang. Woof woof, big idiot Mt.Books, how is this rookie supposed to watch me? Song Shuhang felt the veins on his forehead began to bulge. 1. https://en.m.wikipedia.org/wiki/standard_Chinese 2. This is a Chinese joke that is about making fun of those that don't understand the language. 3. Dodo means bean in English. Because Song Shuhang had had his account banned by True Monarch Mt.Books, it couldn't happily chat, so the Pekingese Dodo jumped off from the computer table. It then climbed onto Song Shuhang's bed, and boredly began to roll around. Since when they had first met, it had never calmed down. Song Shuhang looked at it and stared carefully for a long time. Was this giant demon dog Dodo really a Pekingese breed, and not from some funny ancestry? This level of liveliness was a bit too excessive. After the Pekingese Dodo had rolled around for very long, it suddenly stood up, and spoke sternly to Song Shuhang. Sigh. Little friend Shuhang, from today onwards I'll protect you. Song Shuhang laughed dryly, saying, thanks. No problem. You can call me Dodo. Don't call me Little Dodo. That's Big Fool Mt.Huang's special address. If you think you're a big fool as well, I'll also acknowledge you calling me Little Dodo. After the Pekingese Dodo finished speaking, it began to roll about on the bed again. From the top to the bottom of the bed, rolling in circles, rolling vertically and rolling horizontally, it had good bed rolling skills. There were various fancy ways of rolling, and it was never repeated from start to finish. Alright, Dodo. Song Shuhang said. In front of the computer, he casually flipped through the news records of the 9 provinces #1 group. He wanted to see the records of yesterday. Yesterday his phone had been out of service for a while, and he hadn't noticed what the seniors in the group had chatted about. Then, Song Shuhang went up and went through tens of pages, and it was all about the seniors in the group chatting about, how is the scenery at the East Sea, 3 waves have you eaten? What did you eat, as well as, which holiday village is better to play at, questions etc. So much. There was so much. Weird. Why did the seniors chat so much yesterday? Song Shuhang asked doubtfully. In the past, the seniors in the group would chat about things relating to cultivation and exploring ancient cultivator ruins. But the chat records yesterday were about this and that, where anything was chatted about. And the chats were slightly baffling. After going up for a few more pages, all the chat records were all torrential flooding. Song Shuhang no longer went up anymore. Loose cultivator Northrivers talking nonsense to do battle was a great success. Song Shuhang didn't persist until the chat records where the group members talked about True Monarch White. Song Shuhang then opened the group space. He opened his game farm and ranch to manage it. He took a look at the list. Every day, the number of seniors who spent time coming to him to steal vegetables were not few. Were these seniors all so bored? The Pekingese Dodo was extremely bored. Getting up he asked, Shuhang, woof, are there any games installed on your computer? Oh, there is one, but it's very old. Song Shuhang replied. This was the battle game, where one attacked the opponent's base to win, and where his 3 roommates had used Abbot Yongda created as an alt account. This game was almost a decade old. Let me play. Woof woof. On the bed, the Pekingese Dodo jumped and got up. Alright. Song Shuhang closed the chat software on the computer. He logged onto that game. The Pekingese Dodo jumped onto the computer, and made its body slightly bigger. Its left paw pressed on the keyboard and its right hand was on the mouse. Woof woof. Let's have some fun. Let's have some fun. This image really was too perfect. Song Shuhang couldn't bear to look straight at it. In Legends, having the teammate that was a primary school student already screwed the team over enough already. But it was unexpected that there would something that screw over the team even more. Could you imagine how you would feel when your teammate was a dog? This was perhaps the feeling of a true dog's hit day. Looking at the dog that was having fun, Song Shuhang thought of a question and asked it. Dodo, after you shrink, can ordinary people see you? He was worried that when his roommates came back, they would see a dog on the computer playing games. Would they believe it if he made an introduction of this dog as being one specially trained? Don't worry, us demon beasts won't be seen by ordinary people if we don't want to. Dodo didn't turn back its head, its paw tapping pa-pa-pa on the keyboard. The mouse also flew back and forth, and it was playing with proper form. Song Shuhang nodded his head relieved. Time passed very fast. 7 days later, June 18th. The medicine master that the Pekingese Dodo never forgot, still hadn't come back yet. Medicine master's treatment of the 4 fellow Taoists' amnesia didn't go smoothly, and still hadn't found the cause of their loss of memories up till now. The head area of the 4 fellow Taoists didn't suffer any harm, nor did their memory abilities suffer any damage. There also wasn't any obvious methods of memory seals found. But they just couldn't remember any more memories of the time they were on the mysterious island. Based on the conjectures of Medicine Mosti and other seniors in the group, the memories of these fellow Taoists were most likely sealed by a powerful cultivator. If it was really so, then they had to be careful. 2 of these fellow Taoists were rank 5 spirit emperors, experts of the gold core stage. How powerful was a powerhouse who could seal their memories? Now, Medicine Master had invited several experts of the cultivation world that specialized in memories, spiritual energy, and seals to research this amnesia. Medicine Master had said in the chat that this amnesia of the 4 fellow Taoists was expected to take at least half a year. Jiang Zian frowned and asked, "Medicine Master, is their loss of memories really so hard to recover?" "Ah, it is hard to treat. Also, in truth I don't have much confidence in recovering their memories." Medicine Master sighed. Jiang Zian asked, "Are we going to stay here until we treat their amnesia?" "That's no need for that. I expect in about 10 or so days, we can at least confirm the cause of the amnesia. Then we'll research how to recover it. Then we'll have to consider at length, and we won't need to keep staying here." Medicine Master frowned, repeatedly checking some data on a journal. "Then after we confirm the illness, will we return to Jiangnan University City?" Jiang Zian asked. She still wanted to be together with Medicine Master in that small apartment. Little friend Shuhang was also good at understanding others. He wouldn't often come and bother her and Medicine Master's 2-people world. "We can't go back." Medicine Master put down the data records in his hands. "In 20 days, True Monarch White will be coming out. At that time, Song Shuhang will be going to receive True Monarch White. If I go back in about 10 days, wouldn't that be walking right into the trap?" So, even if he was to drag it on, he had to drag it on until when Song Shuhang had finished his mission of receiving True Monarch White. Then he'll consider going back to Jiangnan University City. Jiang Zian. In the apartment Medicine Master had bought. Taking advantage of the afternoon break, Song Shuhang took time out to go through cultivation. He had already opened his heart acupoint and completed the 100 Days Foundation establishment. Now he had to work hard in assaulting the rank 1 second acupoint, the eye acupoint. If he opened the eye acupoint, his visual prowess would increase by a level. Also, as he was lucky, when he opened the eye acupoint, he might obtain a minor ability like the Heavenly Eyes. 1 After the cultivation of 20 rounds of Vajra Foundational Fist Technique, and True Self Meditation Scripture, was finished, Song Shuhang used a Qi and blood pill. After the heart acupoint opened, the time taken to cultivate a round of Vajra Foundational Fist Technique had largely decreased. He now needed an hour to train 20 rounds of the Foundation Fist Technique. It was just nice to use up all the stamina in his body. His body had become stronger, and the requirements for the amount of blood and Qi pills had become greater. Now after his stamina finished, a single blood and Qi pill could only recover the state of his body once. He maintained a cultivation time of 4 to 5 hours daily. In a short 5 days, he had already used up 20 Qi and blood pills. He shook the bottle of Qi and blood pills in his hand. There was merely 1 pill left of those he had obtained from Altar Master. If he didn't have the support of Qi and blood pills, and calculating the time in 1 day to slowly recover his body, he could only cultivate 30 or so rounds. Wholly relying on his body, he would most likely need more than a year to open the eye acupoint. Qi and blood pills. Song Shuhang sighed lightly. After tasting the effects on cultivation that qi and blood pills brought, he wouldn't be able to take the days where there was no longer qi and blood pills. The good thing was that in 15 or so days, True Monarch White was coming out of secluded meditation. Although he didn't know why the seniors kept avoiding True Monarch White, but now, Song Shuhang really wanted to quickly meet True Monarch White. In his eyes, True Monarch White represented qi and blood pills and succession of techniques. Also, he had already opened the heart acupoint, and could contract the spirit ghost. He could request True Monarch White to give him guidance. The success rate of the contracting could increase greatly. After all, he only had 2 chances. After the blood and qi pill came into effect, Song Shuhang began to cultivate again. He couldn't bear to waste even any of the medicinal energies. The giant demon dog Dodo had gone off to who knows where. Song Shuhang couldn't control it. At times he wouldn't see it for the whole day, and it would occasionally come over to where Song Shuhang was to take a look. Then it would snatch Song Shuhang's account, go to the 9 provinces #1 group to annoy True Monarch Mt.Books, and be banned. Then it'll go out and play again. Its days passed by so simple-mindedly just like that. Since Su clan's Ah Shirlu had been brought back to the clan by Ah Chi, she hadn't come online yet. Perhaps she was undergoing some secret treatment. Song Shuhang was slightly worried about Ah Shirlu. She had said before to Song Shuhang that she had around 20 days left to live at most. Now 5 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Did the Su clan really have a way to heal her injuries? Song Shuhang sighed hiddenly. His mind involuntarily thought of that scene where Ah Shirlu had been talking with Su clan's Ah Chi at the end. At that time she had showed a smile. I just came out to clear my mind. This smile was surely extremely sweet, and it was as if 100 flowers were blooming. However, there was some unspeakable depression in that smile. She seemed to not hold much hope towards her own survival. Great Master Tongshuan's invisible flying sword was finally sent back, and this time Sima Jiang hadn't been robbed. It was worthy of celebration. On the day of receiving the flying sword, Little Monk 3 Days used the chat software to leave a message for Song Shuhang, and to thank him in place of Great Master Tongxian. Little Jiang really had it tough. Just as Song Shuhang thought of Little Jiang, his handphone rang. He swiped the screen, and it was the deliveryman Little Jiang calling. Hey! Is there something, Little Jiang? Song Shuhang answered the call and asked. Student Shuhang? Where are you now? There's another emergency delivery for you that you need to sign for. Sima Jiang's candid voice sounded from the phone. This delivery is pretty big. When it's upright it's as tall as a person. Just like the 2 previous deliveries, the dimensions of this delivery was just as frighteningly big. Another delivery? Song Shuhang was slightly doubtful. Recently it seemed that no one had said they wanted to send something to him. He also hadn't ordered anything online. And it was even one as tall as a human. I'll immediately return to Jiangnan University City. Go directly to the dormitory to wait for me, Little Jiang. Song Shuhang replied. 1. Heavenly Eyes was an ability of the Caucasian monk. It was mentioned offhand in chapter 83. TN note. The words, Yao, that was translated by the previous TL as Devil Dog has been translated as Demon Dog now by me. If anyone is interested in the reasoning behind the change, here are 2 articles by RWX of and Saint on the topic. The one by RWX in particular, written 1.5 years ago, was the reason for the change. On the way, Song Shuhang took out his phone again. He opened the 9 provinces #1 group. There wasn't any seniors who mentioned they were sending him something. It wouldn't be Soft Feathers sending something again, right? He remembered 3 days before, they had met in the group. She had suddenly asked if he wanted spirit jade vein tea. As Spirit Butterfly Island had just picked a new batch of spirit jade vein tea leaves, and she had personally picked a small amount herself. Then she had happily gone online and said when the spirit jade vein tea leaves was finished manufacturing, she wanted to gift Song Shuhang some. Song Shuhang had happily agreed at that time. If it was just a little tea leaves, there was no problem accepting this small gift. But when hearing about this box as tall as a person, Song Shuhang had some faint worry in his heart. Soft feathers was a bit of a nouveau riche. All the seniors in the group agreed on this. If a little tea leaf she spoke of was a box as tall as a human, then the favor he owed was really too big. Speaking of Miss Soft Feathers, she was still making a desperate attempt at the 5-element spirit contract altar. She was very talented in cultivation. At a young age she was already at the rank 3 Ho-Tian realm. But it seemed that all her talent was in cultivation. Her pill refining, formations and talisman creation weren't that praiseworthy. She had already researched the 5-element spirit contract altar for half a month. She had tried 4 times within this period, and had failed each time. She still hadn't succeeded to this day. Whenever they met recently in the group, she would often be sulky over this matter. It was because Soft Feathers had failed 4 times consecutively that Song Shuhang hadn't dared to attempt to contract the spirit ghost. He only had 2 tries. When he failed he would have to find the materials for the 5-element spirit contract altar himself. Who knew how long he would take to collect so many materials? While thinking nonsense, Song Shuhang had already reached the male dormitory. Sima Jiang had already been here for very long. The truth was that he had been when he had called Song Shuhang, he had already been waiting at the male dormitory entrance. 4 muscular men in black western suits were guarding an around 1.8 meter tall giant box. Little Jiang, you've all had to wait so long for me. It's been hard on you. Song Shuhang said sourly. No problem, we just reached. Sima Jiang said candidly. Come, sign here. Song Shuhang nodded. He signed his name, then opened the dormitory door. Need us to help you carry it in? Sima Jiang called out. After all, this box was big, and it wouldn't be easy for one person to drag it in. But just as he was halfway through his words, Song Shuhang bent over. His 2 arms hugging one end of that box. He easily lifted it up horizontally, just as easily as lifting a school desk. Song Shuhang smiled as he replied. No need, it's not very heavy, I can do it alone. Sima Jiang gaped, and bid farewell to Song Shuhang. Then he brought his 4 subordinates along to the lift. That box. Was it so light? Sima Jiang murmured to himself. Although it's not that heavy. But with that length, we can do it alone if we hold it firmly. But we probably can't do it if it's holding it from one end horizontally. A black-suited man said as he thought about it. Also, that student looked to have thin arms and thin legs, and with a weak body. To think he would have such strength. He had carelessly forgotten to conceal his own strength. Song Shuhang sighed hiddenly, and carried the box into the room. After tearing open the cardboard box packaging, inside was a box made out of wood. It looked slightly like a coffin. A coffin? Who would send a coffin to him? Was it someone he offended lately? In that instant, Song Shuhang braced himself mentally. He immediately thought of that elder young Master Hai of the Moonsabre sect. At that time as the other side left they had said, if so, I'll entrust this blood god jewel to fellow Taoist Mt.Books. If I have the time, I'll pay a visit and trade back the blood god jewel. Could it be that fellow had sent a coffin over? That fellow wanted to visit so soon? Do. Are you here? Song Shuhang called out. Woof. What is it? The Pekingese Do called from the computer in the bedroom. All that could be seen was him having that game of Song Shuhang's open, and having fun playing. It had recently gotten addicted to this game. The number of teammates it had screwed over was uncountable. Come over for a while. I want to open a box. But I keep feeling something is off. Perhaps there is some kind of trick in the box. A few days ago I offended a person. Perhaps that person sent a delivery to ensnare me as revenge. Song Shuhang said cautiously. Dodo turned over, and gave a sniff. Then, it spoke lazily. Open it. With me here, you at least won't die. With this, Song Shuhang relaxed slightly. He gingerly grabbed the lid of the coffin, and lightly opened it. It wasn't nailed, and it was very easy to open the lid. Nothing like flying arrows shot out. Song Shuhang exhaled hiddenly, and moved his head closer to take a look. Only to see a beautiful girl sleeping soundly. Her figure was petite, with shoulder-length short hair. Her features were delicate like a doll. Ah Shirlu? Song Shuhang called out. The box was 1.8 meters long. Removing the outer cardboard covering, the wooden box, and a thick padding of bubble wrap, it was just nice in accommodating the 1.5-meter tall Ah Shirlu, letting her lie comfortably inside. After hearing Song Shuhang calling out, Shirlu bewilderedly opened her eyes. Next to the computer, Dodo disdainfully harumphed. It had long since smelt Ah Shirlu's smell. Ah Shirlu blinked, and got up from the box. Oh, hi Shuhang. After rising, it could be seen that apart from her, the box also had a small jar, and an exquisite small box. Weren't you returning with Senior Ah Chi to the Su clan to treat your injuries? Why did you escape again? Song Shuhang asked anxiously. According to what she had said, she only had a lifespan of 15 days left if her injuries weren't treated. Why wasn't she obediently staying in the Su clan to receive treatment, but instead escaping again? What's to be done if her injuries flared up again halfway through? Hee, I'm really amazing. I thought of using delivery to send myself out. I easily escaped from the Su clan again. But don't worry. This time I brought protective talismans, so there's no need to fear another attack on me. I also brought some medicinal pills to suppress my injuries. While saying, Shirlu looked at Song Shuhang's anxiousness, and was doubtful at first. Then she extended her small hand to pat Song Shuhang, and consoled him. Don't worry, with the protective talismans, Ah Chi can quickly find my position. He'll pick me up at night at the latest. I'm just out for half a day. Song Shuhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He couldn't help but look at the Pekingese Dodo which was playing games, then look at Su clan's Ah Shirlu again. True Monarch Huang and Senior Ah Chi, you two have it tough. Did you escape again this time for something? Song Shuhang sighed. He could only wait for Senior Ah Chi to come fetch her. There's something. Ah Shirlu nodded. She first handed the small jar to Song Shuhang. 100 fasting pills. I keep my promises, and I'm giving it to you. Just over this? Even if you want to fulfill your promises, and return my fasting pills 100-fold, there's no need to specially escape to give it to me? Song Shuhang once again didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Ah Shirlu didn't reply, and her eyes fell slightly. She was silent for a long while. Then she handed over the small box. And there's still this. Spirit Jade Vein Tea as a present for you. Whatever the case, you're a cultivator now, and if you have any fellow Taoists and cultivators as guests, you at least need some Spirit Jade Vein Tea to receive them. Also, Spirit Jade Vein Tea can be given to ordinary people in small amounts to improve their bodies. You can give it to your family, but it has to be in small amounts. Song Shuhang looked at the box in Ah Shirlu's hands. She was suddenly gifting Spirit Jade Vein Tea, and it wouldn't be because Soft Feathers had mentioned it in the group, right? Ah Shirlio's black and sparkling eyes stared straight at Song Shuhang, maintaining the posture of offering the box. Thanks. Then I'll impolitely accept this. Song Shuhang could only accept the spirit jade vein tea in her hands. It wasn't good to reject her goodwill. Then, there's still some time before Achi comes. Will you go out for a walk with me? Shirlu gave a radiant smile. All right. Where do you want to go play? Song Shuhang asked. He had no lessons on Tuesday afternoon. Also, his driving lessons had come to a temporary close. He had already successfully passed Subject 2 together with Tubo. Now he was just waiting for the coach to notify them. They would go a few rounds on the road, then take their road test. So he had happened to be free recently. Many places. I want to go to a clothing store first, then Luoxin Street area's food street. Watching a movie also isn't bad, and I also want to go to a large gaming center. We'll walk to wherever we walk to. Whatever's fun, whatever's delicious, whatever's nice to see, I want to try them all. Ah Shirlu beamed. After pausing for a moment, she then spoke again. Then, there's a big problem. I don't have a single cent, so I still can't return the money I owe you for the taxi yet. Alright. Owing 50 is owing, and owing 5,000 is also owing. I'll pay then? Song Shuhang smiled. Alright. Ah Shirlu gave a stretch. Then let's go. Do, want to come with? Song Shuhang called out to the Pekingese at the computer. As they were planning to go to the Luoxin Street area, they could buy some food for Do at the same time. The Pekingese Do turned its head over. He used a silly but amusing look at Song Shuhang. After a long time, it spoke. I'm having fun. I don't want to go out and play with you. When you come back, remember to buy some beef-flavored dog food. I've always wanted to have a taste. Big fool Mt.Books has never bought me dog food. What a big fool, where is there a dog that doesn't eat dog food? Alright. Song Shuhang replied with difficulty. Ah Shirlu was in a good mood, and held Song Shuhang's hand. She went to the women's clothing shop first. How's this? She had changed into a cute dress with a scattered flower pattern. She gave a twirl in front of Song Shuhang. This scattered flower pattern dress suited Ah Shirlu's style a lot. She had an eye for picking out clothes. Fantastic. Song Shuhang gave a thumbs up. Then let's buy it. Let's continue. Ah Shirlu smiled. She turned around and continued to go back and forth in the sea of clothes in the women's clothing shop. The assistant at the side couldn't help but praise, this little brother, your sister is really cute. Her eye for picking clothes is also very good. Those clothes just now suited her a lot. Ha, thank you, thank you. Song Shuhang smiled as he paid. The Ah Shirlu in the sea of clothes lifted her head and looked at her reflection in the mirror and wondered, am I really so small? 1. This was originally called the Five-Way Spirit Contract Altar, and appeared in Chapter 93. Ah Shirlu had a lot of fun. She played through everything that she could think of and everything she could play. She then had a face of contentment. At nightfall, Song Shuhang accompanied her to the rooftop of the Guoxin building. Ah Shirlu leaned on the railings, overlooking the nighttime scenery of the Jiangnan University area. There were large bundles next to her. They were the spoils of war of today's stroll. Tired? Ah Shirlu turned around and asked. It's still all right. Song Shuhang said. Whatever the case, he was still a cultivator who had opened his heart acupoint, with plenty of physical strength. He wasn't like those weak male leads in shows, who were close to dying after walking with a girl for half a day. Huh, that's a pity. Ah Shirlu gave a stretch. Then we'll end it for today. Ah Chi should be more or less about to fetch me. Song Shuhang said, he'll directly come here to fetch you? It's sword flight after all. Others can't see it anyways. Ah Shirlu raised her head, and smiled. The money I owe you, I'll pay you back the next time we meet. All right. Song Shuhang nodded. Then it's settled. I'll pay you back the next time we meet. Ah Shirlu stretched. I need to go. Ah Chi is here. As they were speaking, a streak of light flashed past. Ah Chi seemed to move in an instant, appearing before Song Shuhang. Ah Shirlu laughed happily, waving. Oh, Ah Chi, you came so slowly. Ah Chi ruthlessly flicked her forehead without a trace of politeness. Ah Shirlu crouched down on the ground, hugging her forehead in pain. Ah Chi said embarrassedly, little friend Shuhang, you've been given trouble again. That's not so. My afternoon is free anyways. Song Shuhang said. Ah Chi laughed, then grabbed Ah Shirlu. The magical saber rose and transformed into a streak of light. I'll bring Ah Shirlu back first. We'll meet again next time. Song Shuhang gave a wave. Goodbye, senior. Wait, my things. Ah Shirlu made some threatening gestures. Su Clan's Ah Chi extended his hand high into the sky and made a seizing motion. That large bundle was sucked into his hand, landing on the streak of light. By Shuhang. Ah Shirlu laughed happily. Bye. Song Shuhang waved. Ah Chi jumped lightly and stepped on the streak of light. The streak of light soared into the sky, flying higher and higher. Goodbye. Ah Shirlu said softly. In the next moment, it was as if all her energy was sucked out in an instant. She was limpy in Ah Chi's hands. Ah Chi spoke softly. Shirlu, there's still hope. I know. Ah Shirlu said weakly. I will give my all. Although the chances aren't high, but there is after all still a chance to live on. Ah Chi grit his teeth, and the streak of light became even faster. Song Shuhang's smile withdrew. He looked at the far-off streak of light with some unease. He kept feeling that this trip of Ah Shirlu was like her completing her last wishes. Could it be that Ah Shirlu's injuries couldn't be treated? When he thought of this possibility, he felt a suppressed panic in his heart. Who decided life or death? Bah. Good luck. We can probably still meet again. You still owe me money after all. Song Shuhang murmured. After a long while, he went back to the male dormitory, holding a bag of beef-flavored dog food. After returning to the dormitory, Song Shuhang saw that the box used to deliver Ah Shirlu was shifted to a corner of the room. He didn't know how to deal with this wooden box. If it was a normal wooden box, throwing it away wouldn't matter. But this box came from Ah Shirlu. Perhaps it could be made from some precious wood? When he had time he would haul it to the apartment medicine master purchased. Today the three roommates, as well as Zhuge Yangda, were all here. Tubo asked a question doubtfully when he saw Song Shuhang carrying a bag of dog food. Shuhang, you're rearing a dog? Nope, I'm helping to buy this for a friend's dog. Song Shuhang laughed as he replied, while at the same time looking at the dormitory. The demon dog Dodo was boredly rolling about on the bed. As his roommates were back, it couldn't openly play games anymore. Otherwise, wouldn't his friends be scared half to death if they saw no one at the computer, but it going pa-pa-pa as a game was played? Seeing Song Shuhang return, Dodo boredly rolled its body over, and stared at the dog food in his hands. Song Shuhang casually threw the dog food onto the bed. He secretly swiped his finger lightly, cutting open the bag. As long as demon dog Dodo was a little careful, his roommates basically wouldn't find anything abnormal. At the same time, Song Shuhang gave a large bag of snacks to his roommates. Taking a walk with Ah Shirlu for an entire day, he naturally wouldn't forget to bring something back to eat for his roommates. It's still a Hang who's thoughtful enough. Gao Momo approached the large bag of snacks, laughing. Song Shuhang asked, "What are you all chatting about?" "We're chatting how to let Zhuge Yangda continue to meet girls. He met the first fiancé candidate today." They hadn't even met for 10 minutes before the conversation broke down, and couldn't take the other. Gao Momo laughed coldly. "Honestly, I understand this, miss. This lady isn't that simple. She could last 10 minutes facing Zhuge Zhongyang's personality, which makes others want to ignore him, before the conversation broke down." Zhuge Zhongyang shook his head. "You're just jealous of me. Jealous your granddaddy," Gao Momo said ferociously. Song Shuhang laughed as he shook his head. He put the jar of fasting pills and spirit jade vein tea Lu had given to the side. The spirit jade vein tea could be given to his roommates to drink. However, he had to first ask the seniors how many tea leaves to put for ordinary people, just in case he gave it too excessively. Gao Momo suddenly asked. "That's right, Shuhang, did you know Lu Fei has an elder sister?" "I never asked her." Song Shuhang shook his head. "That miss would at most go and sit with him during class and follow him back to the dormitory after school. Usually the two didn't have much interaction, and they hadn't held hands many times." Faintly, Song Shuhang wondered, this miss wouldn't be freeloading cold air, right? Hee, one of Zhuge Zhongyang's fiancé candidates is Miss Lu Fei's elder sister. A blood-related elder sister. We decided to arrange for him to meet that elder sister Lu after the holidays start. It'll be best to find some place with seaside scenery for the date. If so, even if Zhuge Zhongyang and that elder sister Lu have their conversation break down, she can simply consider it as going out for a vacation. That way it won't be considered as wasting her youth. Gao Momo smiled. That's a good idea. Do you need me to pass it on to classmate Lu Fei?" Song Shuhang asked. No rush, no rush. We're still choosing a location. The further the better. Going overseas is also not bad. We'll talk about it again when we've decided the place. Gao Momo laughed. Work hard. If you need help, I'll help. Song Shuhang smiled. The roommates continued to choose places on the map, discussing the plan for the date. Song Shuhang sat on the bed. The demon dog Dodo used Song Shuhang's body as a shield, and began to chew the dog food in small mouthfuls. Song Shuhang took out his phone, and flyped through the news records of the 9 provinces #1 group. In the records, Miss Soft Feathers had come online in the afternoon. After half a month of repetition, she had finally completed the 5-element spirit contract altar, and formed a contract with the spirit ghost. With tears streaming down her face, she had immediately entered the 9 provinces #1 group to pour out the bitter process of the spirit ghost contracting to everyone. All the seniors in the group generously gave her praise, a consolation prize. Soft Feathers had at that time had also at Song Shuhang. However, at that time Song Shuhang had been strolling on the streets with Lu, and hadn't responded in time. So, Song Shuhang replied in the chat, at Spirit Butterfly Island Soft Feathers, thumbs up emoticon. Congratulations, well done Soft Feathers. Soft Feathers just happened to be online, and she immediately replied happily. He, thanks Senior Song. Why did Senior only come online now today? I was on a walk with a friend to clear their mind. I just got back. Song Shuhang replied. Spirit Butterfly Island Soft Feathers, I also want to go out to clear my mind. Didn't you already contract the spirit ghost? Song Shuhang asked. He remembered that Soft Feathers had mentioned before that she and Venerable Spirit Butterfly had a promise. When the contract with the spirit ghost was complete, she could then go out to clear her mind. Soft Feathers sent a tear streaming down her face emoticon. Old gingers are really hotter than young gingers. Old people are really hard to deal with. What? Song Shuhang asked. Senior Song, let me tell you this. I originally thought that as soon as the contract with the spirit ghost, I could become one with it, and then share our power between us. Then, I can let it temper my energy. But I didn't realize that after contracting with the spirit ghost, it would still take half a month to synchronize with it before that I can become one with it and share power. Dad never said this before. Which means, I need at least another half a month of seclusion. Soft Feathers poured out her grievances. So now, Miss Soft Feathers had to tearfully strive for a better future, so that she could finish the synchronization faster. For the sake of going out, she was working quite hard. Work hard. Song Shuhang silently nodded. His knowledge had risen. Middle grade and above spirit ghosts could help their masters temper their energy. Whether it was chi and blood, true chi, or spiritual energy, spirit ghosts could help their masters make their energies more pure and of increased quality. Together with the property of sharing power, having a spirit ghost was like having a clone unceasingly helping you cultivate who would never tire, and would always be loyal and never betray you. The Spirit Ghost brand add-on was an add-on all cultivators of rank 5 and below dreamed of. I'll definitely work hard. I heard that mysterious island is still floating in the East Sea. Senior Song, when I synchronize with the Spirit Ghost, let's go look for it to play there. Soft Feekers said happily. Alright, if there's a chance. Song Shuhang smiled. Without knowing when, his originally depressed feelings had lightened up a lot. Then it's a promise. I'll go and synchronize with the Spirit Ghost. Soft Feathers energetically went offline. The group temporarily quietened down. After about 10 minutes, True Monarch Mt.Huang appeared. At great pressure of Mt.Books, little friend Shuhang, do you have your license yet? Great pressure of Mt.Books, not yet. I just passed the subject 2, and still have the road test. I can get my license within 10 days at the fastest. Work hard. The time when True Monarch White comes out of secluded meditation is soon. After you pass and get your license, have you thought about what car you want? In the True Monarch's tone, a lofty heroic spirit was revealed. It made Song Shuhang involuntarily think of the 10 million call value. I've never considered it. I'm still a student, and live at school. I don't need a car. Song Shuhang quickly replied. You need it. True Monarch Mt.Huang said convinced. Also, I need to prepare some extra. I'll send one of various models each. You need at least 20 or so. That'll be more or less enough for True Monarch White to take apart. Take apart? Is True Monarch White taking it apart for research? Song Shuhang had heard True Monarch White like to research the mechanisms of implements. So all the various types of cars for True Monarch White to take apart for research, right? True Monarch replied. Then after a long while, he sent 2 words. All kinds. What was all kinds? Speak clearly, True Monarch, what does that mean? Song Shuhang felt his bladder swell up slightly. Great pressure of Mt.Books, True Monarch, how many meanings does all kinds have? After a long while, True Monarch Mt.Huang sent 2 words. Work hard. Great pressure of Mt.Books, after a while, Mad Saber 3 Waves made his appearance. He changed the subject. North River, are you here yet? I have a premonition that we can find the mysterious island in these few days. I'll reach soon. To deal with the amnesia, I prepared some magical treasures and modern-day products. So I spent some time. Loose Cultivator North River replied. Medicine Master, actually, I think that you all should wait a few more days. It would be better for you all to wait for me to analyze why the 4 fellow Taoists lost their memories before you go in. With such a fast typing speed, it was definitely Jiang Zian doing it for him. Loose Cultivator North River, Medicine Master, quickly find out the reason behind the memory loss of the fellow Taoists. After all, when Mysterious Island appears, there aren't any rules behind its disappearance. If we come across it, we can't miss the chance. Medicine Master, I'll try my best. The chat topic continued to develop, centered on the Mysterious Island and amnesia. Song Shuhang looked the chat news jumping about in a daze. Without knowing when, he entered dreamland. Late at night. The three roommates had also fallen asleep. At this time, a spiritual body black in color appeared at the position of Song Shuhang's head. I hate so much. That spiritual body let out a ferocious shout, gradually becoming bigger. The sleeping Song Shuhang involuntarily contracted his body. Che, it came again. The demon dog Dodo opened its eyes. Then it skillfully opened its mouth and swallowed this black spiritual body. Seeing how proficiently it did so and its tone, it didn't seem to be the first time it swallowed this spiritual body. Today, June 19th. It was overcast and there was sometimes a shower of rain. Today the instructor had arranged for Song Shuhang and Tubo to go onto the road. Then, they would go to the grounds for the road test for a few rounds, to familiarize themselves with the grounds, to be prepared just in case. Song Shuhang had long since cultivated a few rounds of the foundational fist technique. When it had reached the appointed time, he slowly ran to the East School Gate. Tubo had already long since waiting at the East School Gate. The instructor still hasn't come? Song Shuhang waved, asking. I heard the instructor say there was a girl who was going to familiarize the road test grounds together with us. So, that girl is driving around first. Tubo answered. As they spoke, a car was driving towards them. The instructor was a 30-plus years old man who had shaved a crew cut. Beside him was a pony-tailed girl, with an anxious expression. Song Shuhang's hearing was acute, and he heard the conversation between the instructor and girl from afar. The crew cut instructor pointed at a pedestrian not far ahead in front of the car. See that person in front? Charge forward, and run him over to death. Why do we need to run him over to death? That ponytailed girl had a look of astonishment. She said softly, I don't dare to run someone over. Don't dare? Then why aren't you loosening up on the accelerator? The crew cut coach roared in a low voice. The ponytailed girl immediately burst into a fluster. All right, stop first. Do you remember the steps to stopping the car? Turn towards the lamp, then observe the pedestrians. Then slowly keep close to the side. Stop beside those two men. The coach gave instructions step by step. Recently he had Song Shuhang and Tubo, two students who could master it as soon as they were taught, as the standard. When he turned again to look at his other students, he kept wanting to do a lion's roar at them. When the coach's car stopped, Tubo opened the car door and made his way inside. Come, Shuhang, it's your turn to drive a bit. The crew cut coach called out. The ponytailed girl was as if she had been relieved of a huge burden, and quickly made her way to the back seat. All right. Song Shuhang calmly and collectedly put on his seatbelt, and adjusted his seatbelt and rear-view mirror. The car stably began to set out. He familiarly changed the gear, and stably began to accelerate. If he didn't know this was Song Shuhang had gone on the road, the crew cut instructor would have thought that he was an old hand at driving. This was the kind of template of students he wanted. The instructor had a face of satisfaction. If each student could be just as worry-free like this, the job of instructing wouldn't need him roaring like a lion every day. Very good. Shuhang, change lane, then change back. Switch to Tubo for a while. With your standards, you can apply for the road test in 1 week. The crew cut coach smiled. Then what about me? The ponytailed girl moved her head closer. If it's you, let's wait for the day where you don't get on the car and keep wanting to die together with me. I'll let you apply for the road test. The crew cut instructor said seriously. The ponytailed girl laughed dryly twice, then shrunk back. After it was switched to Tubo, Song Shuhang made his way to the back seat, and opened the 9 Provinces No. 1 group. He prevented the ponytailed girl was being able to move her head closer and see the contents of his phone. Now, the group was being noisy. Found that mysterious island's an interesting place. Just like the information from Medicine Master, nearby there's the power of a flight-restricting formation. However, the thick fog next to the mysterious island, I can already smell the fragrance of medicinal herbs. Mad Saber 3 Waves sent the news. True Monarch Old Lake View, 3 Waves send the coordinates. North River and I will rush over immediately. Loose Cultivator North River, at that time you all should take along the magical treasures I prepared. There's also the pinhole cameras, 1 for each person. If we really lose our memories, we'll still have a chance to solve the mystery of the amnesia if these magical treasures and pinhole cameras aren't damaged. Medicine Master, be careful about everything. The island had ferocious demon beasts, and even 2 gold core Spirit Emperor acting couldn't block them. Don't be greedy, with safety being your utmost priority. True Monarch Mt.Books spoke out to remind them. Take note to use spiritual energy protection magical arts, so as to not be disturbed. About 5 minutes later, the 3 of them, Mad Saber 3 Waves, Loose Cultivator North River as well True Monarch Old Lake View, entered the mysterious island. True Monarch Old Lake View powers were profound. 3 Waves and Loose Cultivator North River were also powerful members in the 9 Provinces No. 1 group. Mad Saber 3 Waves had unparalleled saber arts, and Loose Cultivator North River was a powerhouse nearing the rank 6 True Monarch realm. If these 3 were to return in low spirits following a failure, this mysterious island would have to be marked as a highly dangerous mysterious territory. Today, Su Clan's Ah Chi and Ah Shirlu hadn't appeared as usual. Soft Feathers was also struggling to synchronize with the spirit ghost. Hopefully the seniors that entered the mysterious territory are safe. I hope Ah Shirlu can also pass this tribulation. Song Shuhang prayed in his heart. 8 days later, June 27th. A Thursday. Song Shuhang and Tubo passed the road test and the Subject 4 theory test. They successfully got their licenses. The 2 invited their roommates to properly give it a good rub and roll between their hands. It had been 8 days since Mad Saber 3 Waves, Loose Cultivator North River as well True Monarch Old Lake View had entered the mysterious island. The 3 seniors hadn't appeared from the mysterious island yet, and no one knew their harvests. June 29th, Saturday. A large downpour. In Medicine Master's 5 floors apartment. Song Shuhang was refining body tempering liquid right now. He lifted the hot pot lid and switched on the kitchen exhaust hood. He switched on the fan power to maximum. The acute stench was mostly sucked away. But the whole room continued to have an acute stench fill the air as always. Song Shuhang had already moved the body-tempering liquid ingredients that Soft Feathers had given him to Medicine Master's place in batches. The blood and chi pills had long since been used finished. The simplified body-tempering liquid could still be used. Along with the strengthening of Song Shuhang, the amount of body-tempering liquid used had also been increasing. Now, the amount of body-tempering liquid refined each time was only enough for him to use one time. Also, the body-tempering liquid was having less and less of an effect. When the body-tempering liquid was completely ineffective, then it would be time to stop using it. At the side, the giant demon dog Dodo was boredly rolling all over the floor. Didn't you say Medicine Master would be back soon? Why isn't he back yet? The amnesia Medicine Master is dealing with is more troublesome. The time to return has been dragged out. Song Shuhang held his nose, and when the body-tempering liquid had cooled down, he drank it all in one shot. Every time I see you drink the body-tempering liquid, I sympathize with your stomach. To think you can drink something so smelly. The demon dog Dodo climbed up from the ground. Actually, apart from being a bit smelly, the taste is still not bad. Do you want some? Song Shuhang asked. I don't want it even if it's free. I prefer Medicine Master's little pills. Beef-flavored dog food also tastes better than that. I'm so bored. I can't get through these days. Give me something to play. It began to roll all over the floor again. You're not returning to True Monarch Mt.Books? Song Shuhang asked doubtfully. I'm waiting for him to come find me. Woof, how little face will I have if I just go back myself? The Pekingese Dodo said coldly. Then it suddenly seemed to think of something, and ran over to Song Shuhang's computer. To facilitate Dodo's gaming, Song Shuhang could only bring the computer over to Medicine Master's apartment. Quickly come Shuhang, log into your chat account. Dodo jumped about saying. He hadn't taken assaulted True Monarch Mt.Books with insults yet today. He would make insults for several sentences every day, before being banned by True Monarch Mt.Books. This had already become an indispensable part of Dodo's daily life. Song Shuhang casually logged into the account. 9 provinces number 1 group. Great pressure of Mt.Books, at True Monarch Mt.Books. I've come yet again. When are you going to catch me and bring me back? I'm so bored. Not free, come back yourself. True Monarch Mt.Books replied. Great pressure of Mt.Books, big idiot Mt.Books. If I go back myself, wouldn't I have no face left? Come and catch me back, quickly come and catch me back. Not free. True Monarch Mt.Books still had these 2 words. Then, he banned Song Shuhang's account at the same time. Ahaha, will you die if you chat with me a few more sentences? Dodo began to roll around on the ground again. After about 3 minutes, True Monarch Mt.Books sent a message. Little Dodo, call little friend Shuhang over. I have something to look for him for. Shuhang, big idiot Mt.Books is calling you over for something. Dodo called out excitedly. Two's True Monarch White about to come out of secluded meditation. Song Shuhang came to beside the computer, and clicked open the private chat window for True Monarch Mt.Books, sending a question mark over. Calculating the time, it was about time for True Monarch White to come out of seclusion. Dodo was looking from the side, and its eyes flashed. I actually forgot about the private chat function. Woof woof, let's see how Mt.Books still bans me then. Little friend Shuhang, I received True Monarch White's 1,000-mile sound transmission before. His seclusion ends tomorrow night. In a while I'll send the address to you. Go and receive him. True Monarch Mt.Books said. It really was True Monarch White. Song Shuhang smiled. Good. Would True Monarch send me the address? I'll receive him tomorrow. The rough position is Linyao village of Nanhua Lake City. Today I'll give you 1,000-mile sound transmission. When you reach the place tomorrow night, you can use the magical treasure to contact True Monarch White and find his seclusion grounds. All right. Song Shuhang replied. He felt slightly nervous. He could see True Monarch White's seclusion grounds tomorrow already. How was True Monarch White's seclusion grounds like? It should be some secret place, right? The seclusion grounds should have several hundred protective formations, right? There was that Xiangong resident one in the chat space who hadn't been blown apart from even nuclear weapons, who had constructed over 100 kinds of defensive formations. It really made one look forward to it. One, previously known as Charitable Resident Scholar, he appeared in CCG Chapter 65. Today was June 30th, Sunday. At 5:30, Song Shuhang rose from bed, practiced 20 rounds of Vajra foundational fist technique, and condensed the collected chi and blood energy into the second acupoint, the eye acupoint. Without chi and blood pills, he even more couldn't waste any chances to cultivate. At 6:40, as he was enjoying his breakfast, Song Shuhang received the call of a delivery. "Hello, is this Song Shuhang, of the 19th cohort, 43rd class of the Mechanical Design and Manufacturing Faculty? There's an emergency delivery for you, could you sign for it?" This time was a rare time where it wasn't Sima Jiang sending the delivery. After all, Feng Shou Courier hadn't reached the level of monopolizing all the deliveries in the whole country. "Alright, I'll immediately come down to sign it," Song Shuhang replied. It should be the magical treasure that could do a 1,000-mile sound transmission with True Monarch White, that True Monarch Mt.Huang mentioned yesterday, right? Frankly speaking, were all the seniors in the 9 provinces #1 group all so relaxed about sending things? Whether it was flying swords, treasure refining materials, magical treasures or even people, they were all so relaxed about giving it to couriers to send. Whatever. They weren't afraid of it being lost in delivery, so of course they were relaxed. Song Shuhang tore open the small package. Inside was a jade-green small bamboo flute, that was palm-sized. Its body was ice-cold, and although it was obviously bamboo, it had the texture of jade. The delivery also had an instruction manual. The method of usage was very simple. As long as one blew the small bamboo flute within a set distance, the person could contact True Monarch White and communicate with him. The stronger the spiritual energy of the flute player, the greater the distance at which they could contact True Monarch White. True Monarch White and True Monarch Mt.Huang could communicate across the entire China mainland. But if it was Song Shuhang, it would be considered good if he could communicate within the area of a small village. So that was why True Monarch Mt.Huang let Song Shuhang make a trip to Linyao village in Nanhua Lake City first before using the 1,000 miles sound transmission to contact True Monarch White. He would then confirm True Monarch White's location before receiving him from seclusion. The instruction manual had some words at the end as well. "Little friend Shuhang, I prepared various models for you. There are 36 in total. I'm already handling the procedures and license plates. Afterwards, I'll send them bit by bit to an underground car park in Jiangnan University City. At that time I'll notify you to sign off for that batch of cars. P.S. This trip to Nanhua Lake City would be about 500 kilometers or more in total. If you don't mind, you can use little Dodo as much as you want. Don't let it commit crimes out of having too much free time. Finally, I wish you success and safety on the battlefield." 36 new cars of various models? Did they need so many new cars for True Monarch White to take apart? "True Monarch, did you buy life insurance for me?" After sighing, Song Shuhang returned to the dormitory. The roommates were all only partially resident students. On Sundays, they would all return to their own homes. Thus, the Pekingese Dodo was unrestrained. It was munching on beef-flavored dog food, and was playing a game Song Shuhang had never seen before. Most likely it was something it downloaded in the past few days. The game had been minimized into a small window, and the computer also had a small chat window. Inside was a 17 or 18 years old beautiful girl doing a video chat with Dodo. "Hubby, you're just too awesome. Our guild normally needs a team of 7 elites to pass the boss for this instance dungeon. And that's at normal difficulty. Now, the 2 of us easily passed the difficulty. That beautiful girl said excitedly. Her voice was very soft and pleasing to the ear. The Pekingese Dodo munched on some dog food. With the face of a lonely expert, he typed into the chat box, "No big deal. This can't trouble your hubby. Your hubby, am an expert. Definitely a super-duper expert. I like hub by the most. Moi moi." The beautiful young girl said sweetly, and even made a kissing expression. The Pekingese Dodo made a pleased laugh. He tapped on the keyboard, "Your mouth is the sweetest. Come, let's open the boss treasure chest, and see what we can take out. Wait for your hubby, to reach level 80, and collect the 5 stars War God set. After that, we'll go and abuse those bastards who dared camp my wife's corpse. Watch me send them back to the beginner's village. Hubby is too overbearing. The young girl's eyes turned into little stars, and she asked a question. Hubby, when will your camera be fixed? I want to see how you look, and hear your voice. Don't be impatient. I'll buy the camera tomorrow. Let me tell you this. Your hubby, am very handsome. The Pekingese Dodo typed. At the same time, it flipped through Song Shuhang's computer, and found an old photo of Song Shuhang. This was a picture of Song Shuhang from high school, and was from the time he regularly exercised. Brimming with youthfulness, it could be counted as a teen idol. Come, I'll let you see a picture of your hubby. But this photo was taken long ago. I'm more mature and more handsome now. Then, it sent Song Shuhang's photo to that girl. After the girl received the photo, she saw the man in the photo had some handsomeness. In truth, she could accept it in her heart as long as this husband in the game wasn't too ugly. This photo was much better than what she had imagined. So, she very happy, and sweetly called out, "Hubby is the best, I like you the most. Waha, I like that sweet little mouth of yours the most. Use a coquettish voice to call me darling, and I'll bring you through the nightmare instance dungeon again." Dodo wagged its tongue and panted. Seducing a human girl seemed to make it very excited. "Darling, woo, it's so embarrassing." The girl stuck out her tongue. "Woof woof, my bones are already soft, come come come, let's go for the nightmare instance dungeon again. Watch hubby show off his skills, and flatten it." Dodo began to excitedly jump about on the computer table. This Pekingese demon dog was beyond saving. Song Shuhang was standing behind the Pekingese Dodo, looking on helplessly at this extraordinary thing that hurt his dog eyes. He felt that his feelings now could only be described by the phrase, "a dog's hit day." It was nothing much if the Pekingese Dodo wanted to game or chat, but it actually was online picking up girls. What hurt his eyes even more was that he had even picked up a girl that wasn't bad. How will all the single males in China endure this? And this cute young girl, if she was to discover one day that the one she kept calling hubby and darling was a Pekingese dog. I can't do it. This picture is simply too beautiful that I don't dare think about it. Song Shuhang collapsed. Little friend Shuhang, you're back. The Pekingese Dodo unperturbed greeted. It was as if the one who had just sent Song Shuhang's photo anyhow simply wasn't him. Song Shuhang sighed. You just sent my photo to that girl anyhow. Is there really no problem? Of course there's no problem. I'm also preparing for you two to have a video chat tomorrow noon. No need to be too long. Just chat with her a few sentences, and show a few smiles. With your pretty boy look, just a slight smile of yours will cause the fall of a city. You can definitely charm her to death and back. Dodo said. I reject. Lying to others is wrong. Song Shuhang said. Then I'll send your class, school index number to this girl. I'll let her come to Jiangnan University City to look for you. Dodo laughed triumphantly. Song Shuhang's mind was immediately filled with the menu for dog meat hot pot and dog chop braised with soy sauce. Relax. I won't make you help for free. I'll also help you do some things as payback. I, Dodo, don't like to owe people favors. Dodo said. Also, don't you feel it's cruel if you let this young girl know that the one she admires is a Pekingese dog? At this time, spread a beautiful lie and let her stay in a beautiful dream. She and I would be a loving in-game husband and wife. Wouldn't that be collecting merit and virtue? So it turns out you actually knew yourself that you were a Pekingese dog, Song Shuhang ridiculed. I won't chat with you any longer. Watch how I clear this nightmare instance dungeon. The Pekingese Dodo's paws quickly tapped on the keyboard. The character in the game brought the girl to destroy soldiers and past generals, and couldn't be obstructed. Song Shuhang sighed hiddenly. That's right. Dodo accompany me to Linyao village in Nanhua Lake City this afternoon. Oh? You're picking up True Monarch White? However, I'm not free. I need to clear this instant's dungeon with my wife. Dodo unhesitatingly rejected it. I think you shouldn't reject me. Or else, haha. Song Shuhang laughed calmly. Woof, you're threatening me? Dodo turned his head over and said unsatisfactorily. I am. I'm threatening you. Song Shuhang nodded his head and said truthfully. Detestable. Wait for me to finish this and tell my wife before I accompany you to Nanhua Lake City. Dodo sighed. I'll bring you to Nanhua Lake City's Linyao village. Tomorrow you'll show your face to this girl, and chat with her for a bit. All right. Song Shuhang said. 2 hours later. Dodo had finally finished explaining to his in-game wife. It then came to the balcony, and shaking its body, transformed into the form of a 5-meter large Pekingese dog. Come. Come up and I'll bring you there. That'll be faster. Dodo said unsatisfied. Song Shuhang climbed onto Dodo's back. Do you know the location? I've already taken a stroll around the whole China several times. There's no place I don't know. Dodo gave a low whistle. His body emitted a fog, which enveloped Song Shuhang inside. As a demon beast, it wouldn't be seen by ordinary people. But Song Shuhang had a human body. If they didn't conceal his body, Song Shuhang would be on the newspaper headlines tomorrow. Also, this fog also protected Song Shuhang from the effect of wind pressure and cold winds at high altitudes. Sit tight. Dodo jumped lightly, and soared into the sky. It began to run in the sky, and its speed wasn't much slower than Su Clan's Ah-Chi's sword flight by much. After running for a while, those 4 wind fire wheels appeared beneath Dodo's feet. The speed of flight rose by more than double. Before even half an hour passed, Dodo had already finished running the 500 kilometers and landed at the Linyao village in the Nanhua Lake City. Do you know where True Monarch White is undergoing seclusion? Dodo recovered to his small Pekingese form and asked. Song Shuhang took out that green-colored small flute. True Monarch Mt.Huang gave me this. As long I blow it, I can contact True Monarch White. He put the green-colored small flute in his mouth, and used strength to blow. Hooam, a sound was transmitted from the green-colored small flute. However, this sound wasn't a sound wave human ears could hear. The sound wave spread far and wide, and quickly reached a corner of Linyao village. After a moment, a same sound wave was spread from somewhere in Linyao village, and connected to the small flute in Song Shuhang's hands. The sound wave from deep inside Linyao village connected with the green-colored small flute in Song Shuhang's hand. Zzzzzzzzzzzzz, a period of sound came out from the green-colored small flute. Then, a soft and gentle voice sounded out. Hello. This was True Monarch White's voice. It sounded very clear and distinct. The 1,000-mile sound transmission magical treasure wasn't inferior to handphones in communicating. Hello True Monarch White. I'm Song Shuhang. As per True Monarch Mt.Huang's request, I'm here to receive Senior from seclusion. Where are you now, Senior? Song Shuhang spoke to the green-colored flute. He was looking forward to it. He could soon see the place a True Monarch Senior had undergone seclusion for over 100 years. At that time, he could see how the seclusion grounds of seniors was like. Also, how exciting would those over 100 layers of defensive formations that could block a nuclear weapon be? His mind imagined the image of an immortal paradise. Above would have layers upon layers of defensive formation light effects just like those movie magical formations. It would definitely be very imposing. ZZZZZZZZZZZZ. Hello, this is White's seclusion grounds. Time remaining before end of seclusion is 0 days 11 hours 8 minutes. Please wait patiently. That green-colored small flute continued to transmit that gentle voice. When reporting the time left, the tone became slightly stiff. Song Shuhang was immediately reminded of the China's automated voice prompt system from whenever he checked his call value. Song Shuhang paused. He looked towards Dodo. It's not True Monarch White? The voice from the green-colored small flute seemed to be something like a voice prompt. Of course it's not True Monarch White. He's in closed-door seclusion. Have you seen cultivators who are undergoing closed-door seclusion chatting? Then that wouldn't be closed-door seclusion, but just a normal seclusion. The Pekingese Dodo said scornfully. He was actually looked down upon by this Pekingese again. Song Shuhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He explained, I've never gone through closed-door seclusion before, nor have I heard what kind of state it is from the seniors in the group. Also, didn't True Monarch Mt.Huang keep saying True Monarch White had contacted him? I thought the True Monarch White in seclusion would occasionally move about and contact True Monarch Mt.Huang. Now it seemed like True Monarch White had long since set up a voice prompt. When the seclusion was coming to an end, it would automatically contact True Monarch Mt.Huang through the green-colored small flute. So it turned out that the abilities of modern handphones, such as voice prompts, alarm clock notifications, had long since been played with thoroughly by cultivators several hundred years ago. There are about 11 hours left. We can't just wait in vain here. Should we find a place to sit first? Song Shuhang sighed as he said. Yes. Go and find an internet cafe. With such a long time, it's enough for my wife and I to clear a few instance dungeons. Dodo suddenly got excited. Don't be noisy. It's too obvious if you game at an internet cafe. Song Shuhang rejected it flatly. Dodo looked down on him as it said. Stupid, don't you know how to get a small single-person private room? He was looked down again by this Pekingese. Alright. You make sense. I'll get you a small private room. Song Shuhang rubbed his pocket. He had brought his wallet and his identity card. When the Pekingese Dodo heard it, it immediately said fawningly, Little friend Shuhang, you're really a good person. Forget about it if a person wanted to give him a good person card, but a dog wanted to give him a good person card? Linyao village was a prosperous village, due to its proximity to the city center. The human traffic was very large. Song Shuhang successfully found a pretty good internet cafe. As personal computers became commonplace, business for internet cafes slowed down by not a little amount. However, Linyao village had a large temporary population, so the people going on the internet in the internet cafe wasn't few. Excuse me, do you have small single-person private rooms available? Song Shuhang inquired. After the internet cafe's cashier girl checked the computer, she replied, Hello, there are still empty small private rooms. Then give me one. How much is it? Song Shuhang asked. $20 for 1 hour. Song Shuhang handed over his identity card and $200. I'll book it for 10 hours for now. After the registration was complete, Song Shuhang brought Dodo to the private room, guided by the network administrator. At this time, Song Shuhang heard the cashier girl start to chat with a colleague. Little Jasmine, did you hear about it? That nameless immortal sage statue in the nameless temple is becoming more and more lifelike recently. I heard from people that when they look at that nameless immortal sage now, they keep feeling like it's going to come to life. You heard about it too? I have a more exciting piece of news. I heard from my mom that ever since a girl from next door went to the nameless temple a few days ago, she's no longer had any appetite. Supposedly, she's lovesick and is in love with the nameless immortal sage in the nameless temple. Pooey, that's a statue. To actually like a statue, that girl is really extremely sick. At this time, another network administrator cut in. Hee, that little Mrs. Lovesickness can still be cured. I have a piece of news even more amazing. You all know about the network administrator Little Song who resigned a few days ago? Supposedly he had gone on a trip to the Nameless Temple to pray to the nameless immortal sage before resigning. After returning, he's been dull and dazed, and doing everything wrong. A few days ago he resigned. I heard that it seems he wants to go the Nameless Temple to be a Taoist priest. Pooey, that's a real sickness, and it's incurable. And that nameless immortal sage statue is a male. Song Shuhang used his ears, and silently went to the private room. Mister, this is your membership card. When you spend $200 or above, you will receive a free membership card. Please keep it well. The network administrator gave a membership card to Song Shuhang before leaving. Thank you. Song Shuhang smiled slightly as he accepted the membership card. I wish you an enjoyable time playing. The network administrator smiled as he left. The Pekingese Dodo excitedly jumped onto the computer. He called out, "Little friend Shuhang, quickly switch on the computer, I already can't wait to go for the next instance dungeon with my wife." It didn't know whether his wife had been bullied while it was offline. Someone had even camped her corpse today morning. Wait a while first. I want to check something. Song Shuhang made Dodo move to the side. He opened a web page to search keywords such as Linyao Village, Nameless Temple, Nameless Immortal Sage, etc. Very quickly, a whole string of information was shown on the computer. According to legends, during a large drought 100 years ago, people dug out the nameless immortal sage statue, then enshrined it. This information was something which every resident in Linyao village had heard of and knew of the particulars regarding. The address of the nameless temple was also attached at the back. You're interested in this kind of thing? Dodo asked doubtfully. Yes. I'm now interested in anything and everything mysterious. Song Shuhang confirmed. As long as it was something that didn't conform to common sense, he would be interested. You can continue playing here, I'll be going to that nameless temple. When I go, remember to lock the door. Song Shuhang laughed. No problem. Go wherever you want. Just don't bother me. It's best if you come back only after you receive True Monarch White. The Pekingese Dodo waved his paws, and excitedly opened his game. He began to play on the keyboard. Using the address found from the internet, Song Shuhang successfully found the nameless temple in Linyao village. Here it is. When he took a look, the number of people who had come to make offerings to the nameless temple weren't few. Entering the temple required queuing up. Joss sticks filled the inside of the temple. Everyone was below the immortal sage statue making their wishes. Also, there were many young men and women, who had misted over eyes. After they, whether it was a he or she, burned the joss sticks, they would stupidly stare at the immortal sage statue. After a long while they would reluctantly leave. These were the ones extremely sick or incurably sick. It wasn't easy before it was Song Shuhang's turn. He bought 2 joss sticks from the little Taoist priest at the entrance. It was a price set with a conscience, as they only accepted $20 for it from Song Shuhang. He entered the nameless temple with the 3 aunties. The 3 aunties inserted joss sticks with great familiarity, and began to offer prayer. They were lowering their voices, and softly repeating themselves. But it was heard by Song Shuhang. It could only be blamed on his good hearing. Immortal Sage, my family's daughter is going for her college administration exam next year. Please bless her with intelligence, and let her results become better. Let her get into the capital's university. Immortal Sage, my family's son is almost 38. We still don't have a daughter-in-law. Please set one up for him. I no longer have any requirements, as long as it's a female and can give birth. Then there was the final auntie with a calm and collected expression. Lowering her voice, she murmured, "Immortal sage. I love you so." Pfft, Song Shuhang almost spurted out. He forcefully held it back. So it wasn't just young men and women who were extremely sick, but even aunties were extremely sick. Perhaps, there may be incurably sick grandpas as well. Song Shuhang had never given offerings before, and once upon a time had believed in science and rejected superstitions. He hadn't expected he would have a chance to enter a Taoist temple. Following the three aunties, he inserted the joss sticks. He thought about it, and he didn't have anything to request anyways. After all, his main goal was to see this nameless immortal sage statue. While no one was noticing, Song Shuhang secretly lifted his head, and looked at that nameless immortal sage statue. With just that look, in that instant, he felt his heart rate faintly speed up. This was obviously an unliving statue, but a figure involuntarily appeared before Song Shuhang's eyes as he looked at this statue. It was a figure as fine and as smooth as jade, with extraordinarily fairy-like beauty. Pitch black hair that cascaded down like a waterfall. Eyes that shined like the stars. White clothes that lightly fluttered. It was as if any moment he would grow wings and ascend to the heavens with the wind. Even if it was that young Master High of the Moonsabre sect, he was still inferior to the peerless grace and charm of this figure. Superb craftsmanship. Song Shuhang could only use this adjective to describe this statue. Also, the more he stared at this statue, the more he felt as if he was being drawn there, and unable to turn around himself. That's not right, how did I end up captivated by this statue as well? Song Shuhang was shocked in his heart. He immediately closed his eyes, and hiddenly activated the True Self meditation scripture. Only then did his throbbing heart start to calm down. At this time, those three aunties had already gotten up, and turned away to leave the nameless temple. Song Shuhang hurriedly left. Just now, was he affected by some spiritual energy type of magical art? Such as the charm type like in various movies and novels? He immediately used his spiritual energy to check the state of his body up and down. He didn't discover any traces of being affected by magical arts. Perhaps, that statue had superb craftsmanship, and reached a type of utter beauty. It made those who saw it couldn't help but be shocked, and be intoxicated in its perfection. This world, actually had something so perfect? Song Shuhang thought about it. It wasn't possible. So, he had to go back and look for the demon dog Dodo, and let it check the state of his body up and down. After Song Shuhang left the nameless temple, the speed of his heart rate started to calm down. Now, outside the nameless temple, worshippers still came in an endless stream as usual. In the past, a majority of the worshippers were still aunties and old grannies. Now however, the number of young men and women had increased a lot. When Song Shuhang left the nameless temple, there were 4 young men and women who entered the temple together. One of the young women amongst them lowered her voice and asked her companion. "Lin Yu, do you think the nameless immortal sage statue in this temple really so amazing?" The girl next to her still had some baby fat. She replied softly, "I'm also very curious. Do you know about that young Master Yu in my class? His family has a lot of spare money, and he keeps switching girlfriends. But a few days ago, after he came to this nameless temple to take a look at this immortal sage statue out of curiosity, he changed completely. He doesn't even want a girlfriend anymore, and just wants to come to this nameless temple every day." The man at the side nodded and supplemented, "I'm also here because I'm curious about this matter regarding young Master Yu. I'm really curious about how exactly is this immortal sage statue that can entrance people?" The 3 young men and women were still students. They had come to burn joss sticks because they were curious. It wasn't a small number of people who had come to burn joss sticks because they were curious about the immortal sage statue. No wonder the joss sticks of the Nameless Temple had become more prosperous recently. Besides the 3 students, there was a young man who was 27 or 28 years old. Unlike the 3 students, he had heard that the Nameless Temple's nameless immortal sage statue was very effective, so he had rushed over here from a very far distance. The young man entered the temple, burned joss and lit the candles. He softly prayed. "Immortal sage, please bless and protect, and let my little sister fully recover from her sickness. Please don't let her suffer any more from the torment of her strange illness that is making her body weak. Would immortal sage grant this wish of mine? If my little sister is cured, I'll definitely come and build a giant Taoist temple for immortal sage as repayment." After finishing his prayers, the young man lifted his head to take a look at the statue of the immortal sage. With just this look, he felt his heart rate quicken and his breathing become rough. The immortal sage statue before was utterly perfect, and made one unable to take their eyes away. Even if he had to give everything in exchange for it, he wouldn't have any regret. These kind of thoughts stayed in his mind. The young man's eyes misted over. Until the end, he didn't know he had left this nameless Taoist temple. He went back to his car as if he was sleepwalking. Then, only after the driver called out to him a few times, did he wake up. "Young Master Igu, can we return?" The driver frowned as he asked. He felt that the young Master Igu just now was possessed. Yes, let's return first." "That's right, we'll talk more when we get back." Young Master Igu replied, nodding his head. The nameless immortal sage statue, this matter needed to be considered at length. Song Shuhang returned to the internet cafe, and knocked onto the door to the private room. The Pekingese quickly opened the door, then quickly climbed back to the computer. "Dodo, don't play anymore. Take a look at me," Song Shuhang called out. Dodo didn't even turn its head. "What? Look at me, and give me a full-body check-out," Song Shuhang said. "You're not even a girl, why do I need to check you out?" Dodo cast a sidelong glance at Song Shuhang. "That's not it. I just went to that nameless temple. I saw the nameless immortal sage statue, then some strange things happened." Song Shuhang talked about that weird increase in heartbeat when he saw the nameless immortal sage statue, as well as that process, in detail. "So, could you quickly take a look, and see whether there's any strange magical art on that nameless immortal sage statue? Then see if I am under some kind of charm-type magical arts?" Dodo paused. Then his pair of dog eyes emitted a golden-colored light, and looked at Song Shuhang from end to end. It replied, "No problems, your body is as healthy as a bull. There are also no traces of magical arts on your body." Having finished talking, Dodo withdrew his dog eyes, and continued enjoying himself. Song Shuhang was slightly relieved. Could it be possible that that immortal sage statue was really just superb craftsmanship, and had reaching the extremes of the carving arts? So when someone saw it they would be deeply stuck inside? But he kept feeling as if something was off. After that, Song Shuhang stayed in the private room. Without anything to do he opened the 9 Provinces No. 1 group. He wanted to see if there was any news or gossip in the group. However, the group actually had no one speaking in it today. Loose Cultivator North River, Mad Saber 3 Waves and True Monarch Ancient Lakeview had entered the mysterious island. The other seniors were all waiting for a good show. To watch Song Shuhang receive True Monarch White from seclusion. The time waiting always seemed especially long. Song Shuhang rested, cultivated, ate a fasting pill, then cultivated again. It wasn't easy enduring until 8+ at night. True Monarch White was coming out of seclusion. The time is around there already. Song Shuhang took out that small flute, and was thinking about contacting True Monarch White. At this time, the green-colored small flute trembled. Then, a soft and gentle voice came from the green-colored small flute. "Hello. Is this fellow Taoist Song Shuhang?" It was news from True Monarch White. Through the 1,000-mile sound transmission magical treasure's ability to leave messages, he knew Song Shuhang was the fellow Taoist in charge of receiving him. Song Shuhang replied. "Hello, Senior True Monarch White. Have you ended your seclusion?" "Yes, I've already ended my seclusion. You can come and pick me up." True Monarch White replied. Song Shuhang replied. "Where in Linyao village is your seclusion location? I'll come and look for you." "If it's location, I seem to be in a small room." There seems to be some abnormalities next to me." "How about this, use the connection of the 1,000-mile sound transmission flute to find me. Just hold the 1,000-mile sound transmission flute, activate a spiritual energy art. You'll be able to sense a special sound wave between me and the magical treasure. Follow this sound wave, and you'll be able to find me." True Monarch White said. Song Shuhang activated the True Self meditation scripture, and really could sense that 1,000-mile sound transmission magical treasure was carrying some kind of special sound wave connection. "I sense it, Senior True Monarch White. I'll immediate go looking for you." Song Shuhang replied. Then, he asked the Pekingese, "Do, do you want to go receive True Monarch White together?" "Never mind. Just bring over True Monarch White." "That's right, when you go out help me top up a bit of the fees for the internet. Just now the network administrator made a reminder that 10 hours passed already, and we owe 1 hour of fees." Do replied without turning its head. "Then stay here and don't run about anyhow. Wait for me to receive True Monarch White. Then we'll go back." Song Shuhang went to the internet cafe counter, and topped up another 100. Then, he followed along the special sound waves of the 1,000-mile sound transmission flute, going along that direction to search. As he walked, he got closer to True Monarch White. Song Shuhang felt that the topography around him was more and more familiar. Finally, he reached that nameless temple. "Here?" Song Shuhang looked at the nameless temple doubtfully. Now, there were still many worshippers outside the temple. The temple was still well illuminated inside by lights. Song Shuhang held the 1,000-mile sound transmission flute between his finger and thumb as he asked, "Senior True Monarch White, is the place you're undergoing seclusion the Nameless Temple?" "Nameless Temple? When you say it like that, I do seem to be in a Taoist temple." True Monarch White's voice replied. "Fellow Taoist Shuhang. I can feel your location. Enter the temple, and you'll see an enshrined statue. That's me. That's me. That's me." Song Shuhang went stiff. That nameless immortal sage statue in the Taoist temple was True Monarch White? That was quite out of his expectations. Before this, he would never have made a connection between True Monarch White and the nameless immortal sage statue. One was a senior who had been in seclusion for very long. One was a statue of a divine being enshrined and worshipped in a Taoist temple. One was a luxurious seclusion grounds in his imagination. And the other one was an ancient nameless Taoist temple. What was more important, was that True Monarch White had obviously gone into seclusion over 150 years ago. This statue of a divine being had however been enshrined several hundred years ago. As expected, a story handed down through the generations would always have many mistakes and exaggerations. This time was off by a few hundred years. So, no matter how much bigger his brain was, up there was all empty air, so he wouldn't be able to connect the two together. There was no magnificent seclusion grounds, no over 100 grand defensive formations. What there was an old Taoist temple. Song Shuhang couldn't help but ask. "Senior True Monarch White, aren't you in seclusion? Why have you suddenly become a statue of a divine being, and enshrined in a Taoist temple?" This matter is a long story. Wait for me to come out, and I'll slowly explain it to you. True Monarch White sighed. Fellow Taoist Shuhang, do you have a method to lure away these worshippers, so that I can come out from this statue? Most importantly, when I come out, I'll blow up the outer layer of this stone shell. The power will be quite big. If someone sees it, it may attract unnecessary troubles. If True Monarch White were to in front of the worshippers, blow apart the statue with a boom, and come out from inside after that, it would definitely attract endless troubles. Song Shuhang saw that the worshippers outside the temple were still a lot. With so many worshippers, he didn't have any methods to lure away so many worshippers aside from starting a fire. Senior True Monarch White, how about we wait a while? When it's later, the worshippers should more or less disperse. Song Shuhang said after thinking about it. No problem. It's fine as long as you're not in a rush. True Monarch White was indifferent. He had already undergone closed-door seclusion for a whole 150 years. How would he mind waiting a few more hours? Life doesn't always go the way one wants. Time slowly passed, until it had already reached around 10 at night. The number of worshippers outside the temple didn't decrease, but instead increased. If it continued like this, even if they waited until the early hours of the next day, there would still be many worshippers staying. Perhaps the worshippers would stay until tomorrow morning. If it was like this, how was True Monarch White supposed to come out from the statue? True Monarch, I'm going to go get a helper, and think of a way to disperse the crowd. Then, take the chance to escape True Monarch. Song Shuhang thought of Dodo. It should have some method to disperse the crowd, right? No problem. True Monarch White replied. Song Shuhang quickly ran over to the internet cafe. Soon after Song Shuhang left, 4 far-off pickup drove over to the Nameless temple. 60 broad-shouldered and solidly built muscular men jumped of the pickup trucks, and gathered. Then, that 27 or 28-year-old young Master Igu from the morning got off from a car. Young Master Igu looked at the Nameless temple from far away. Sighing deeply, he said, "Go, dig away that nameless immortal sage statue and bring it away." Yes. The 60 muscular men responded, and swarmed towards the Nameless temple. They barbarically pushed away the worshippers who were blocking them. 10 muscular men with hand-held tools went to the bottom of the nameless immortal sage statue, preparing to dig away the whole immortal sage statue. The 60 muscular men young Master Igu got to work, their movements dexterous. The 10 who brought tools went to below the statue, preparing to dig away the nameless immortal sage statue. Then, first there were 4 muscular men who were holding a giant cloth covering. They threw it upwards, and covered the immortal sage statue. This was to prevent the muscular men from seeing that statue of a divine being while lifting it, then getting influenced by that endless charm. Then 6 muscular men prepared rope tools. They were waiting for the immortal sage statue to be dug away, before lifting it out. Finally, a muscular man drove a forklift to the entrance of the Taoist temple. The remaining muscular man blocked up the entrance. They split up, driving away the worshippers rudely, and not letting worshippers near the Nameless temple. All of the preparations were in place. Take note, your eyes are not to look at the statue of this divine figure. Faster, dig away this statue of a divine being within 10 minutes. Young Master Igu directed loudly from the back. When the 4 muscular men in charge of throwing the cloth covering threw it out, their eyes misted over. Even if they had already been reminded by young Master Igu before, they had been deeply attracted by the perfection of that nameless immortal sage statue, in the instant they had lifted their heads to throw the cloth covering. In that instant, the desire to seize the immortal sage statue and take it for themselves surfaced in their hearts. Young Master Igu went forward, and viciously gave a kick to the 4 muscular men whose eyes had misted over. "All of you get out, and block the worshippers outside." The 4 muscular men's eyes were glazed over. They muddledly went out, going to locking the worshippers. The worshippers outside had long since started to make noise. What are you goddamned people doing? Robbers. They want to steal the immortal sage statue. You're breaking the law, scram. Block them, we can't let them steal the immortal sage statue. Get rid of these fellows. The worshippers roared, and some people picked up bricks and bottles and threw them at the muscular men. The stocky and strong muscular men weren't any kind of good people, and with a hideous laugh, ferociously struck at these worshippers with their fists. Call the police, call the police. Worshippers were struck down to the floor, and took out their phones shouting. For a moment, the police hotline was overloaded by the worshippers. The scene was extremely chaotic. Young Master Igu looked outside, and coldly harumphed. Ignore the worshippers outside. Faster. Quickly, the immortal sage statue that True Monarch White had transformed into, and even its base, had been dug out. At the side, the 6 who had long since had their preparations in place used ropes to bind the immortal sage statue. A few people lifted up the immortal sage statue and moved to that forklift. The forklift's throttle roared, and it carried the nameless immortal sage statue towards a delivery truck behind. The worshippers couldn't pass the defensive perimeter of the muscular men. They could only look on helplessly as the immortal sage statue of a divine being was snatched away. For a moment, angry abuse and curses flooded the nameless temple. On the other side, Song Shuhang managed to drag Do away from the computer with great difficulty, bringing him to the nameless temple. At this time, the True Monarch White's voice came from the 1,000-mile sound transmission flute. Fellow Daoist Shuhang, the efficiency of the people you sent is really high. They got me out of the nameless temple so fast. However, we on the path of cultivation need to collect good blessings and virtue. Our methods can't be too intense sometimes. The worshippers outside are innocent. Fellow Daoist Shuhang, you should let your subordinates show a bit of mercy. Don't injure these worshippers heavily. What? Song Shuhang was confused upon hearing this. He was still on the way to the nameless temple. Where did these helpers come from? True Monarch White, someone dug you away from the nameless temple? Yes. I've already been brought to a transportation vehicle that is similar to a horse cart. Could it be that these people aren't the helpers you found? True Monarch White asked. The helper I found is still on the way to the nameless temple. The nameless temple isn't even in my sights yet. Song Shuhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Speaking of which, who was the one who was digging away True Monarch White? Oh, I say, a fellow Daoist whom True Monarch Mt.Books took a liking to shouldn't be someone too savage. If it's not your people, then I'm at ease. True Monarch White laughed. I'll go and pick you up right away. Song Shuhang said. If True Monarch White was picked up by someone else, he wouldn't have the face to meet the seniors in the group anymore. No problem, no problem. This is good, this saves us from dispersing the worshippers ourselves. When these people bring me to a safe place, I'll come out from the statue. True Monarch White laughed in a simple-minded manner. All right. Then I'll follow you from behind. When you come out from the statue, I'll go and support you. Song Shuhang replied. He could lock onto True Monarch White's location through the 1,000-mile sound transmission flute, and follow him from far behind. Then we'll do like this. Maintain contact. True Monarch White laughed. You just talked to True Monarch White? Do asked. Did something happen? Someone dug away True Monarch White. Song Shuhang rubbed his forehead. What? Do had an expression of incomprehension. He had never heard of a cultivator in closed-door seclusion being dug away by someone else. Actually, I should have expected this long ago. The statue of a divine being that True Monarch White transformed into has an attraction ordinary people can't resist. Under the influence of that attraction, there would definitely be some fellows who would take a risk out of that desperation, and act to seize that statue of a divine being. Song Shuhang sighed. But this was also fine. This would save him the trouble of dispersing the crowd of the Nameless Temple. Now, they just had to directly bring True Monarch White back from those fellows who dug away the statue of a divine being. While talking, Song Shuhang happened to pass through a mask shop. "Boss, how much are the masks?" 5 yuan for one. It's made of strong materials and isn't easy to damage. The boss smiled. "Give me that Ultraman mask." Song Shuhang took out money and handed it over. When picking up True Monarch White in a while, this mask may be of use. Young Master Igu's subordinates were very efficient, and managed to load that nameless immortal sage statue onto the delivery truck within 10 minutes. "Go! Quickly leave!" Young Master Igu called out loudly. The 60 subordinates quickly retreated, climbed onto the delivery truck. In the blink of an eye they were gone. The ones left were the enraged worshippers in the Nameless Temple Square who stamped their foots in anger. "The police? Why aren't they here yet?" A worshipper with a bloody nose and swollen face called out loudly. How could they be deployed so fast? Under normal circumstances, if there are any patrol cars nearby, the fastest they can reach the Nameless Temple is 10 or so minutes. Someone said depressed. "Did you take photos? We need to post the shameless manner of those fellows on the net and let them suffer the disdain of the citizens. The sky is too dark, the shot is too blurry." Just as the worshippers were making all sorts of comments, another 2 trucks stopped at the Nameless Temple entrance. Then, a young man jumped off from one of the trucks. Another 40+ stocky and strong muscular men got off the trucks. "Young Master Yu, is it here?" "It's here. Charge, and dig out that nameless immortal sage statue of a divine being for me. Take note, don't look at that statue of a divine being." Young Master Yu had a manner of this being imperative. The 40 stocky and strong muscular men overbearingly charged towards the Nameless Temple. When they charged halfway they felt something strange. This was because those worshippers at the side were looking them with the gaze they would use on a silly but amusing person. The majority calmly and collectedly took out their phones and started recording. Although the 40 muscular men felt strange, their mission was more important. Young Master Yu had spent quite a lot. Whoever had money was the boss. The worshippers not blocking them saved them energy. They rushed into the Nameless Temple, and there was also 3 muscular men carrying a large cloth like before, preparing to cover the statue of a divine being first. But when they entered the temple, they were immediately dumbfounded. Where was the statue of a divine being? The agreed immortal sage statue of a divine being only had a hole left now. Fudge! Young Master Yu raged. "Someone snatched before us. Which bastard dared snatch before this young master?" Just as young Master Yu was angrily stamping his foot, there was the sound of an emergency braking outside the Nameless Temple again. Now it was 2 large trucks. 50 muscular men in black Western suits jumped off, and were also stocky and strong. Their imposing manner was threatening. Then a young lady got off, and a sweet voice called out, "It's this Taoist temple, all of you charge. Go and dig out the immortal sage statue of a divine being for me. Take note, don't look at the statue of a divine being. Also be careful, if you damage it, see if I don't shatter your heads." It was basically the same lines. Even the tone was similar to the previous young Master Yu. "Yes." The 50 muscular men in black Western suits shouted uniformly, and charged towards the Nameless Temple. Just as these black-clothed men had run half of the way, there was the sound of an emergency braking from behind again. A limousine with a trident symbol and 3 large trucks stopped. On it were 40 uncles with strong muscles and a beautiful married woman. Damn it, someone else was first. Charge, no matter what, don't let that immortal sage statue land in anyone else's hands. We must seize the immortal sage statue. The beautiful married woman said, flustered and exasperatedly. A chaotic three-way battle already couldn't be avoided. Song Shuhang used the 1,000-mile sound transmission flute to follow, and finally reached a large and magnificent estate outside the outskirts of Nanhua Lake City. The 4 trucks brought the statue True Monarch White transformed into and had long since entered the estate. A tall fence and steel gate blocked Song Shuhang's path. It's here. Song Shuhang held it between his finger and thumb, and used strength to blow, and contacted True Monarch White. Now, even if True Monarch White blew himself out of the statue like a Russian doll, it wouldn't cause any effects. At most it would scare the fellows who had dug away the statue of a divine being. Zzzzzzzzz. Hello. True Monarch White's soft and gentle voice came out of the 1,000-mile sound transmission flute. Senior, it's about time. You can come out from the statue. I'll pick you up to leave. Song Shuhang said. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. Hello, this is White's seclusion grounds. Time remaining before end of seclusion is 1 hour 2 minutes. Please wait patiently. The soft and gentle voice continued. Song Shuhang, fudge, seclusion. True Monarch White had actually decided to go through seclusion at this time. Although the period of seclusion this time was only 1 or 2 hours. But, Senior True Monarch White, was there a need to be so hardworking? You couldn't even bear to waste this amount of time, and had to use it for seclusion? At the same time, Song Shuhang's mind thought of what loose cultivator North River had said in the group before. True Monarch White is truly a seclusion maniac, a true model for my generation. So, it turned out that seclusion maniac referred to this. Whenever there was time to cultivate, don't waste any minute or second. Song Shuhang felt, this should be some obsessive-compulsive disorder for seclusion, and had to be treated. Whatever. He sighed. It wasn't a big deal. He would just bring True Monarch White's statue back himself. His right hand held a defense talisman just in case. Then, Song Shuhang put on that Ultraman mask, and slowly came before that thick steel gate. Charge! He took a deep breath. He mobilized the blood and chi energy in his heart acupoint, and transferred it to his arm. His mouth chanted the Vajra Foundational Fist Technique, incantation. Foundational Fist Technique. 1. Fists like cannons, sweeping away thousands of troops. Then, Dodo was at the side, boredly wagging its tongue, a blot on the landscape. Knock, knock. An oppressive and deafening sound, like the giant bells in temples being struck, the echoes surging. The people in the large and magnificent estate jumped in fright. More than 10 people in charge of security quickly rushed towards the gate, so as to not be caught off guard. The gatekeepers looked through the CCTV, and could only see a fellow wearing an Ultraman mask standing outside the gate. Someone wearing a childish mask in broad daylight and using so much force to knock on the gate. Was it someone crazy? Old Wang, who's outside? The security team leader asked. It's simply just someone crazy. Who's going to go chase him away? The gatekeeper Old Wang asked. I'll go. 2 of you come with me. Be careful, if it's someone crazy we'll chase him away. Chase him further away, just in case he comes back to bother us again. The security team leader led them to a small side door at the side. If the fellow outside was really crazy, it was best to be a bit careful. If he was stabbed it would be being stabbed for nothing. Bring 2 others to chase away the other side would be better. If it was a troublemaker, he would let the other side see his power. At this time, Song Shuhang shook his fists. The gate was in severe pain. Wrong, it was the fist that was slightly sore. The steel gate was thick, heavy and hard. It wasn't the kind covered in steel sheets. Of course, Song Shuhang wasn't so self-confident that he thought he could punch through the steel gate in one punch. He was a person who knew himself well. That punch was only trying to blow apart that gate's lock. He just hadn't thought that the gate lock was just as hard as the steel gate. Him operating blood and chi energy with the addition spiritual energy was enough to twist steel bars bare-handedly. Using a full-strength punch under these conditions, the gate was actually absolutely still. Song Shuhang sighed. Turning, he looked at the Pekingese demon dog Dodo. Ho ho ho. The Pekingese Dodo was wagging its tongue. It even winked at Song Shuhang, acting smart and adorable. Song Shuhang sighed. Dodo, let's go in. If the gate didn't open, then I'll just fly in. With Dodo, this 5 to 6 meters tall gate was a height that could be easily jumped. Woof. Okay. Dodo cooperatively nodded. His figure swelled, transforming into that of a 5-meter large Pekingese demon dog. Then, it raised his paws to swat viciously towards that steel gate. Boom. The 5 meters tall steel gate fell just like that. Countless dust was raised when the heavy gate fell, blocking the people's line of sight. Song Shuhang turned around to look at Dodo. You were doing this on purpose, right? The Pekingese demon dog wagged its tongue, as cute as usual. Song Shuhang rubbed his forehead. Was it the right choice bringing along this doggy teammate? At this time, the security team leader had just happened to be at the small side gate. Then, the giant metal gate actually fell down with a large boom. The security team leader felt his heart almost stop. Fortunately, he was taking the side door. If he had taken the gate, when the metal gate crushed down, it would happen to crush him under as well. With the weight of the gate, it would want his little life. How did the gate fall? Did the crazy outside use explosives? I didn't hear any explosion sounds. Is this the newest model of miniature demolition bomb? Or was that booming sound from that explosive? The security muscular men widened their eyes, looking at the place the gate fell. Only to see a man clasp his hands behind his back as he stood. The Ultraman mask on his face was especially unsightly. The security team leader couldn't see the demon dog Dodo. Naturally, he assumed Song Shuhang was the culprit who broke down the gate. It wasn't an explosion. The security team leader looked at the felled gate. He didn't see any traces of explosions. Then how was this gate broken open? However, the security team leader quickly calmed down. He waved his hand to sign those subordinates to surround Song Shuhang. He said in a low voice. Who are you? Song Shuhang laughed. With a husky voice, relax. I have no ill intentions. The corners of the security team leader's mouth twitched. Tearing down someone else's gate, then saying, I have no ill intentions. Are you taking us for fools? Huh. I'm here to bring away a friend. Song Shuhang continued. At the same time, he secretly activated the True Self-Meditation scripture, and begun gathering spiritual energy. Your friend? Dare I ask who your friend is? The security team leader asked doubtfully. My friend was just brought into the estate by you all. Song Shuhang said. I'm here to bring him back. So, it can't be better than if you could return him to me. The security team leader was confused. He said quietly to someone at the side. Did young Master Igu finally become depraved, and went to forcefully snatch a girl? He shouldn't have. Young Master Igu did snatch something today. But it's just that nameless temple statue of a divine being. Although why was young Master Igu mad, but it's just a statue of a divine being. If he snatched it, he snatched it. At most he'll have to pay back money. The subordinate behind said in a low voice. At this time, Song Shuhang said, yes, that statue is my friend. So, could that young Master Igu of yours please return my friend? Hearing to this point, the security team leader used a pitying look on Song Shuhang. So he really was an idiot. At the side, Dodo suddenly lifted a leg and kicked Song Shuhang. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Just directly charge. They snatched away the statue of a divine being with great difficulty. How would they return it with just you saying a few sentences? Song Shuhang's hidden activation of the true self meditation scripture was almost interrupted by Dodo. He looked gloomily at Dodo. I'm dragging on the time, and suppressing spiritual energy for a big move. My teammate was a dog, so how am I supposed to carry out a pentacle? One Song Shuhang wanted to put to use spiritual pressure. After the heart acupoint and foundation establishment was complete, his spiritual energy was also raised substantially. Now if he put to use the spiritual pressure, it definitely wouldn't stop at just simply scaring a female teacher. Then, he suppressed a long time's worth of spiritual energy with great difficulty. It was almost kicked away by Dodo's leg. Then when are you going to release it? Dodo called out. Then I'll release it. Song Shuhang took in a deep breath. True self-meditation scripture was activated, and the true self in his sea of consciousness abruptly opened his eyes. In the next moment, the spiritual energy he had tiringly suppressed was released in the direction of the security team leader and his subordinates. The security team leader saw Song Shuhang talking to air, as if he was talking to a person. It really was someone crazy. Also, it was a crazy with the ability to knock down a steel gate. It really was a terrifying opponent. Should they make a call to the nearby mental hospital? At this moment, they felt a formless force act on their body, and made their whole bodies experience goosebumps. Faintly, they seemed to see a ferocious beast leaping at them, its bloody mouth wide open. It wanted to swallow even their leather and bones. The team members with weaker willpower only felt their heads swelling, and covered their heads as they squatted. The ones with stronger willpower would feel their legs becoming numb, and even their leg areas involuntarily trembling. Not even one fell over. Song Shuhang said. He had thought with the success of foundation establishment, and his heart acupoint opened, if he unleashed some pressure, he could make ordinary people all fall down and become unable to get up. With this bit of spiritual energy of yours, making ordinary people's leg numb is the limit. To make all ordinary people fall over with spiritual pressure, ascend to rank 5 gold core first. The Pekingese Dodo said. But when he reached the rank 5 gold core realm, why would he need someone like spiritual pressure? With a gaze, and releasing some of his power, he could directly make ordinary people unable to handle it, and faint on the ground. At this time, the security team leader was the first to recover. This fellow has something strange with his body, advanced shoulder to shoulder. The security team leader shouted loudly. The roar dispersing the fear in their hearts, he and his subordinates all roared as they charged at Song Shuhang. 30 or so seconds later. Song Shuhang shook his fists, and the security team leader and members fell to the floor in pain, unable to rise again. The spiritual pressure I wasted so much time suppressing for, wasn't as useful my fists. Song Shuhang kneaded his fists, saying gloomily. So that's why I said earlier, why are you wasting time? Woof, don't play anymore. Bring True Monarch White away, I'm still waiting to accompany my wife. Woof woof. The Pekingese Dodo said. Deep within the estate, a separate small courtyard and small building. This was Igu's residence. Young Master Igu directed 20 muscular men to carefully move the nameless immortal sage statue to the small courtyard. Even with the cloth covering, when he neared the immortal sage statue, he was unable to control his accelerating heartbeat as usual. This feeling wasn't even there during that pure first love. Young Master Igu casually asked, what happened outside just now? It seems someone came over to make trouble. Team leader Lu already went over to handle it. I believe it should be over soon. A muscular man replied. All right. Let them get rid of the troublemakers further away so they won't bother me. Young Master Igu waved his hands, letting the muscular men leave the courtyard. Then, he rubbed his hands, and with an excited expression he grabbed a corner of the cloth covering. He gingerly opened the cloth covering. The perfect statue of a divine being was before his eyes again. Perfect. I'm willing to watch it for the rest of my life. Young Master Igu murmured. With this statue of a divine being, he didn't even want women anymore. He just wanted to accompany the statue of a divine being for the rest of his life. He was willing to become a Taoist priest who abstained from meat from today onwards, and worship the immortal sage statue day and night. That wasn't right, the ones who abstained from meat seemed to be monks. Just as young Master Igu was thinking nonsense, an unexpected voice sounded next to him. Found it. He lifted his head and saw a figure was squatting on the wall of his small courtyard. The figure's face was even wearing an Ultraman mask. Hello. Song Shuhang waved to young Master Igu. That statue next to you is my friend. I need to bring him away. Bring him away? Impossible. Don't dream, the statue of a divine being is mine, it's mine forever. Young Master Igu raged. How troublesome. Song Shuhang sighed. If at this time the immortal sage wasn't in seclusion, but just directly blew himself out of the statue, how would it be so troublesome? Song Shuhang jumped off from the wall. Regretfully, this statue of a divine being doesn't belong to anyone. You just suffered from the outflow of the statue of a divine being's energy. Sleep a while. When you wake up, everything will have recovered. Song Shuhang was prepared to give one to young Master Igu, and let him have a good sleep. At this time, a weak and angry voice of a girl came from outside the building. Elder brother, I heard that to pray for good fortune, you directly snatched a statue of a divine being from someone's Taoist temple? What is in that head of yours? 1. This seems to be a Chinese web slang based on the game LOL, where a pentakill is a distinguished achievement of single-handedly killing all enemy champions in short succession. So in this context, the slang most likely refers to defeating all the opponents quickly. That girl's voice was filled with anger. Behind was an expressionless muscular man in a western suit, single-mindedly pushing the wheelchair, entering young Master Igu's small courtyard. A 17 or 18-year-old young girl was sitting on the wheelchair. Her long hair that covered her face hung down loosely casually. A pair of clear pitch-black eyes shined. Her skin was white, but it was the type of whiteness from after a long period of sickness. There were no problems with her legs. The reason she needed to sit on a wheelchair was because she had a strange sickness. Every day at a regular time, her entire body would feel weak. When it was severe, she wouldn't be able to move even her fingers, like someone in a vegetative state. Her family had brought her to see many doctors. But after scouring all the famous doctors in the world, they weren't even able to identify the cause of her illness, to say nothing of curing it. Young Master Igu had gone to the Nameless temple before to pray for his sister's good fortune. Then, his whole goal had changed when he had been emotionally affected by the nameless immortal sage statue of a divine being. When he saw his enraged little sister, Igu felt his head clear up a lot. Return this statue of a divine being to their Taoist temple, and apologize. Although the young girl was weak, her imposing manner was like that of a king of 10,000 beasts. Igu turned around, and like a shy little bee, lowered his head silently. After a long while, he finally squeezed out a few words. Can I not return it? At most. I'll compensate them 10 statues of a divine being. Elder brother, you're trying to anger me to death, aren't you? The young girl used strength to smack the wheelchair armrests, and angrily rebuked him. Either you return the statue of a divine being, or you turn yourself a statue of a divine being and send yourself over. Choose one. Although it was an angry rebuke, her voice continued to have the softness and sweetness of cotton candy. It made people's heart soften upon hearing it. The song Shuhang at this point was ignored by this brother and sister. Dodo turned its head over, looking at that young girl. Then it continued to wag its tongue, exhaling, hoo-hoo-hoo. Song Shuhang sized up this weird pair of brother and sister. He kept feeling that if you looked at this brother and sister pair from another angle, the little sister had a majestic imposing manner, like an elder sister. And the elder brother kept retracting his head, like a little brother who had something wrong. It was an interesting pair of brother and sister. After a few days, then I'll send the statue of a divine being back. Igu grit his teeth. At most he'll spend some money, and get someone to carve an identical statue of a divine being to return. Now, immediately, right away return that statue of a divine being. As the little sister spoke, her entire body weakened, and she lay powerlessly against the wheelchair. Dodo shook its tail and spoke suddenly. Shuhang, bring along that true monarch white statue of a divine being, let's go. Woof, all right. Song Shuhang said. That's right. Shuhang, before going, do you want to form some good karma? Dodo said suddenly. Its tail swept across the ground back and forth. Good karma? What? Song Shuhang said doubtfully. Dodo had a serious expression. You're carrying body-tempering liquid on you, right? The kind where you made yourself and has weaker medicinal strength. I'm carrying it. In a while before leaving, take out a small drop the size of a fingernail. Then, let that little miss open her mouth, and put it into her mouth. Dodo said. Then, you'll form some good karma with her. Trust me. This is an extremely big good karma. The Pekingese Dodo guaranteed solemnly. It won't kill her, right? The body needs to have enough qi and blood when taking the body-tempering liquid, right? This little miss looks to be quite weak. Can she bear the medicinal energy? Song Shuhang asked doubtfully. That's why it's good karma. Trust me. The Pekingese dog said. Song Shuhang started at it. He laughed. All right. I'll listen. We'll just take it as me accumulating moral quality. Song Shuhang clapped his hands. He cut off the facing off brother and sister. Apologies. I don't have much time. I need to bring my friend away. You're dreaming. I won't let you take away the statue of a divine being. Young Master Igu rushed forward to hug the statue of a divine being. Someone come, chase away this crazy person. Buff, when he had shouted halfway through, he suddenly limply fell down. Next to him, Dodo withdrew its paws with a disdainful expression. It had lightly flicked, and knocked out young Master Igu. Who are you? The little sister frowned as she stared at Song Shuhang. Behind her, the man in a black western suit reached into his bosom. That posture seemed to be like he was taking out a gun or something similar. Then, the western suit man fell down as well. Dodo withdrew its claws disdainfully once again. Ordinary people couldn't see it, so it could brazenly knock out others. For a moment, there was only Song Shuhang, the little miss and the Pekingese Dodo in the whole small courtyard. Don't be so nervous. It's only letting your brother have a good nap. There won't be any problems when he wakes up. Song Shuhang smiled slightly. It was a pity that this kind smile of his couldn't be seen by anyone because of the mask. I'll bring back the statue of a divine being back first. He doesn't belong to you all. That's right. Before going, I want to give you a present. Song Shuhang went to the side of the statue of a divine being, and lightly lifted. The heavy statue of a divine being was easily lifted onto his shoulder. The little miss widened her eyes. This masked man obviously didn't seem so strong, but could actually lift such a heavy statue easily. Her eyes couldn't help but show an envious light. Don't even talk about this kind of godly strength. Even just living like a normal girl was an unattainable thing for her. Just as she was thinking deeply, Song Shuhang suddenly turned around. "Open your mouth." The little miss subconsciously opened her mouth. Song Shuhang took the chance to lightly flick, and a drop of body-tempering liquid into her mouth. She didn't even need to swallow, and the body-tempering liquid directly slid into her throat. "Forming some good karma with you. It's also completing your elder brother's wish." Song Shuhang had finished speaking. He confidently jumped up high. "Do-do, let's go." Song Shuhang originally wanted Do-do to coordinate with him. When he jumped up high, it would catch him, then ride the clouds and fly on the mist and leave. But Do-do clearly wasn't the type of teammate that could coordinate and reach a silent understanding. It looked curiously at Song Shuhang jumping high up. It had a perplexed expression, as it simply didn't know what Song Shuhang was doing. And thus, Song Shuhang fell to the ground awkwardly. "Go." He once again grit his teeth. Carrying the statue of a divine being, he jumped over the surrounding walls. He left even turning his head. The Pekingese Do-do winked. When Song Shuhang ran away far off, it secretly patted the young girl with its paw. Then, it chased after Song Shuhang's far-off figure. Behind, that young girl froze. She immediately reached into her mouth with her hand. She wanted to immediately spit out that thing the masked man had fed her. Who the heck knew what that masked man flicked into her mouth? And she also kept feeling that that thing she swallowed was carrying a concentrated abnormal smell. But at this moment, she felt a burning sensation from her throat. Her throat was about to be burned. Was it poison? Then, that feeling only lasted for 2 seconds. Immediately, that burning sensation turned into a warm current that flowed into her lower abdomen. With her lower abdomen as a transfer point, it gushed to every corner of her body. She couldn't help but moan comfortably. The warm current lasted for very long. Finally, she burped twice continuously. With these 2 burps, she felt her internal organs felt like it had been washed clean, cool and refreshed throughout. With every breath she took, it felt as clear and fresh as the forest in the morning. But all this wasn't important. What was most important was that when her hands grabbed the wheelchair, she effortlessly stood up. That strange, weakening sickness was completely gone. She could now feel a strength in her entire body she couldn't completely use. Good karma. She clenched her small fists. Karma? And at this time, young Master Igu's grand residence was in a mess. The security team members was searching that grand residence for that masked crazy. However, they had no gains. That crazy seemed to have vanished into thin air without any traces. Do-do brought Song Shuhang, the statue True Monarch White had transformed into, and flew to a mountainous area in Nanhua Lake City with no one there. He didn't directly bring him back to Jiangnan University City, as when True Monarch White ended his seclusion, he had to blow up that layer of statue on his body. True Monarch White had said himself that there would be a lot of activity when he blew himself out. Blowing himself out in Jiangnan University City would cause a lot of disturbance. Song Shuhang put True Monarch White down. He asked, Do-do, have all the traces in the grand residence been cleared? Science now was very advanced. With enough money, even if it was just a small section of a fingerprint, it could very well be discovered. Relax, all the traces have been cleared away by magical techniques. However, if the other side wants to find you, they can still find you. You didn't hide when you entered Linyao village. If the other side pumps in enough money, finding out about you is just a matter of time. Do-do laughed mischievously. No problem. I believe you can settle it, Do-do. After all, I formed some good karma with that little miss. Song Shuhang laughed. Do-do's dog face twitched. Song Shuhang put True Monarch White statue of a divine being down nicely. He took out his handphone and waved to Do-do. Come, let's take a photo together. After spending so much effort to bring True Monarch White out, he would take a photo to send to the group and let the seniors see it. He would also let True Monarch Mt.Books see his effort. This way, when the task was over, True Monarch Mt.Books may give him more rewards. Do coordinated and showed his body. Together with Song Shuhang, they took a photo with the statue of a divine being. Song Shuhang sent the photo to the 9 Provinces #1 group space. Caption: After twists and turns, True Monarch White has been finally received. It was added to the group photo of him, Do and True Monarch White statue form. Just as the photo was sent, the chat seniors all instantly praised it. These seniors had all been staring at the group. Then a whole stream of comments. Mansion Master 7 Lives Talisman, little friend Shuhang has had it hard. Also, I only see you and Do, where's True Monarch White? Medicine Master, where's True Monarch White? Transformations Technique King, same question, where the True Monarch? Roamcloud Monk Tongxian. At this time, Transformations Technique King replied quickly. Wait, could that statue be True Monarch White? Mansion Master 7 Lives Talisman, it really is True Monarch White. How did the True Monarch become a statue? Cave Master Snowwolf, True Monarch White is always changing his methods of giving us pleasant surprises. You've worked hard, little friend Shuhang, it's Do plus True Monarch White. Mansion Master 7 Lives Talisman, that's right, it's actually Do plus True Monarch White. Medicine Master, Do plus True Monarch White. True Monarch Mt.Books, little friend Shuhang, work hard. This picture made many lurking chat seniors appear. Song Shuhang silently closed his handphone, looking at the Pekingese Do next to him. Seeing Song Shuhang's expression, Do understood. Are those amusing fools in the group saying something bad about me again? No, Song Shuhang said calmly. They're just putting you and Senior True Monarch White together. Do, minutes and seconds of time passed by. Finally, True Monarch White's cultivation time had ended. At this time, True Monarch White's voice came from the 1,000-mile sound transmission flute. Is little friend Shuhang there? I was too bored waiting just now, so I went to cultivate a while. Now, I don't know where they've brought me. Can you still find me? I'm about to come out from the statue protective shell. Song Shuhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Hello Senior True Monarch White, I'm beside you. True Monarch White was extremely embarrassed. Senior, you just need to come out. That's right, when you blow yourself from out of your statue, do I need to take shelter? Song Shuhang asked. Yes, retreat to about 10 meters. I can control the explosion's power. True Monarch White replied confidently. 10 meters was it? Song Shuhang retreated about 20 steps. This should be about 10 meters, right? At this time, he turned around and saw that Do had actually calmly and collectedly retreated to be about 100 meters. His tail was swaying left and right. Song Shuhang thought about that confident reply of True Monarch White, then looked at Do's calm and collected expression. Without hesitation, he quickly went to the same line of battle as Do, quickly going to the 100 meters mark. You can still be considered to have some brains, woof. Do laughed mischievously. I just think that you would definitely have a reason for running so far. However, True Monarch White was so confident, and is an expert of this level. Logically speaking, he should be able to perfectly control the power of the explosion, right? Why would you retreat 100 meters? Song Shuhang said softly. Did I say he couldn't control the power of the explosion? Do swayed his tail. I'm avoiding something else, to avoid getting buried by True Monarch White. As they spoke, the statue True Monarch White had already exploded with a boom. It really was quite powerful, and really was like firing off mountain artillery. The entire ground was shaking. But True Monarch White's control was very strong. Although the outer shell fragments of the statue flew out violently, they all landed within 10 meters. After the statue's outer shell was blown apart, the true body of True Monarch White was shown. It was a figure that was as if that of an immortal who had descended into the mortal world. Pitch black hair cascaded down the back, eyes that shined like the stars. White clothes, with complex formation inscribed on it, fluttered and rose in the aftermath of the explosion. Power incessantly flowed like liquid, making him more like an extraordinary immortal. Song Shuhang couldn't help but to sigh. Compared to the illusion he had seen that time at the Nameless Temple, the True Monarch White possessed even more of the bearing of an immortal. It had to be mentioned. Even after the seclusion of 150 years where he didn't wash his hair still remained black and soft. And those white robes also remained spotless after 150 years. The hair remaining soft could be considered to be that when cultivators reached a certain realm, they would no longer be dirted by dust and dirt. For clothes, could it be the body-cleaning spell of legends really existed? Bah, it should be clothes-cleaning spell instead. These kind of things related to body cleanliness magical techniques? If there was these kind of magical techniques it would be great. Clothes wouldn't need washing ever again. With a magical technique incantation, the clothes would become as clean as if it was new with a whoosh. Wouldn't that be great? This magical technique was especially important in winter. Song Shuhang still remembered how the year before during the December winter, the numbness when he had been hand-washing his winter clothes, and how his hands had been frozen until they no longer had feeling. That was off topic. Song Shuhang stared at Senior True Monarch White. Since he could control the danger radius of the explosion to within 10 meters, why would Do retreat to 100 meters? At this time, True Monarch White gave a thumbs up, and gave a Song Shuhang a Daoist gesture from far off. Hello fellow Daoist Shuhang. Song Shuhang had never seen this gesture before, and could only copy True Monarch White to return the greeting. Hello, Senior True Monarch White. Where do we go next? After seclusion for 150 years, I keep feeling like the outside world has changed a lot. Whether it's the transportation tool that brought my outer statue shell, or the clothes. In a short period of over 100 years, there were more changes than the previous 1,000 years. True Monarch White smiled calmly as he spoke. That smile was simply the kind that could topple countries, and made people unable to take their eyes off it. We'll return to Jiangnan University City first. If True Monarch White doesn't dislike it, you can stay at an apartment Medicine Master bought for a while. During this time, I'll familiarize you with modern items. Song Shuhang said. Alright, I'll follow fellow Daoist Shuhang's arrangements for everything. True Monarch White smiled again, and his smile was pretty and brilliant in all kinds of ways. Then, True Monarch White's gaze landed on the Pekingese Do. Little Do, long time no see. Woof woof, long time no see, Senior White. Do called out. True Monarch White asked, is True Monarch Mt.Huang still well? Mt.Huang is still very good, he's currently preparing to charge at the rank 7 Venerable Realm. Do replied. Speaking of True Monarch Mt.Huang, it resentfully grimaced. That's great, cultivators that are talented and hardworking like True Monarch Mt.Huang can definitely successfully ascend to the Venerable Realm. True Monarch White replied, then walked toward Song Shuhang. As he walked, True Monarch White's eyes misted over, and seemed to be pondering some issue. Fudge, True Monarch White's mind has wandered. The hair on Do's tail stood erect. Song Shuhang was suspicious. Just as Do's words fell, True Monarch White seemed to trip on something. Then his entire body fell over. Song Shuhang dared to guarantee that before True Monarch White tripped, there were no obstructions on the ground. Which was to say, this was the divine technique, falling on flat ground. If it was a normal person who tripped and fell on the ground, they would be fine after getting up and dusting off the mud and dirt on them. At most they would break some skin. But if the one falling on flat ground was an existence on the level of True Monarch White. Boom! A deafening explosion. It was even greater than the explosion when True Monarch White blew himself out of the statue. Dust and dirt rose from the position True Monarch White was at. After a long while, Shuhang widened his eyes, and saw a giant pit had been smashed open where True Monarch White had fallen. It was simply as deep and large as if a meteor had fallen there. Dodo secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. 150 years of seclusion really isn't playing around. This pit is actually such a large area. Fortunately I retreated 100 meters or I'll have fallen into this pit. Seeing the size of this bottomless pit, perhaps. True Monarch White is no longer True Monarch White, but Venerable White? Shuhang swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Tell me truthfully, Dodo. Does True Monarch White often accidentally trip on the ground? Don't worry. Dodo consoled as he replied. True Monarch White only easily trips when his mind wanders while pondering a question. But Dodo would absolutely never tell Shuhang that True Monarch White could have his mind wander at any moment. He could even do so over 100 times in one day. He easily trips when his mind wanders. Shuhang immediately thought of an image. One day, when he was accompanying True Monarch White and walking on the streets, he would be introducing some modern knowledge at the same time. Because True Monarch would be pondering some question, his mind would wander. Then, boom! Based on a visual estimate, True Monarch White was 1.82 meters tall. If other factors weren't considered, then from when True Monarch White fell to when he quickly landed, how much terror would Shuhang feel? At that time, perhaps only hole in the earth could explain it. He definitely had to remember. He had to always take note of Senior True Monarch White's condition. He definitely had to prevent him from falling on flat ground accidentally. A senior who spaced out wasn't scary. A powerful senior wasn't scary. A person who could fall on flat ground wasn't scary. But when it was a powerful senior who spaced out and fell on flat ground, it was extremely scary. Its damage was off the charts. At this time, the True Monarch White in the pit climbed out. He patted his clothes as if nothing had happened. His clothes remained as pure white as snow. It seemed if these white-robed really had the ability of clean and dust-preventing. I was just thinking of something from the seclusion. My mind ended up wandering. True Monarch White looked at Shuhang and Dodo and laughed embarrassedly. Then, True Monarch pointed his thumb to his forehead. He shouted lightly, "Flat ground spell." With his light shout, the soil at the corners of the pit moved, and the pit leveled quickly. Seeing his practiced skill, Shuhang knew True Monarch White hadn't used this flat ground spell only a few times in the past. After burying the soil, True Monarch White said, "All right, done. Can we go?" "All right, Senior. Dodo and I will bring up the front." "Senior, just follow us." Shuhang replied. Dodo silently expanded its body to 5 meters length. Shuhang climbed onto its back. Wait. Let me ride Dodo too." True Monarch White suddenly said. "My lifeblood flying sword was stolen away when I was in seclusion. I can't use sword flight. After a few days when I familiarize modern things with fellow Taoist Shuhang, I'll go and get my flying sword back." Shuhang, even the lifeblood flying sword got stolen by someone? "Senior, what was going on with this seclusion of yours?" Dodo's dog face was also twitching. Finally it sighed, and expanded its body again by a small amount. True Monarch White laughed, and lightly jumped onto Dodo's back. "I'll have to trouble you, little Dodo." When I return and reopen my treasury, I'll give you something good to eat. Dodo immediately said, I want 1,000 years vermilion fruit. No problem, I have to see how many fruits the vermilion fruit tree bore in these 150 years. True Monarch White said readily. Dodo was satisfied, and brought Song Shuhang and True Monarch White to the skies, flying towards Jiangnan University City. On the way, Song Shuhang curiously asked, speaking of which, senior, why were you in that statue? Where are your seclusion grounds? It's a long story. My seclusion's grounds were destroyed because of an accident. True Monarch White sighed. The demon dog Dodo asked doubtfully, your seclusion grounds should have at least over 300 defenses, right? What accident can destroy that grounds of yours? It was a heavenly tribulation. True Monarch White shrugged his shoulders. Just as I had been in seclusion for 50+ years, I suddenly advanced, and heavenly tribulation fell. The power of that heavenly tribulation was great, and with just a few minutes my over 300 defenses were destroyed. Then, my seclusion grounds was smashed to pieces. As he was in closed-door seclusion and secluding, he suddenly advanced. This really was a happy and tragic method of advancing. It could only be said, as expected, as seclusion maniac True Monarch White. The demon dog Dodo sighed in its heart. While in closed-door seclusion he advanced, and the seclusion grounds was smashed to pieces by the heavenly tribulation. Although this was seldom seen, but it had happened before in the cultivation world. But there wasn't anyone like True Monarch White, who underwent the heavenly tribulation while in seclusion and successfully advanced, but continuing closed-door seclusion and not immediately coming out. Cultivators went through closed-door seclusion mostly for the sake of advancement. Since they had advanced, their goal had been achieved, so they would obviously come out of seclusion to notify their still-alive fellow Taoists to celebrate. Only True Monarch White went into seclusion wholly for the sake of seclusion, to enjoy the process of seclusion itself. Which to say, True Monarch White, you're now a venerable? Dodo asked. Yes. True Monarch White calmly nodded his head. The him as of now was Venerable White, and no longer True Monarch White. Song Shuhang asked curiously, then Senior White, how did you become a statue afterwards, and even got enshrined in the Nameless Temple? Also, the timeframe didn't match up. True Monarch White had gone into seclusion 150 years ago. In the process of the seclusion he had met a heavenly tribulation, and the restrictions in the seclusion grounds had all been destroyed. That would be 100 years of time at most, right? But according to the records of Linyao village regarding the Nameless Temple, that immortal sage statue had been enshrined several centuries ago. It's a long story. True Monarch White laughed, and said tirelessly, that heavenly tribulation destroyed my seclusion grounds. I relied on secret arts in the end to overcome the heavenly tribulation. The remnants of the secret art transformed into the outer statue shell you all saw, protecting me within. Then because I had just advanced, I happened to be familiarizing myself to my new spiritual energy condition. I didn't immediately enter closed-door seclusion, but a partial cultivation state. Perhaps that heavenly tribulation had been too great, and it coincidentally attracted a nearby cultivator. It was a cultivator from the Empty Void Thief Sect. He mistook my seclusion grounds as a good place. He found my seclusion grounds with great difficulty, and got through layers upon layers of mechanisms, digging all the way to my seclusion grounds. True Monarch White held his chin, reminiscing about the situation then. He was very excited after getting to my seclusion grounds. Unfortunately, there weren't any treasures except for my lifeblood flying sword, Meteor Sword. That cultivator's cultivation level wasn't high, and perhaps his vision wasn't that good. He actually thought my lifeblood flying sword was an ownerless item. He delightedly took away my flying sword. I felt he was quite interesting, so I let him take away my flying sword. So my lifeblood flying sword should be still with him now? After a while I'll retrieve it. Not having a flying sword is inconvenient. After letting him play with it for a century, he should be satisfied, right? Dodo had a regretful expression. Senior White's flying sword really had been stolen by someone. Immortal Stay Sword 1, what a good name. Song Shuhang's attention was on the flying sword. After experiencing the effects of sword flight a few times, his yearning towards flying swords had already reached an extreme level. The Pekingese Dodo asked again. Then, Senior White, you were dug up by the villagers digging wells? No, it was still that empty void thief Sect's cultivator. He was very weird. The first day he took away my flying sword. The second day he came to my seclusion grounds again and moved the statue I transformed into out. At that time I thought he had discovered my true body. But it seems he just wanted to take out my statue. He stood guard in a daze day and night. He did so for a few days. True Monarch White said, pondering. Song Shuhang and Dodo looked at each other. Without saying, it was definitely caused by the effect of that special charm Senior White gave off, right? Speaking of special charm, Song Shuhang turned his head to look at the deep in thought True Monarch White. He suddenly felt that the True Monarch White now was becoming more and more graceful. He was like a black hole, and could draw in people's gazes, making people unable to take away their eyes. Even the heart rate would involuntarily start to speed up. Song Shuhang, who had experienced it before, quickly turned his head away forcefully. Then, he saw Dodo firmly staring at True Monarch White, an expression of being unable to bear taking away its eyes. Song Shuhang hurriedly patted Dodo's head. Dodo was currently flying in the air. If he didn't look clearly in front, what would they do if they crashed into an airplane? Dodo embarrassedly wagged its tongue, pretending to be panting. True Monarch White continued, then, after about 3 or 4 days, that empty void thief Sect's cultivator suddenly had a terrified expression, and dug a deep hole and buried me into the ground. What a strange fellow. Then, I felt that being buried in the ground didn't really matter. So I continued to be in closed-door meditation. The things after that, I'm not really clear on them. When the villagers dug me up and enshrined me in the Taoist temple, I didn't feel it. You all know what happened next. I only knew I got enshrined as a statue of a divine being when my seclusion ended. True Monarch White laughed. When he had awoken from seclusion and found out he had been enshrined in a Taoist temple as a statue of a divine being, he had felt quite embarrassed. Song Shuhang hiddenly sighed. As expected, legends weren't reliable. Thinking about it, it was probably because the villagers had passed it down orally. As it got passed down, the time of the digging out of a divine statue was exaggerated. On the other side, Nanhua Lake City's television was playing a piece of news. Outside the nameless temple of Linyao village, over 100 people had collectively brawled, and the scene was very tragic. The police had already quickly got to the scene, and on the spot arrested about 70 of the brawling crowd. Also, the statue of a divine being in the nameless temple had been stolen by someone in the chaos. According to the descriptions of the worshippers present, before the collective brawling of the 3 waves of over 100 people, there had been a wave of people who had charged to the nameless temple and took away the statue of a divine being. The police expressed that this collective brawling incident was abominable. They would definitely heavily punish the people who had punished in this brawl, and would definitely find the statue of a divine being of the nameless temple. Dodo's flying speed didn't need to be said, and they quickly landed at Medicine Master's apartment. True Monarch White stood on the rooftop, overlooking the distance. Looking over, tall buildings rose steeply from level ground. The whole Jiangnan University City area seemed like a forest forged from iron and steel. Just remembering it 150 years ago, this was still a giant forest. There was also a beautiful lake at the side. True Monarch White compared the scene before him to the memories in his mind. He faintly sighed. He always had a feeling like he'd been left behind by the times every time he came out of closed-door seclusion. The True Monarch White in a sighing state was also a handsome mess. True Monarch White quickly adjusted his mental state. Fellow Daoist, where should we start familiarizing from about the modern world? Song Shuhang laughed, pleased with himself. I've long since made the preparations. Would Senior White please follow me? Then, Song Shuhang took True Monarch White to the 3rd floor, the room he would be temporarily staying in. True Monarch White curiously sized up everything in the room. Color television sets, air conditioners, fridges, and microwaves all hadn't existed 150 years ago. These were all things the previous owner left behind. Senior Medicine Master had spent in such a wealthy manner. The owner naturally wouldn't quibble over a few small items. Song Shuhang switched on the computer, then logged into the 9 Provinces #1 group, and opened the chat space. Then he dragged out a few files, and downloaded it. Modern electrical appliances and their diagrams, air conditioning, television, computers, cell phones, rice cooker, etc. Things that cultivators need to take note of. Science and technology are advancing very quickly. 10 ways on how to quickly assimilate into society. Road safety rules, please keep in mind to never knock into a car. Attachment, various pictures of car shapes. To show some consideration for True Monarch White, Song Shuhang had used a software to change the words in the file to the traditional characters. Senior, look at these files first. This consists of the diagrams and uses of electric appliances used in normal homes. When you slightly understand these things, I'll help you register for a chat software account, and let True Monarch Mt.Books add you into the 9 Provinces #1 group. That's right, I need to do things like ID for you, then get you a handphone and computer. Song Shuhang said. Let me take a look. True Monarch White excitedly sat in front of the computer, and copied how Song Shuhang dragged the mouse, and moved the gear. He had the posture. These things are interesting. This is a computer before me, right? How convenient, there are so many uses. And also fridges. In the past I would have to use a giant ice storage or a freezing formation if I wanted to keep something cool. And this handphone, it has the same usage as the 1,000-mile sound transmission. True Monarch White's eyes began to shine. He himself had an interest towards magical treasures mechanisms. There were so many modern things before him, making him feel very happy. Take a look first, Senior. I'll contact the 9 Provinces #1 group. Song Shuhang said. He used his phone to log into the 9 Provinces #1 group. He found in the chat space that fellow Daoist whom have secluded for 50 years and above that need to make a legal ID. For more info please contact *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Snowwolf. Cave Master Snowwolf seemed to be a senior who had lurked for a long time. When he had sent a picture of him receiving True Monarch White from seclusion, this Cave Master Snowwolf had appeared. 9 Provinces Number 1 Group. Great pressure of Mt.Books, at Cave Master Snowwolf, is senior there? Cave Master Snowwolf quickly appeared. Do you need True Monarch White's legal identity documents and personal information? Relax, True Monarch Mt.Huang already entrusted me to make these long ago. It'll be sent to you all tomorrow. True Monarch Mt.Huang considered it so thoroughly. Song Shuhang sighed. Little friend Shuhang, Senior White has already come out from the statue, right? What feelings are there? Cave Master Snowwolf immediately asked. What feelings? Song Shuhang thought about it, saying, not really any feelings. I just feel that compared to the statue, Senior White's true self is slightly more handsome. As for True Monarch White's ability to fall onto flat ground, Song Shuhang felt it would better to show some consideration for his senior's face. If it could be covered up, then cover it up. After all, he wasn't capable of saying bad things about people behind their backs. Ho ho, work hard, little friend Shuhang. Cave Master Snowwolf seemed to be very pleased with Song Shuhang's answer. Song Shuhang was confused. Then, he carefully looked at True Monarch White. Speaking of which, why did True Monarch White make the seniors in the group so unsettled? He had thought before that it may be because of that special charm of True Monarch White making trouble. That would indeed make the male seniors in the group feel awkward. But, didn't the group have female cultivators? Song Shuhang couldn't understand it after giving it many thoughts. 1. I believe Song Shuhang misheard the Meteor Sword, Liuxing Sword, as Immortal Stay Sword, Lucian Sword. Can any other raw readers confirm this? I'm not entirely sure about this part since it was never explicitly explained. In the 9 Provinces number 1 group, after Cave Master Snowwolf had finished speaking, no one in the group actually continued speaking. Originally based on the personalities of the seniors in the chat, when someone raised a topic, there would always be some lurking senior who would appear. The cause really seemed to be the loss of the ever-online warrior Senior North River and the Senior Mad Saber 3 Waves who courted death in various ways. After losing the main posters, the group had become much more cold and cheerless. This atmosphere made Song Shuhang feel like he couldn't adapt to it. He saw the members online who were displayed on the right, and there was actually only the chat admin True Monarch Mt.Books online. All the others were shown as offline. A majority of them had set their status as invisible. The bored Song Shuhang casually sent a sentence. Senior Mt.Books, what are you busy with recently? He remembered True Monarch Mt.Books had said that a matter was dragging on, and he needed 2 months before he could fetch Dodo. So the Song Shuhang who couldn't find a topic asked casually. Ho ho, I'm waiting for an interesting fellow to break out of a seal. True Monarch Mt.Books laughed. As he spoke, he sent a screenshot. This was a screenshot of a chat software Close Friends daily journal. The account used in the screenshot wasn't True Monarch Mt.Books but an account named Little Tangerine Face. The ID of the one releasing the diary was Daoist Priest Cloud Mist. Caption: Waha, Mt.Books you stupid C******, you've suppressed me for a whole 200 years. Content: but, I've finally analyzed the principles behind your seal technique. I've already begun to calculate the technique to break the seal. I'll soon be able to break your crappy seal, and once again be free in the human world. At that time, see how I make my revenge on you. Waha, this time I definitely won't show mercy. Below this diary, the people who liked it was extensive. Post 1, Daoist priests about to break out of the seal. 200 years is really amazing. I'm looking forward to when Daoist priest breaks out of the seal, and regales us with more tales of your powerful and bold achievements in those years. Post 2, Daoist priest's Chinibu acted up again. Post 3, the stories Daoist priest tells are the most wonderful. I even have the thought of adapting it all into a web novel. Post 4, Daoist priest, you can't stop your medicine. Post 5, you can't just eat medicine anyhow. But if the one eating the medicine is Daoist priest, it'll definitely be fine. He'll be even more adorable after eating medicine. Post 6, Daoist priest, a seal is such a secretive matter. Is announcing it openly really fine? Post 7, furthermore, there should be applause. The people leaving a comment after that were over 100. Song Shuhang looked at the content. This fellow called Daoist Priest Cloud Mist had been sealed by True Monarch Mt.Books for close to 200 years. He was finally about to break out of the seal, so he went online to proudly post a diary. But unfortunately he was discovered by True Monarch Mt.Books' alternate account. But, after being sealed for 200 years, he can still go online while sealed? Song Shuhang asked. Perhaps True Monarch Mt.Books advocated special treatment for prisoners, and gave his personally sealed prisoners an internet connection? I'll explain it for you. True Monarch Mt.Books laughed saying. This Taoist priest Cloud Mist is an elder of the previous generation of the Empty Void Thief sect, and is quite amusing. 200 years ago he was already of the rank 4 Xiantian realm. Suppressed until now, his rank should have increased by not a small amount. 200 years ago he entered one of my cave residences, and stole all the treasures inside. If he had just stolen it, then that would be fine. The Empty Void Thief sect was originally of this line. At most the next time I caught him, I would beat him half to death. But unexpectedly, after stealing my things, he went about complacently publicizing that the standards of my sealing arts and formations were extremely crappy, and breaking into my cave residence was like playing around. He also said that with my standards, even if I used all my sealing arts, he would still be able to break out within minutes. Then I did as he wished. I spent a lot of effort to capture him, then used a giant meteor rock as a seal and used the 5-finger mountain sealing art 1 to seal and suppress him. This suppression has lasted for 200 years, and he hasn't come out even now. Song Shuhang, so it turns out that if you bragged how awesome you were without writing out a draft first, the consequences would be very dire. True Monarch Mt.Books continued. A month before, I counted the time and felt it was about right to release him. So I secretly went to the seal to look at him. I actually discovered he was analyzing my 5 fingers mountain sealing art, which was interesting. I really wanted to know how long he'll need before he analyzed the seal I set up. So, I didn't interfere, and thought of just quietly being an audience. Regretfully, I couldn't confirm how long he'll take to open the seal, and I couldn't be watching him all the time. Firstly, I didn't have so much free time. Secondly, if I kept staring at him, he would definitely sense it. So, I spent some money hiring a normal person to pretend to be a lost person who wandered into the sealing area. The locked up for 200 years Taoist priest was also very stifled, and he was very excited after seeing someone. He used magical techniques to confuse this normal person, making him go to this sealing area every day. He understood the changes in the outside world through this normal person. I saw that he was so interested in the outside world, so on the second day, I let the normal human bring Taoist priest Cloud Mist a tablet computer with an installed phone card to go online. Of course, I've played some tricks on the tablet computer. It has no ability to download software, and no web page functions. It only some small offline games to relieve boredom. The only thing that can actually go online is a chat software type that I researched and developed. I originally planned to move our 9 provinces number 1 group over when I perfected it. I didn't expect to be able to put it to use here. That chat software type is more or less like the one we're using now. The server is with me. So, Taoist priest Cloud Mist is the sole user of my software. Then, I created over 300 alt accounts, one after another, adding Taoist priest Cloud Mist as my good friend. I created a new chat group and added Taoist priest Cloud Mist. Every day, I let my sock puppets accompany Taoist priest Cloud Mist to chat. And that normal person was in charge of going into the sealing area every day, and give Cloud Mist some immaterial news of no consequence every day. He would also bring a charger, and help charge the tablet computer. Reading to this point, Song Shuhang couldn't help but laugh. Then within a month, Taoist priest Cloud Mist learnt to chat. Because that tablet computer only had the chat software type I let someone develop, when he was fed up playing with those small offline games, he started to boast about his awesomeness every day in the chat, chatting about his glorious past. I let the sock puppets work together with Taoist priest Cloud Mist. Some accounts taunted him that he was some accounts praised him, and some accounts said he spoke well, so that he wouldn't be bored. At the same time, they let Taoist priest Cloud Mist think the good friends he was chatting with were all normal people. Then, today, Taoist priest Cloud Mist posted this diary today in the chat software type A. I just finished praising using 100 alt accounts, and posted 100 messages. At the same time, he involuntarily thought of an old joke. "Young man, did you think this group was really so lively? Actually, the whole group is my alt accounts. This whole group is just you and me. If you don't believe it, want me to switch an account to say something to you?" Daoist priest Cloud Mist was a real portrayal of this joke. 300 plus good friend, and all were True Monarch Mt.Books alt accounts. The True Monarch was playing very enjoyably. At this time, Cave Master Snowwolf spoke out. "Senior Mt.Books. What if that Daoist priest Cloud Mist isn't actually that stupid? Perhaps he has long since guessed the truth of this matter, and for this 1 month he's been playing with you? After all, for someone who had trained to the rank 5 Spirit Emperor realm, unless they were really dim-witted, how many were really such amusing fools? Perhaps this Daoist Cloud Mist was flooding the chat software typa, and then internally mocking True Monarch Mt.Books? It doesn't matter. Aren't I also playing with him for fun? I've had an enjoyable time playing for the whole process anyways." True Monarch Mt.Books laughed. "Besides, I was originally planning to release him anyhow. Isn't it very amusing for him to play with me for so long before he escaped?" Cave Master Snowwolf sent a prostrating in admiration emoticon. "Senior Mt.Books' realm is too high, I'm humbly convinced." Song Shuhang also sent the prostrating in admiration emoticon. However, according to Dodo, True Monarch Mt.Books was preparing to charge towards the rank 7 Venerable realm. Was there really no problem with boldly playing with Daoist priest Cloud Mist? At this time, in the 9 provinces number 1 group, Great Pressure of Mt.Books suddenly said something. "Ho ho, little Snowwolf, you're still alive? Isn't this ID me? But I didn't say anything." Song Shuhang immediately turned around, looking at the computer. Then, he saw True Monarch White smile at him. Song Shuhang didn't go offline after downloading things on the computer, and the Great Pressure of Mt.Books there was still online. That was sent by True Monarch White just now. That's can't be it, Song Shuhang's mouth opening. How long had it been since True Monarch White had come into contact with a computer? He could use a computer already, and could even type. Senior White, with this amazing speed of learning efficiency, wouldn't this make the primitives of a certain island in the Pacific Ocean who were being strung up and beaten by Mansion Master 7 Lives Talisman unable to endure it? Great Pressure of Mt.Books, when I'm free I'll go and look for you. Your wife should be about to give birth to some little wolf cubs, right? Senior is welcome to visit anytime. There's already a whole litter of little wolf cubs. Cave Master Snowwolf replied. Whether these words were sincere or a pretense, only he himself knew. True Monarch White dragged the list of chat names of the 9 provinces number 1 group, and asked, "Why don't I see Sword Monarch 6 Ears?" True Monarch Mt.Books sent a bitter laugh emoticon. 30 years before, Sword Monarch 6 Ears was plagued by his demon heart while attempting to reach the rank 7 Venerable realm. He turned into ashes amidst tribulation fire. Even Sword Monarch 6 Ears couldn't pass that tribulation. True Monarch White sighed lightly. He held his chin, and his eyes misted over, unwittingly letting his mind wander, and entered contemplation. The Song Shuhang who had been maintaining his vigilance immediately gathered all his attention. This was to ensure he could support by the arm anytime. If True Monarch White were to put to use his tripping on flat ground now, the entire apartment would collapse. In the gloomy Jiangnan jail, the Moonsabre Sect disciple Zhao Bulu with both legs broken had been sent to this jail. He had a gloomy expression, and looked at his jail friend. It was a bald Western monk. His bald head also had 6 neat jibba dots. 1. 5 Fingers Mountain is written in the same way as the sealing technique Buddha used on Sun Wukong in mythology. The Western monk was sitting cross-legged on the jail's bed, condensing chi to do seated cultivation. In ordinary people's eyes, this Western monk was but a slightly taller foreigner. But Zhao Bulu was whatever the case a cultivator who had opened his second acupoint, the eye acupoint. To his eyes, this Western monk's qi and blood had already thickened to a viscous density. When the other side sat, every breath caused the qi and blood in his body to seethe. He had clearly reached the peak of rank 1. With an opportunity he could leap over Dragon Gate, transform the qi and blood in his body to true qi, and enter the rank 2 cultivation realm. But this wasn't the most important part. This Western monk's whole body was surrounded by a thick golden light of virtue. In Zhao Bulu's eyes, the Western monk was as dazzling as a small sun. His body carrying such a thick golden light of virtue proved that this Western monk was a virtuous senior monk. But why would this kind of senior monk be locked in jail? The Western monk felt someone enter the jail, and he slowly opened his eyes to look at Zhao Bulu. Another new person? What crime was committed this time? The Western monk called out and asked. Then, Zhao Bulu saw the jailer speak with a fawning expression, "Great master, this is a thief. To snatch a delivery he actually destroyed someone else's delivery vehicle, and heavily injured the deliveryman. He's truly guilty of a heinous crime." Seeing the fawning expression on the jailer, Zhao Bulu felt something was off in his heart. Excellent, excellent. Leave this criminal to this humble monk to convert. The Western monk put his palm together in a Buddhist greeting, chanting Mt.Books. As he spoke, the golden light of virtue on his body seemed to move about as if it were alive. It was as if a Buddha was on earth, making people unable to look straight at it. Then I'll leave it to Great Master. The jailer respectfully closed the gate to the jail. The Western monk had been taken in that time as a culprit for a murder on the train, and locked in jail. The jailers at first hadn't paid attention to this criminal, as they had seen many murderers before. After that, the higher-ups had secretly asked them to treat this Western monk well, and provide him with good food and drink. But they didn't say to release this Western monk, and only said to let this great master do as he wished. Just do as he wished? To actually just do as he wished in a prison? Then, this great master had actually stayed in jail. He would explain Buddhist texts to prisoners, convert criminals and regularly take the initiative to go to some gloomy areas in the jail to convert vengeful ghosts. In this month, the jailers really had felt the gloomy feeling in the jail decreasing by a lot. Also, this Western monk had more and more had the qualities of an eminent monk. Every movement of his carried an indescribably lingering charm. Although they didn't know what this great master Western monk was thinking, the jailers all felt that perhaps he was about to make some breakthrough in Buddhism, right? When the jailers had left far away, the Western monk put his palms together in a Buddhist greeting. Hello, fellow Taoist. Zhao Bulu could feel the qi and blood energy on his body. The Western monk could naturally also tell the differences in Zhao Bulu. Hello, great master. Zhao Bulu had a gloomy expression. He felt his life recently had simply been a tragedy. Fellow Taoist, don't be panicked. This humble monk and you have been brought together by destiny. The Western monk smiled slightly. As long as I convert you, this humble monk will gather enough energy of virtue. I can try assaulting the Dragon Gate, like a carp becoming a dragon. You will be the last criminal this humble monk converts in this jail. He hadn't left the jail in this month, so that he could convert vengeful ghosts, departed ghosts, as well some sinful criminals. In this month, he had already accumulated a lot of energy of virtue. With the support of enough energy of virtue, and the qi and blood that had accumulated until it was seething, him advancing to the rank 2 realm was something that would follow naturally when the conditions were right. Zhao Bulu laughed bitterly. Great master, I have my own sect. No problem. This humble monk doesn't have the intention of making you to betray your sect. The Western monk smiled naturally as he comforted him. When Zhao Bulu heard this, his immediately relaxed. This humble monk just wants you to become a monk. Don't worry, becoming a monk has nothing to do with your sect. The Western monk put his hands together. Come, there is no need to choose another day. When this humble monk explains this Buddhism introduction scripture to you, how about helping you to shave? That's right, do you want a jibba? After all, you and this humble monk are brought together by fate. So, buy one get one free. How about jeeting 6 jibba? This humble monk begged his teacher for very long in the past, and he couldn't bear to give it. When this humble monk successfully reached foundation establishment, he then pettily gave this humble monk 4 jibba. The other 2 jibba at the back were added on by this humble monk myself. Is it cool? When Zhao Bulu thought of himself bald, and with jibba, he even had the notion of dying. He wanted to run, but when he saw his broken legs, his eyes immediately became hollow and lifeless. Grief cannot surpass the death of the heart. September 1st, Monday. Song Shuhang rose early in the morning, cultivating the Vajra foundational fist technique, as usual. He transformed the physical energy accumulated over a night into chi and blood energy, and started to accumulate it in the second acupoint, the eye acupoint. Then he washed his face and rinsed his mouth, and changed clothes. Today he was prepared to bring Senior White to buy a phone, computer, and various articles for daily use, as well as familiarizing him with the surrounding area incidentally. I'll apply for one more day of leave, Song Shuhang said hiddenly. He had already grasped all the foundations for all the lesson knowledge anyways, and he didn't lack that academic credit for full attendance. At this time, the doorbell rang from downstairs. Who? Song Shuhang lifted his head out to take a look. Then he saw a snow-white wolfman standing up, a paw pressing on the doorbell. He immediately thought of that Cave Master Snowwolf from the 9 Provinces number 1 group yesterday. Was it the legal identity documents for Senior White? Song Shuhang went downstairs, and received that giant snow-white wolf. Hello, are you Song Shuhang? The snow-white wolf let out a clear voice of a child. Hello, I am. Song Shuhang opened the entrance. Under Master's orders, I'm to give you something. My master is Cave Master Snowwolf. The giant snow-white wolf indicated at a packet hung at its neck. It removed it, handing it over to Song Shuhang. Thank you. Senior Snowwolf mentioned it to me yesterday. Song Shuhang extended his hand to receive the package. Inside was Senior True Monarch White's ID, residence registration booklet, passport, driving license and such other things. Wait, driving license? Song Shuhang took out that credentials. It really was a driving license. True Monarch White had never even touched a car before. Was there really no problem when even the driving license was settled for him? Then I'll leave first. If you're free, my master said that Mr. Shuhang should remember to come to Snowwolf Cave as a guest. After finished speaking, the giant snow-white wolf lightly leapt. He transformed into a spotlessly white cloud, and ran away as if he was fleeing. He kept feeling as if this giant snow-white wolf was avoiding something. It was avoiding True Monarch White? It shouldn't be so. Demon beasts wouldn't avoid True Monarch White. This could be seen from Dodo. Could it be that it was avoiding the Pekingese Dodo? Song Shuhang thought nonsense, and went up to a higher floor to look for True Monarch White. Oh! He was now Venerable White. He had to change the title. But, Song Shuhang kept involuntarily calling Senior White as True Monarch White, and had already taken him as a senior with the surname White and the name True Monarch. After returning to upstairs, Song Shuhang saw that Senior White was currently taking apart the fridge. Next to him was information on the construction of fridges on the computer screen. Oh ho, so it turns out fridges were constructed like this. How interesting. These spare parts come together, and actually artificially creating cold air, achieving the effect of formations. Humanity's creativity is really great. Senior White murmured, a face of satisfaction. Very quickly, the fridge was taken apart by him into various small parts. Song Shuhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Senior White, what about the things in the fridge? Oh, I put those things on the table. Don't worry, I'll put everything back in the fridge after I put the fridge back together again. Senior White said with a face of confidence. Song Shuhang looked at the table. On top was a box of crunchy popsicles he had bought not long ago. Song Shuhang's face turned awkward. Fine. Wasn't it just a box of popsicles? At most, at that time let it change into cold water and drink it? Then, half an hour later. And it's put back together. Senior White laughed, and pulled the power cable, wanting to plug it into the socket. At this time, Song Shuhang's eyes were sharp, and actually noticed a few spare parts next to the fridge. Song Shuhang couldn't tell its use, but so what if it was an unassuming spare part? Without them the fridge should be unable to work, right? Song Shuhang immediately called out. Wait, Senior White, you still have several spare parts you haven't installed. No matter. These spare parts are unimportant. I also can't find the original place where they were installed. But don't worry, the fridge is definitely fine. Believe me. Senior White used force to plug the plug into the socket. The next moment. Bang bang zzz, a stink from something scorched by an electric current came, and black smoke came out of the fridge. Song Shuhang, Senior White hastily pulled out the plug, and looked with incomprehension at the fridge. Weird. Why did it burn? There shouldn't be any problems theoretically. Shuhang, why is this? Huh. Song Shuhang dryly laughed. It looked like he had to go out today to buy a fridge. A summer without a fridge wasn't doable. A summer without popsicles or cold drinks wasn't a complete summer. Although it's an exquisite thing, it's very weak. Looks like I need to research it more. It's really great when I think of how much things I have to research. Senior White murmured. He waved, and a light wind swirled up out of nowhere, and the burning smell coming out from the fridge was dissipated. Song Shuhang didn't hear Senior White's murmuring, and even thought he was disappointed. Thus, he consoled, it's nothing. Senior, we can just go buy another one. No need. I broke it, I'll fix it. It's just a fridge. Senior White said confidently. This time only 3 minutes were needed. Senior White complacently said, done. Song Shuhang opened the fridge, and immediately, cool and refreshing cold air blew directly into his face. It really could be used. Song Shuhang looked at the interior of the fridge again, only to see on the inside of the fridge, the left and right sides had each had a formation engraved by Senior White. One was called a spirit gathering formation, which could slowly absorb the spiritual energy that was freely in between heaven and earth, and store it in the formation. The other was called a frost-cold formation, which could convert the spiritual energy absorbed by the spirit gathering formation into cold air, achieving the effect of a cold storage. How is it? Senior White asked complacently. Song Shuhang rubbed his face, and showed a relaxed smile. Senior White, it's great. From today onwards, this fridge was no longer a simple fridge. It was already considered a magical treasure that produced cold. Please call it Icy Treasure? Or perhaps Icy Air Godly Cabinet? Cold Air Immortal Chest. The name Cold Air Immortal Chest wasn't bad. TN note, for those who still are unaware, QI has poached this project. My post on it here. As of now, my decision regarding this has not been made yet. But I have the feeling I'm not going to be happy over my choice. Here are some memes on GGP and QI to make you all laugh. However, the name wasn't that important in the end. The good news was that he wouldn't have to buy a new fridge anymore. Song Shuhang rubbed his face to stop his bright smile from turning into a don't know whether to laugh or cry expression. At this time, Senior White's attention had shifted to the air conditioner. He was standing below it and had the expression of someone that was ready to make trouble. Shuhang immediately tried to divert his attention. Senior White, how about changing your clothes? Later, we'll go out to buy a mobile phone and a computer. With that, you'll be able to communicate with the members of the 9 provinces #1 group at any time. Clothes? Oh, you're right. The clothes I'm wearing right now are too eye-catching, Senior White nodded. Afterwards, he typed something on the computer and started to search for men clothes. After just one night, Senior White looked like a computer expert. He had learned everything on his own. After a short while, True Monarch White pointed to the casual men clothes on the computer screen and asked, "What do you think of these clothes?" "Not bad," Shuhang nodded. "Then, I'll wear that set." True Monarch White stretched out his hand and gently patted his white robe. Immediately, the formations on the robe started to shine and create ripples. After a second, True Monarch White was already wearing the same clothes as that man on the computer screen. Shuhang opened his eyes wide. This was the legendary clothes-changing technique. Moreover, it wasn't like those cringy techniques that would make your clothes disappear and leave you naked for a moment. Every woman in the world would die to have this technique. You don't know how to put in order your room full of clothes? You don't know which set of clothes to buy. You don't know which clothes to bring out with you. We present you the clothes-changing technique. It will solve all your problems regarding clothes. This is the technique you deserve. So, should we go? True Monarch White held up his long hair and covered it with a cap. Shuhang returned to his senses and replied, "There is an electronic shopping center 3 bus stops from here. We'll be able to buy everything we need there." At the same time, he turned his head and said to the Pekingese, "Dowdu, do you also want to go out for a stroll? I want to play games. If you want to bring me out for a dog walk, wait for when I have the time and the mood," Dowdu said without even turning his head. Now that True Monarch White was going out, it was finally his turn to use the computer. His wife was still waiting for him to go online. "I never said I wanted to take you out for a dog walk." Shuhang heaved a sigh. "Senior White, let's go then." If he was the only one accompanying Senior White, he would have to be extra careful. No matter what, he couldn't allow Senior White to get distracted and fall on the ground. The Limitless Demons Sect was a well-known evil sect in the world of cultivators. The disposition of its disciples was very extreme and unpredictable. However, the location of the Limitless Demons Sect was unknown. Except for the members of the sect, no one knew of its exact whereabouts. At this time, on the 69th peak of the Demon Sect, the Maharaga Peak, young Master Hai was quietly standing on the edge of the mountain. A sea of clouds was stretching under his feet, and behind his back was the immortal cave he was using to cultivate within the Limitless Demon Sect. The form of a scholar slowly approached young Master Hai and said, "Look at you. It seems you have too much free time on your hands. Now that the life-bound evil Saber is ready, condensing the golden core and advancing to the 5th stage spiritual emperor is just a matter of time. Therefore, I want to enjoy the little free time I have." Young Master Hai turned his head and smiled to Zhengneng. "From what I see, you're also someone with too much free time. We are both outstanding talents in our generation. And our objective is not as simple as condensing a life-bound golden core. Every golden core had a certain number of dragon patterns. In total, there were 9 ranks. Given young Master Hai and Zhengneng's dispositions, they would certainly not settle on a golden core with 1 or 2 dragon patterns. Their objective was obviously a golden core with 7 patterns. And even in the worst case, it would have to have at least 5 patterns. For that, young Master Hai had used the Blood God's Evil Saber formation of the already extinct Blood Saber sect, obtaining the Blood God Crystal. For that, Zhengneng had stolen the 7 colors wonder fruit of the Immortal farming sect and obtained its secret refining method. For that, Demon Monarch Anji had done everything in his power to make the disciples of the Moonsabre sect go crazy, obtaining the chi of the three demons. The three of them were planning to use the Blood God Crystal, the Seven Colors Wonder Fruit, and the chi of the three demons to increase the number of patterns on their golden cores. In these days, I thoroughly studied the secret refining method of the Seven Colors Wonder Fruit. I'll be able to completely refine it in about a month. Surname arrived at young Master Hai's position and he also started to gaze at the distant sea of clouds. I'm also done processing the Blood God Crystal. In around a month, that too will be ready for your use, young Master Hai said with a smile. At this time, a dense mist started to condense. Demon Monarch Anji's strange form appeared out of nowhere and said, "The initial process of purification of my chi of the three demons has also been completed. It will be ready for your use in about half a month. Then, let us make this effort together. Only those with power have the right to talk." A crazed glow flashed through young Master Hai's eyes. "And only if you have the right to talk will you be able to participate in the sect's big plan, obtaining great benefits." When he mentioned this big plan, both Surname and Demon Monarch Anji turned quiet. After a while, Surname made a light sound and agreed with him. Afterwards, he slowly closed his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Demon Monarch Anji also had a serious expression. Surname suddenly said, "It seems that fellow is coming here again. Is it branch leader Jing Mo? He comes here every few days. Isn't he bored yet?" Demon Monarch Anji laughed strangely. "This Demon Monarch has no free time to waste. I'm going." After finishing his sentence, he turned into black mist and quickly ran away. Surname didn't say anything. He took a step forward, and a wooden sword flew out of his sleeve. Afterwards, it changed into a layer of light that fell under his feet. With its help, he also disappeared under the sea of clouds. Young Master Hai was just about to say something when he saw those two ditching him. The Limitless Demons sect had a lot of branches scattered around the world, and Jing Mo was in charge of one of them. In addition, he was a disciple of the 69th peak, the Maharaga Peak. Other than being someone that thought too highly of himself, he was also very short-tempered. He was literally a loose cannon. You didn't agree with him? He would immediately take out his sword and start fighting you. Were you merrily drinking and eating with him? A second later he might start hitting you because you inadvertently said something that made him displeased. If your strength was similar to his, you could wage a fierce battle of 300 or so rounds. But if you were weaker than him, you could only get a good beating. Almost everyone on the Maharaga Peak had quarreled and fought with him. In the end, even the Peak Lord of the Maharaga Peak couldn't stand him anymore. Therefore, he decided to appoint him as a branch leader and sent him away. And since he was favored by the Peak Lord, young Master Hai became branch leader Jing Mo's main target. This unreasonable fellow is quite troublesome, young Master Hai's face twitched. After heaving a sigh, he tried his best to maintain his cool facade. When dealing with this fellow, the more you were annoyed, the happier he would get. Huh. It seems that Junior Brother Hai has really too much free time lately. Unexpectedly, you're here looking at the clouds? Oh yeah, I just heard some news. Some people were saying that you caused a ruckus inside the Moonsabre sect and obtained 4 Blood God crystals after sacrificing the whole sect. However, at the last minute, you were done in by a small fry that even managed to steal your crystal. This news was just too interesting. Ha ha ha. Branch leader Jing Mo hadn't arrived there yet, his voice came first. At this time, the form of a tall man appeared in front of young Master Hai. He had white hair that looked like the spines of a hedgehog. And, surprisingly enough, both his pupils had a pure golden color. This was due to his cultivation technique. From time to time, a golden electrical current would flash through his eyes. Young Master Hai turned his body and said with a faint smile, "Everyone on the peak already know of this. Is it possible that senior brother Jing Mo discovered it just now? This smile was meant to ridicule him. Given his awful disposition, no one on the peak was willing to spend time with Jing Mo. Who would like to get a beating out of the blue? Branch leader Jing Mo stopped smiling and coldly snorted, I heard that the person that stole your blood god crystal was someone at the first stage who had just started cultivating. He hadn't even completed his foundation establishment yet. That's true. It was a very ordinary-looking young cultivator who was friends with Su Clan 7. At this time, he should have already opened his heart aperture, completing his foundation establishment. Young Master Hai said with a smile. He revealed some of the information regarding, stressed by a mountain of books. Tisk, TSK. You got scared just because he was acquainted with Su Clan 7? Is that why you didn't take back the blood god crystal? Branch leader Jing Mo laughed in a strange manner. Senior brother must be joking. One should make a move only if completely prepared. I won't act if I'm not completely sure of the outcome. Young Master Hai still had a gentle smiling face. As I see it, you were just scared shitless by Su Clan 7. Branch leader Jing Mo replied with a smile, revealing teeth that resembled that of a shark. Afterwards, he said, since you're too scared of taking back your blood god crystal, let your senior brother take it back for you. You won't get offended if I were to take it back, right? Well, not that it would matter even if you were to get offended. Hee, young Master Hai faintly smiled. Of course, I won't get offended. Senior brother Jing Mo, you can do as you please. Originally, he had come here to slap young Master Hai on the face. However, the latter didn't even retort. Branch leader Jing Mo spat on the ground. Since he couldn't take care of young Master Hai with words alone, he would do it with facts. He stamped his foot and left. As soon as he left, Demon Monarch Anji, who was still a mass of demonic mist, reappeared. Are you planning to use Jing Mo to deal with that, stressed by a mountain of books? Zhengming also emerged from the sea of clouds. What should we do if he really manages to take back the blood god crystal? It doesn't really matter. After all, it's just a piece of blood god crystal. Young Master Hai was looking at the horizon as he slowly clenched his fist. Of course, that's assuming his appetite is enough to eat that blood god crystal after obtaining it. Otherwise, hee. Moreover, even if he's somewhat weak, that stressed by a mountain of books is far from being an ordinary cultivator. Otherwise, how was he able to find the loophole in our revised blood god's evil saber formation and snatch away our treasure with such ease? The corner of the young Master Hai's mouth rose in a smile. He didn't find that loophole by luck. Therefore, he's either a wolf disguising as a sheep or there's someone with high skills who is helping him. As for which of the two it is, we can only know after giving it a try. And now, branch leader Jing Mo has decided to act as cannon fodder on his own. Therefore, I see no reason to refuse his good intentions. What do you think? Young Master Hai said with a smile. There is no reason to refuse, Zhengning said lightly. I'll keep an eye on Jing Mo's actions, Demon Monarch Anji said. Branch leader Jing Mo returned to his immortal cave and used a formation to get in contact with the branch of the limitless demon sect under his control. Due to the defensive formation of the sect being always active, it was impossible to reach the outside world with mobile phones while still inside the barrier. The branch's manager, Manager Chen, answered the call and said cautiously, Branch leader, do you need something? The members of this branch were very unlucky to have Jing Mo as their leader. He had already beaten every one of them. They were all scared that they would inadvertently provoke him and get beaten half to death as a consequence. I need you to look something up. Half a month ago, young Master Hai sacrificed the Moonsabre sect and had his blood god crystal stolen by a very weak cultivator. What are the whereabouts of that cultivator? Branch leader Jing Mo said in a grave tone. Understood. I'll go search immediately, Manager Chen quickly replied. Once you're done, tell me everything, even if he had an awful disposition and could explode at any moment. When he was in a normal state, Jing Mo was not so different from your average man. Inside the branch, Manager Chen immediately told his subordinates to go and look for all the information they could find on young Master Hai's incident. The Limitless Demon Sect had a huge intelligence network, and all those branches that were scattered around the world were part of this network. Therefore, every branch could use this network to find the information they needed. Soon, they found what they were searching for from the network. After having his blood god crystal stolen, young Master Hai had told the Jiangnan branch of the Limitless Demon Sect to do a thorough research on this cultivator called, Stressed by a Mountain of Books. And 5 days ago, the person in charge of the Jiangnan branch sent over some information regarding, Stressed by a Mountain of Books. But these pieces of information were somewhat strange and gave rise to many questions. For example, before this year, this Stressed by a Mountain of Books was nothing but an ordinary student. However, Medicine Master, who was famous in the world of cultivators for his pill refining, became friends with him under unknown circumstances. And later, the same happened with Su Clan's 7. This wasn't everything. It seemed that Stressed by a Mountain of Books had many other powerful cultivators behind his back. However, just when the leader of the Jiangnan branch was thinking of continuing the investigation, something unexpected happened. 3 days ago, someone destroyed the Jiangnan branch of the Limitless Demon. It was 7, a single man with his saber. He had destroyed the branch alone. After doing the deed, 7 left as if nothing had happened. Later, the logistics department of the Spirit River Su clan rushed to the branch and took away all the treasures and resources they could get their hands on. Even some pieces of information that weren't destroyed in time were taken away. Luckily, the information stored in the branch wasn't highly classified. Therefore, it wouldn't have consequences for the Limitless Demon Sect itself. Su Clan 7, this crazy motherf **Ker, after seeing this information, Manager Chen got a scare. He was a lone man with nothing but his saber. And yet, he had completely destroyed a branch on his own. Every branch of the Limitless Demon Sect had around 800 disciples. And if we add the defensive formation, it had the power to stop someone who had recently advanced to the 6th stage True Monarch. But unexpectedly, it had been destroyed by 7 who was only a 5th stage spiritual emperor. Now that I think of it, our branch isn't too far away from the Jiangnan branch. Manager Chen was startled. He decided to contact branch leader Jing Mo immediately. Branch leader Jing Mo's voice spread from the formation. Did you find something about that Stressed by a Mountain of Books? Yes, branch leader. I'll send you all the information I found about him. In addition, the Jiangnan branch of the Limitless Demon Sect was destroyed by Su Clan 7. And our branch happens to be very close to it. Should we take some precautions? Manager Chen was very careful with his words. He didn't want to say something that would enrage branch leader Jing Mo, TSK. It's all young Master Hai's fault. He provoked that madman named 7. By the way, there is no need to worry too much about him. The sect will send someone to handle him. Everything will be fine as long as I find that Stressed by a Mountain of Books. I'll decide what to do after analyzing these pieces of information, branch leader Jing Mo said in a grave tone. When he heard that the sect would send someone to deal with 7, Manager Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Branch leader Jing Mo cut off the communication and evilly smiled. The sect would send someone to take care of 7? And who would they send? Even if he didn't admit it, Demon Monarch Mad Tyrant had also been injured by 7 when he ran away with young Master Hai and the other 2. Were 7 to destroy his branch, it would be actually a good deed. After the destruction of the branch, he would have the chance to return to the main branch of the Limitless Demon Sect. Therefore, he was looking forward to the destruction of his branch. Next, he took the information sent by Manager Chen and started to examine it carefully. These pieces of information should give rise to many questions. Laughable. I can tell everything with only a glance. This stressed by a mountain of books was just someone lucky enough to become friends with Medicine Master, and from that moment, he turned into a cultivator. And Su Clan 7 is on good terms with Medicine Master. Therefore, it's normal that he was acquainted with this cultivator. Branch leader Jing Mo was convinced of having some super insight. After just a glimpse, he had discerned the truth. Afterwards, he made contact with Manager Chen once again. Manager Chen, send someone competent to look for this stressed by a mountain of books. Look for the right opportunity and capture him alive. Afterwards, bring him to the branch. You don't have to worry about Medicine Master or 7, they aren't with him right now. And in the end, he's someone that has just completed his foundation establishment, it will be easy to capture him. After you're done, wait for me. I'll personally interrogate him about the whereabouts of the Blood God Crystal. Branch leader Jing Mo laughed loudly. He was delighted. Manager Chen nodded and said, understood. I'll send someone over there. After hanging up, Manager Chen heaved another sigh of relief. Afterwards, he asked the nearby subordinate, is someone from our branch active around the Jiangnan College town area? Manager Chen, Little Sunflower, asked to be moved to the Jiangnan area just yesterday. He wanted to investigate something. When he mentioned this Little Sunflower, the subordinate felt the hair on his arms stand up. Little Sunflower was a cultivator of the first stage. And soon, he would be able to jump through the dragon gate. He was a very sly fellow and a master at hiding his aura. In this branch, he was one of the best disciples when it came to gathering information. But, despite his name, Little Sunflower was a 2 meters tall brute. He was literally a mountain of muscles. And the thing that caused people to despair was that he actually had a pretty and delicate face. Who said you couldn't be a pretty boy while being big and muscular? Little Sunflower was someone that went against common sense. Little Sunflower, ugh. I think you should use his Dao name. Cultivator Sunflower sounds way better, Manager Chen said with a serious expression. Yes. I'll use Cultivator Sunflower then. The subordinate felt that this Dao name too had some problems. Good. Then, tell Little Sunflower to, ugh. Tell Cultivator Sunflower to keep an eye on stressed by a mountain of books, and kidnap him if there is an opportunity. The target has just finished his foundation establishment. Cultivator Sunflower will be enough to deal with him. Manager Chen said seriously. Sure. I'll immediately get in touch with him. The subordinate took out his mobile phone and called Cultivator Sunflower. After a very pleasant caller tune, the phone was picked up. Cultivator Sunflower, there is a mission for you. The subordinate went directly to the point. So annoying, call me Little Sunflower. A rough voice transmitted from the other side. The subordinate looked at the sky, his face disgusted. Afterwards, he clenched his teeth and said, cough, cough. Manager Chen said that you have to look for a person named, stressed by a mountain of books. He is a cultivator that has just completed his foundation establishment. If you have the chance, capture him and bring him back to the sect. I'll send you all the information on him in a while. Stressed by a mountain of books? Oh, I already know about him, you don't need to send anything. Just leave everything to me. Cultivator Sunflower hung up the phone. Waha. As expected, I was right. This stressed by a mountain of books was bound to attract the attention of the limitless demon sect. If I can capture him and bring him back to the sect, I'll skip several ranks. Cultivator Sunflower laughed. The bulging muscles on his chest were shaking along with his laughter. After laughing, he made a call. Hello, young Mistress Candy. Ha. It's me, Little Sunflower. I need you to help me with something. You have to steal a thing, Cultivator Sunflower said. Young Mistress Candy was a nickname. She was a member of the Penniless Thief sect and an expert at breaking formations and seals. Till now, she had succeeded innumerable times. An expert wouldn't walk into a dead end. He would have to prepare for all eventualities. Cultivator Sunflower would go on the front line and directly seize that, stressed by a mountain of books. For this reason, he asked young Mistress Candy to go to the target's residence and steal the blood god crystal. Young Mistress Candy owed him a favor. This was the right time to ask for her help. At this time, Song Shuhang was on the bus with Senior White. Strange, it seems that the bus is particularly crowded today. Song Shuhang felt that the number of passengers was several times higher than usual. The entire bus was packed. And why did it seem that the crowd was coming toward him and Senior White? Wait. Were they coming in their direction? Song Shuhang raised his head and looked at the crowd. As expected, many of them were staring at Senior White, some were even blushing and were short of breath. Were they influenced by Senior White's strange charm? But didn't Senior White restrain his charm after coming out of secluded meditation? After he had come out of the statue, Song Shuhang wouldn't feel his heartbeat speed up even if he were to look at him directly. But why was this charm causing troubles now? Song Shuhang quickly looked at Senior White. At this moment, he discovered that Senior White was looking towards the horizon, lost in thoughts. After looking at him for a while, Song Shuhang felt his heartbeat speed up. I won't make Senior White ride a bus ever again, Song Shuhang secretly vowed. Luckily, it was their stop already. Senior, we've arrived. Song Shuhang patted Senior White's shoulder, making him regain his senses. After returning to his senses, Senior White smiled. Oh, we're already there? The two of them forced their way out of the bus with great difficulty. Let's go. First, we'll buy a phone and a SIM card, Song Shuhang heaved a sigh. When returning to Jiangnan College Town, I'll have to choose a deserted road. Song Shuhang thought. There were indeed many deserted roads. However, they would have to get out of the encirclement first.